stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know and told me pride aside. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Gonna miss you. Gonna miss you. Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this. Can we stay? Forever like this, forever like this, forever like this.
Can you hear what I say? I've been feeling quite away from you. But the time has done its thing. Can you hear what I wanna say? I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one, treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight, love tonight, love tonight. Just wanna be the one to treat you right, treat you right, treat you right.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of you suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me if I turn around. You let me down. Thing that
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. INCE is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of matches got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just the next kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. A flawless win.
Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Goldie.
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to the battle for Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. We're in the global qualifier. It is I, Trav. It is he, Hayes. And we can't wait to get going with another BO3 this afternoon. OG versus Alliance map. We got a chance to see both these two teams yesterday. What have they got in today's matchup?
Well, they got to have it all, Trav, because it's the lower bracket. You lose the series, you're eliminated, you're out of contention for the illustrious IEM Atlanta. Massive opportunity for both of these teams. Lives on the line. It should be a humdinger.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to it. I've got a chance, as we said, to both of us have seen these two teams over the last couple of days, and we kept track of their other games as well. I had the chance to watch OG's absolute marathon versus Nemesis last night. With my good friends Freddie and Ted, and well, I'm telling you right now, it was one of the games of all time. OG should have got that game done in 2 against Nemesis. They were 10-2 up on Ancient after a 10-2 CT side. They got pegged back to overtime. They lost 22-20, and they had to go to Nuke, where they also were 9-3 up, but got pegged back to overtime. And in the end, finally got over the line 19-17. We can have a look at the bracket now to see how these teams have kind of reached that point. And there were some incredible moments in that game that I watched, and some crazy moments in the OG versus Fnatic game we saw yesterday. Some great Cadian moments, some not so great Cadian moments, but what we do know for sure is it will be entertaining.
Oh, that is a guarantee at a minimum. We get a look at the upper bracket. You have 4 teams left in the upper bracket. These teams, between the 4 of them, just have to win 2 more best of 3s here, and they qualify for IEM Atlanta. They are within touching distance, and Fnatic have got a good side of the bracket. I mean, beating Bet M33 should be certainly within their wheelhouse, and then they play either Sinners or Bet Boom, which obviously would be a competitive game, but is by no means a match that they couldn't win. So, yeah, Fnatic in a really good position here to get their spot through the upper bracket.
Yeah, it feels that way too, and Bet Boom obviously are under quite big pressure to finally make one of these big events after however many chokes in the last couple of attempts to make an IEM or just big events in general. Here was a lower bracket that we were touching on. OG, that marathon I was talking about against Nemesis last night, that ended, I think, about 1:30 a.m. or something. Definitely for them, and I think the Nemesis players, it might have been 3:30 a.m. for them. And of course, the worst part about it for Nemesis, they didn't win, so they had to go to bed feeling very tired and very upset, unfortunately. When it comes to Alliance match, they at least didn't have to go through that gauntlet, so might be fresher today.
True, that's a good point. I mean, we've seen Tricked already exit the competition after having lost to Eyeballers. Nemesis, as you mentioned, lost out to OG. Nuclear Tigers was shown the door by Johnny Speeds. Great win for Johnny Speeds. That's going to give them a lot of confidence. Of course, playing against K27 in their next game, who beat Fnatic 13-0 on Mirage, but still lost the series at large. So, yeah, means they're into the lower bracket. As a result, Basement Boys, unsurprisingly, have also exited the competition. So, it means we have seen a few teams already get eliminated as we whittle our way down to that finish line.
Yeah, I think K27 are one of those teams you really do have to keep an eye on. If there are any knowers of the games that went down yesterday, seeing Quinky drop a 3.44 on Mirage against Fnatic. Now, that is something you don't see too often. Apparently, it's like the 9th highest rating of all time in that match. But in the end, as Matt said, they lost anyway, which is pretty crazy. So fair play to Fnatic's resilience and being able to bounce back from that 13-0 drubbing and winning that game 2-1. In a Circle vs Cybershock is another game going on at the moment. 2 teams looking to try and make a big event. ENCE Eyeballers, definitely a game there. A lot of experience with those 2 teams. Some young, exciting players as well. But ENCE also, a bit like OG and Fnatic, in the same boat of being a very well-known organization, but desperately needing something to smile about.
Yeah, that lower bracket is incredibly stacked right now and very difficult to kind of predict who's going to be able to make it all the way, especially with one of Sinners and Beppu moving down. It's only going to increase the competition, but we can now zero in our focus on the game we're going to get to cast here. Alliance versus OG, battle between two orgs that have got so much name value across many different titles. They've both won TIs over in Dota as well. TI 3 for Alliance, I think TI 7 I want to say for OG. I think they won 2, didn't they? So very, very storied organizations that, like you say, are looking to add a massive event to their calendar.
They are, and OG, of course, are in their new era, their Cadian era, losing, IGL, Crizzen to Heroic and Orpa, Nikodos to Ecstatic, meant they needed someone to fill both roles, and the one man that was out there who was a free agent was available in Mr. Cadian. They've gone to the main character of many a tournament in CS history, and yeah, he was on form yesterday against Nemesis, but there were some kind of egregious moments as well, which were, yeah, comedian moments perhaps on that occasion. But here's the veto. In the series, Matt, you were interested as to how this one would play out. We've got Overpass, we've got Ancient, we've got Inferno. Seen a lot of OG and Alliance play Ancient. Maybe Overpass not as much recently. But yeah, you were considering your thought processes about Anubis.
Yeah, I was wondering whether or not OG would actually float Anubis with Alliance not having played the map, and then maybe could look to try and ban one of Alliance's favorites in perhaps an Ancient. But you know what, Trav? We don't have any time to dwell. OG have picked Overpass. They've strayed away from their go-to of Inferno. Doesn't look like we're live, so we're going to have a little bit more time to delve into the details here. And the fact is that OG haven't picked Inferno, which has been their go-to. And the reason they haven't picked Inferno is because Alliance love Inferno. It's a map that they frequently pick as well. And OG have thought, well, let's try and avoid our opponent's best strengths and let them get their best map by virtue of our pick, and then let them pick their second best map. We'll go with Overpass instead, which historically has been very good for Cadian-led teams.
Yeah, for sure. And I think, having Inferno as a part of the pool, as a decider, that is a map where we've seen OG play quite a lot on recently. And they had a good win against Nemesis yesterday. They managed to get that one done 13-7. We saw them playing against Fnatic, which was a little bit more of a rough time. But in the end, overall, Fnatic just had the number in that series, and there was kind of no chance for OG at all. So that's what we'll be curious to see, how they bounce back today, OG, especially, as I said, after that long series. It started at like 10-9.
Grueling,
finished,
yeah.
I think, after 1 a.m. and definitely after 1 a.m. their time. So, yeah, crazy stuff. And you said, Matt, as well, with map 2 being Ancient, that is a very strong home for Alliance. So let's see how OG begin today. Let's see how fresh they are. Alliance will know what they had to go through last night, and will know they could be and have a bit of an advantage with that factor. Let's see, pistol on the way. You have seen the opening tap for Era on Flamus.
And that's going to just funnel OG in towards this B bomb site. Currently 2 players here for Alliance. There'll be 3 players here with 2 in a position to quickly rotate. Adam B dinks up Male 09 and then is able to finish him off in pretty handy fashion. So OG do get some space out of Monster Tunnel, set foot into this B bomb site and run into the resistance of Upe and Twist. Really good flashes though, have forced them back through the short smoke. So OG will get side control now. I wonder if they look to maybe try and go A. Of course, they don't realize that option is so readily available. So instead they plant behind the pillar and look to lock in the post plant.
Oh, the boost on short sandbags, definitely an option, but it's a good headshot from Aristar. Sack does give them a bit of room to breathe now, OG. Era started the round. He might have to end it, but I don't think he'll be allowed to. Cadian's going to pounce, and Spook got another headshot on Upe. Very good start for OG. It started poorly, but they made the right call, went for it, and dealt with it.
I'm surprised Alliance maybe didn't read into that B hit a little bit sooner there and maybe try and stack up the defense. Util usage was completely on point there for OG. Made their lives a whole lot easier to actually get into the B bomb site. Great start here for OG, who have got such a star-studded lineup with names like Flamus, Spook, and Adam B. That rifling trio is really just right up there with the best in the competition. The problem is, they've just been a bit sporadic and volatile. You might get one of them online, you might get decent contributions, but you're never really seeing all 3 pitching up to the best of their ability, and with time that will come. And if they can pitch up today in that sort of fashion, they'll be a massive handful for Alliance.
He will, and you did see flashes of what made Flamus the player he was on Gamer Legion. Pushing towards short. There's a couple of players here.
Oh,
they're
no.
whipping against the 5-7. Cadian, that's very bold. He was low HP and went back in with the Glock. And thankfully for Spook, he's been able to find Mail. So Avid pushing through Monster now, knowing that they're falling back from this position. If you'll remember yesterday, Matt, really, these sort of rounds were a big problem for OG. These anti-force buy rounds. They were a problem against Fnatic. I can tell you they were a problem for them against Nemesis last night as well. They've got to find a way to complete these because it gives them so much more breathing room. And yeah, quite often they've been pegged back too quickly in a half. And it's a crazy clear from Adam, beating Avid on that duel when the dink came through from Avid immediately. That makes it pretty difficult for Era, but they're all one scoutable.
Yeah, the scout becomes an AWP by virtue of how low all three of these OG players are. You've got a big flank coming through here from, I believe it's Cadian, who's looking to make a move. Adam B been dealt with decisively by Aero, who's going to opt for the Mac 10. That nade, not going to bank off the pillar, so it's not really going to do all that much. I don't know if the bomb's planted for Heaven. Might not matter, just a little bit more time required with Cadian. The problem is with the Heaven smoke in play, he actually can't help Spook out right now, but he's not going to need it, is the Swede. It's messy, it's whiffy, but they get the job done.
Oh my word! I mean, it feels like I've not slept. I'm watching the same game from last night when OG played Nemesis. Oh, that was so nervy.
They won't care how they come, man. They won't care how they come. Roster still in its infancy.
They need as many wins as they can possibly get, however way they come, as you say. I mean, they've barely really played, this year. They played last year. It was Cadian's debut in that DreamHack knockout event. That was the event that could have qualified them to Pro League, but they lost to eventual champions Monty. They played a CCT after a playoff invite, lost to the now defunct 500. Now this year they played Foot and lost Bounty, lost 0-2, but it was a close game. In the open qualifier, they did manage to 13-0 Medisport and beat Phantom to qualify for this very close qualifier. One up here for the MP7 for Arrowsdust.
Oh, wow.
Oh, lovely yub. And,
yeah, he'll take that.
I think in the end, unfortunately, they're already in the lower bracket, and it would be the longest lower bracket gauntlet qualification I've seen in a long time if they're able to make it happen. But yeah, they really do need a big event, that's for sure.
Let me tell you, if this OG team gets some wind in their sails, they'll be very difficult for Alliance to stop, because I think OG's ceiling is a lot higher than what Alliances would be coming into this game, but I think that Alliance have actually got a more reliable floor with guys like Arvid, Upe, Era on the AWP. Alliance desperately need Male 09 to have a big game here. Obviously, it's a tall order for the youngster, only 16 years old, playing in what could be one of his most important series so far, as many of these will be in the qualifier for a big tournament, but they need him to be right up at his best today.
Yeah, it does feel a little bit rough to put so much pressure on a 16-year-old. He's only on loan from Medisport on Alliance, right? Why don't even feel like he's truly connected as a part of the team, being only on loan. But, you could argue the same for Flammus. These are professional players, no matter how old they are. They're going to try and put their best foot forward. Flammus still on loan from VP, obviously, at OG. Adian sticking with the MP7. Short control coming in. Arrowsdust has got that, with Spook watching his flank.
Yeah. It's going to be a good opening kill, as we do see the round starting to break out. Oh, Twist not considered in the corner by Flammus. A free frag for the veteran. Brings it into a 5v3. OG have been good at recovering these man disadvantage situations.
I've got you.
Well, to pull the attention up towards the A side. So even though they are down by 2, they're exiting into a B bomb site. There's 2 players here.
Oh, Pay can't really get out of this one. Oh, he's been given a chance against Adam B on Monster, actually, but he's now in the middle of nowhere. No man's land, and it gives Cadian and Spook a chance to recover. And a big miss from Hero. Now water control for OG, but it's a great catch from Avid. Gives them the man advantage back. 10 seconds for the plant. It will come through now. You could argue that maybe they could peek while one player was occupied with that plant. They didn't really have trade potential, so that's why they didn't go for it. And they could wait for Mail to come in from that flank. Pulling to Spook in water, they now know where he is, and Era will clear him. So good patience from Alliance. They'll get their first gun round in their favour.
Yeah, brilliant work indeed. Much needed round as well. I mean, if that 5v3 had slipped through their fingers, that would have been a egregious loss out of them. At least OG do get a couple kills and bomb plants. And Trav, I just wanted to go back to the point you're saying about Flamus being on loan. Kind of feels like being out on bail from prison, and then all of a sudden, VP, the prison wardens might just call you back. You know, your bail gets rescinded, back to jail. So hopefully, Flamus is able to stay out on bail, man.
Yeah, I'm so happy to see him playing on a team where I feel like he can actually show what he can do, right? I mean, it's very well documented that he was thrust into very uncomfortable roles on VP, out then proceeded to be benched, and yeah, it's just another kind of pathetic chapter in VP's recent history, I'm afraid.
Yeah, and their massive seven different books, sort of book series type of thing. That there's so many chapters like that.
Success chapters, and unfortunately, the most recent chapters are all probably negative. But anyway, a pay toward Monster. That smoke is still there. They're going to force their way through here. OG, and he can't control the spray. There's a lot of pressure now on Avid. 2 players in water, try and play off of each other. He has got some support as well, rotating in, but how can they waste the time? Stuck behind this water, smoke, good trade from Flamme, looking for the upgrade on the floor, but the Mac-10s might just be able to do the job anyway. Gets a headshot with it, Arasdos follows up, and Mail is looking for 1 headshot, which maybe could get him back into the round, but you would be expecting a save. Maybe not just yet, though. Era's been given a chance in heaven. Mail is now creeping forward, has the invisibility on Flammus, good spray. Now, Cadian and Arasdos, it's a Mac-10 and a Tech 9 to win out this 2v2.
Yeah, slipped through OG's fingers a little bit here. Era's worried about a big flank because of how OG have kind of pumped the brakes, but Cadian and Arasdos with only a Tech 9 and a Mac-10 between them, all of a sudden it's Alliance who hold the aces. I really like that they've just kind of pumped the brakes here because that sowed the seed of doubt. That's why Era's rotated back up towards A.
Yeah, I do like the patience, and that is why it completely catches Arasdos off guard, but I tell a lie. Okay, what's just happened there then? Cadian's burnt him out of the round, and in the end they've lost the round. What have I just witnessed?
Well, I wouldn't blame Cadian for burning him out. Arasdos has done that to himself there. Probably couldn't believe he gotten that kill. And then he tries to run back into the safety of the B bomb site, ends up in the molly and burning out, and Cadian at range will go down. Alliance have just won a 2v4. That's a massive let-off.
These are the sort of rounds that can happen to a team when it's in its infancy, right? Sure, they've been a team as a group, as a 5. Since November, December last year, they've been pracking, they've been playing the odd official here and there. 1 LAN together so far. They've been playing more as the year goes on, that's for sure, with how many small LANs there are around the scene. But those sort of rounds can get away from you and can go awry when it comes to communication, when it comes to synergy. And you could argue that Arasdos going down to Cadian's molly is slightly unfortunate. There was no way he should have even got the kill on Mail to begin with.
True.
But still.
Alliance are going to breathe a massive sigh of relief. Era has showed up already here with the Zorb. Cadian's got 1 to work with on the T side as well. And, Era out in the open. Going to go down to the Galil of Adam B. Man, advantage in play turned into a 2-man lead here for as Cadian gets the kill on Twist. And that completely opens up the map here for OG.
It's also these rounds, Matt. It sounds like I'm talking about every single round for OG that maybe they haven't got fully down to a T yet. But it's the anti-forces and rounds where they have the man advantage. We saw it in the previous round. Bat 1 went awry. This one's going to be okay because Arasdos has cleared B. We can just take the bomb back now. Don't do anything too fancy here. There are still 2 CTs on site, especially with the power position of long control. That makes it all 3. And again, they're going into the stack. This is so dangerous, but they check it properly. Fair enough. And fair enough if you can entry like that. I mean, again, they made it hard for themselves, but thankfully, Spook said, no thank you. That's my bomb site.
Oh, that made me nervous, but they pass with flying colors. They make it look easy, and the best way to get over a fluffed up round is by winning the one immediately afterwards. It's exactly what OG have done, and with the amount of kills they've racked up in the rounds they've lost, it means that Alliance are just straight back into eco territory. So OG, chance here to just catch their breath and continue to extend their lead, looking very good. This OG team are actually really good on their CT sides, Trav. That's where they have been reliable. You would have seen that in the game against Nemesis yesterday. Nemesis won 6 T rounds out of 32 rounds played in regulation across the series.
Can you repeat that again?
Speaks volumes to how... Yeah, I got you. Nemesis won 6 T rounds across 32 T rounds played in the series. In regulation, that is the caveat, but still, that's how good OG CT sides were yesterday.
Yeah, I just wanted you to repeat it for emphasis reasons, because it was,
Fair enough.
a very important thing to mention. And yeah, the fact that they're even able to make that BO3 close Nemesis just shows you that maybe the T sides are the issue at the moment for OG, and that's to be expected. I mean, most teams, when they come together and you have like a good firepower, a good rifling core, you got Cadian playing on CT as opposed to maybe being a T AWP, which is just harder in general on most maps. Yeah, I think usually CT sides are maybe a bit easier to get up and running quickly. You could maybe argue that synergy is an issue when you want to try and flash for teammates and stuff like that. There are two schools of thought. But yeah, so far, CT are
especially in
solid.
Cadian-led teams.
Agreed.
Where it's a very intricate system, lots of moving parts that things can just chop and change on a whim. That can make it more difficult to iron out T sides. That's why I've urged people and fans of OG to really give them enough time to let that system try and take effect. And might take longer than most, but once it does start getting going, it works really well and can be very difficult to play against. Cadian is going to be the one to finish off the job. And I mentioned earlier, something worth keeping in mind is that we've seen very good performances from individuals sporadically for OG lately. We haven't really seen the entire team come online. It's exactly what we've got here in the early stages of this all-important game.
Yeah, an Era versus Cadian will be a pretty important duel, as goes without saying, really, in this series. And OG already with 5 T rounds on Overpass. They'll be very happy with that. That's if they finish the half 7-5. If they were behind, they'd probably be quite content.
Sure.
But now they're 5-2 up. They're probably thinking, oh, we can get a really good number here, and then go on to what is our strength, that CT side.
Yeah, they're map pick as well, so you're bang on. If they could get 1, even 2 more from here would be incredible. Let's see, winning this round here would start to put this game in complete disarray for Alliance. Arizdoche persisting with the Mac 10, notably, Trav. This was a decision for him, keeping that Mac 10 in play. Been very good with it so far. And it looks like OG are setting themselves up for a burst into this B bomb site. Still a bit of time to play with as Alliance look to get ahead of the round here.
Oh, meaty. Oh, Twist just moved away from that second HE.
Lucky.
He would have been a dead man if he hadn't.
Good game sense from him, because he realized he's been naded up by 1. There's a really good chance there's going to be a second one thrown through as well, to why he repositions.
Yeah. Well, Twist has all the experience, doesn't he? I'll get into that later. Maybe some of you guys who weren't watching the Alliance game yesterday, just talking about Twist history, how many teams he's played on, how many players he's played with in his career. A good hold toward Monster, considering Twist was low from those HEs. Upe will help out to find Flamus, and then Era finds Adam B. With 14 seconds, we know what's happening here. Cadian is falling back away and saving the T side up with Spook. And with that save, considering they've got 4 and 5k in the bank, they can easily drop Flamus, so no worries.
Solid round for Alliance, so keeping 4 players alive. Being tested in over that B bomb site, a 2-man setup on the left side of Monster Tunnel from the CT's perspective. There works a trick. Twist taking first contact. He gets traded out. Upe doubles down. Really reliable anchor is Mr. Upe. Him and Arvid have just continued to impress me with how solid they've been. Really valuable skill sets in terms of their anchoring capabilities. Consistently putting up good numbers. Arizdoche, a little run boost there, maybe with a head start for him. That's what I was wondering as well. He is not the entry player, far from it. Maybe with that run boost, he'll be feeling it. He smokes out the molly. He's charging up short. He's looking like he was considering it, but just going to nestle himself into the corner. Still a good position to get in so early on in the round.
Yeah, it's always a nice feeling when you get that run boost and you really feel like you can take on the world and go for a straight-up monster fight, or even just take short immediately and take a duel. Not this time, though. Male09 is the one doing the good work at the moment, and he's owning Connector. 3 kills for Male. Big multi for him, and first of the series. I mean, the Alliance will easily find their 4th.
Bit of an oversight there from the OG rifler who was coming through lowers. I'm not sure exactly who it was. but the guy who got fragged first just wasn't considering Male in that position at all, and then slightly off timing with, I think, Flammers coming down the stairs from middle. Could have tried to crunch in on Male 09 a little bit better there and traded him out at a minimum, but Male 09 had a big couple rounds here. This one, a triple in the gun round, can allow for him to get going, and he is making some moves here on the map as well, already looking to close the door in on Cadian.
Cadian might not be long for this world here, trying to save this AWP again. They know that it's probably going to be a factor. They know who's last alive. It won't be a secret to them, that's for sure. You know he'll still have the AWP. Could get caught as he goes toward long. There's a bit of utility. And there's the instant headshot. Great round from Male. The man picked by many a top player to be one of the future stars of the game. In the HLTV Top 20 for 2025, it was Nico, Xantara, Spinks, Frozen, Flames, and Rops who all picked him. And
no pressure.
Yeah. That's all good. It's not like you've got some of the best riflers that have ever touched the game talking about how good you are.
Yeah, exactly. It's one of those things that you got to just kind of take it in your stride and not really read into it too much and let it get to your head. If you're Male 09, you know, it's just a nice accolade. It's nothing more than that. Keep your head down. Long career ahead. No need for pressure here, especially playing with somebody like Twist. You'd imagine it's going to be a really good way to kind of nurture him and help him continue to grow and develop. I mean, Twist has not just been around the block and got the t-shirt, he's got the whole wardrobe, Trav.
Plenty of options in that wardrobe.
Could pull out a Fnatic jersey, an NIP jersey, Godsend jersey maybe, Copenhagen Wolves, flip side, SK, LGB, you name it, mate. For the first time, OG have had to settle for a save here. A couple upgraded pistols and the Hero Cadian AWP, interestingly enough. Doesn't shy away from this option on the T side. Could be a pretty easy opportunity for OG to actually get through Monster Tunnel. I'm surprised that Alliance have played or set themselves up with such a detached setup over on this B bomb site, playing really far back. Could concede a lot of control, and OG are thinking maybe it's some sort of a trap, that they're actually going to be moving away from B, which will play into the strengths of Alliance with the way that they're currently set up across the board here on their CT side. Maybe wanting to try and take some longer range fights to enable Cadian on the AWP. Have got a flash and 3 smokes between them. Got to make sure they don't lose too many players against this frontline player. Arvid is not going to hang around, but Era has been dealt with.
You got Cadian's AWP. You never know what he can do. Sometimes it can be Godian, sometimes it can be Comedian. Will this be the Godian round? He's found a second kill. They've run over Avid with the Glock. Uh-oh. It's down to Twist. You need a big multi-kill here. He's found 2, and he's managed to find Cadian through the smoke as well. That's huge from Twist. They managed to pick up the AWP on Flammers. This round is not done. You got the Deagle as well, trying to round the corner of the site. They've failed the boost near Green Bin. I think Flammers might have heard that. And we'll know there's a bit of a chance to move through and play a bit closer. But where's that bomb? He's got one carrying it. They've got to get it down. So he will strafe back behind the default dice and get that bomb planted. That boost is still in place behind the Green Bin wall with Twist and Ope. They're going to finally make a move now. They've dropped down together. The AWP's in play, but it's a little jiggle and Flammers will miss his shot. Surely the Arizos Glock won't be able to do anything to help out in this position. Tag to the side. Maybe the Glock can help now. But now he's all alone. Surely will be found. There's one Glock kill, but traded by Upe. Oh, the nerviness on Alliance almost got the better of them, but they will make it 5-5.
And it's not even like OG did anything particularly wrong there. Maybe they tried to force the issue a little bit much and could have let the round breathe a bit after the initial 3 kills. But again, you're thinking this is our moment to just pounce and get full control and try and stop Alliance from getting back into the bomb site. Twist does an incredible job, though. I mean, the first 2 kills, yeah, okay, he had those frags dead to right. But then that third with the burst through the smoke, remember, he's only got, what, 25 bullets to work with in that A1S. And he's able to get those 3 kills. Fantastic work out of him. Hadn't even seen Cadian, and then the presence of mind to just actually fall back and give up the control, play the situation. Sure, they concede the bomb plant, but that would have guaranteed the round, basically.
Yeah, Twist has died every single round so far, by the way. But is how important he can be to the team. He was the last port of call there to help out in time. Otherwise, they would have taken over the bomb site entirely. He picked up even more guns, had a good after plan. So well played.
Just realized I said 25, meant 20, and it's even crazier that he got those 3 kills with the 20 bullets that he had at his disposal.
That's true. Sometimes it's easy to forget those small changes that have happened. But yeah, well done.
For some reason, I thought that they'd increased the magazine size a while ago, but anyway, just a misremembering as we do see round number 11.
Remember when it was 25 bullets and just plainly better, like it was more powerful?
It was so strong.
No one touched the M4A4 in a month of Sundays, dude. It was never used. Now, thankfully, there's a bit of a mixture.
Big opportunity here for Alliance to get the lead for the first time here on the map. Of course, Cadian reduced to a Desert Eagle because he decides to buy up that AWP in the eco. Opening frag found onto Flash. So Aristotle is going to be on entry duties. It's such a good flashbang, but somehow Twist is able to get the kill anyway. There's going to be a follow-up. And Adam B will find that second kill. There's still a player to be dealt with on bomb site, and rotations flooding in too.
Twist almost got a second kill there, even though he was full blind. 2 in a row would have been crazy. Anyway, Avid, Sun and Water. Now Adam B taking more tags, down to 17 HP. There's nades where that came from, and Cadian chunked down to 40. There is kits on everyone here for Alliance. They can afford to take all the time in the world, and they will comfortably catch Cadian. Now to be Spook and Adam, the Swedish duo. Not only Spook, I'm afraid. Adam was able to find one. Now they know where Spook's playing from. What can they do? There's one, but a quick trade from Era. That is calm and collected from him. And it will give Alliance a lead now.
NT's in chat there for Spook, but like you say, Alliance are going to get their noses in front. It's been a really good battle back from them on the CT side, giving themselves something to work with going into that second half. We know how good OG have been on their defensive half, so feels like Alliance need 7-5 at a minimum. That will give them some momentum going into their second half as well. OG got to be a little bit tighter in these early round situations, Trav. I feel like they're often hemorrhaging lives in these first like 15 or 20 seconds. They're almost always down by a player.
Yeah, it's kind of what funny, like I was mentioning it earlier, right? That if OG were asked beforehand, do you want 5 on T-side overpass? They'd rip your arm off for it. But being 5-2 in front, they would have wanted a bit more from this position, unfortunately. If they lose the half, it'll be a bit disappointing considering how many decent positions they've got themselves into, like you've mentioned.
Game on in this really important match here for both of these teams early on, still in the run. It was closed qualifier, looking to get themselves a spot at IEM Atlanta later on in the year. Of course, OG got dropped into the lower bracket after their first outing. Alliance lost their second game in the upper bracket. Lose this one, you're out of contention.
I can let you know that Twist's phone has died, and we need his phone because it provides the integrity camera for our admins. So once Twist has charged it up a little bit, we'll be able to get this game back underway again, and it gives us a chance to have a little chat. In general, maybe a bit about Alliance more, because we covered OG quite a bit in the pre-game, and obviously the pre-game was a little bit quick. So let's talk about Alliance in general and where they've kind of been lately. They did start the year okay. They placed 3rd at a local LAN in Sweden. They only lost to Big, who of course themselves are on a hot LAN streak at the moment. They got run over by Simple's BC game in the Blast qualifier, but maybe that's to be expected, even though it's definitely a winnable game for them when it's an online match. But yeah, I think they're in an okay position. It's just that I think that right now there are so many good tier 2 teams, like good Swedish tier 2 teams, like Eyeballers and Johnny Speeds, even though they managed to deal with Johnny Speeds pretty comfortable the other day. They're not really being talked about as much as they should. I know they've got Mail in their wheelhouse now. They've got him on their team on loan from Medisport, but at the same time, it's maybe they've kind of just reached their peak of their ranking. I don't know how you feel about that.
I I mean, I feel like at their peak of their ranking, they were actually looking really good. Weren't they knocking on the door of top 50, maybe even had just breached into top 50? That was with Poi on the roster. I feel like that's where we really saw Alliance kind of level up, was after Poi had joined this team. Because I've always felt like they were lacking a star, lacking a player who would be consistently putting up, 22 plus kills, map in and map out, and having a guy who would just reliably be a force to be reckoned within the server. And then obviously with Poi's departure, with him joining 100 Thieves, which is very exciting, they've gotten Male 09. And I think maybe that's what has kind of limited them to a degree, is relying so heavily on either Poi or now Male 09. And if they aren't showing up in that big way, maybe that's where they are struggling or have a bit of a deficiency.
I do think they're going to need some of these LANs, these smaller events, maybe whether they're in Sweden or anywhere around the world, to really boost them back up again. And it's the same for OG. It's the same for OG, but you do kind of feel like you can rely on OG a bit more just from the name value of the org and what they've been able to do before, and the name value of the players. Anyway, we are back underway. Shout out to the
kill in the first 20 seconds.
Agreed. I mean, it's just too much, isn't it, over the course of the half? Shout out to the Alliance manager for giving Twist his phone to use as the integrity camera instead for his setup, so he didn't have to wait too long.
Hell yeah.
We love that. And yeah, it's another one of these rounds where OG have to battle back. They are close out Monster already. Erosdos and Cadian together. They will put a bit of damage in toward Twist. But really, Alliance are somewhat playing retake B here, and that's totally fine. When you've got the manpower, why not?
Yeah, they've looked good on their retake so far, but it does kind of maybe leave the door unlocked for OG to get back into the round. Doesn't really force him to break the door back down to get into the final round of this first half. So it is going to be a bomb plant, but another follow-up kill down to Flamus. That's going to make their lives a whole lot easier on the retake. They've got that extra player to come through from construction as well to apply maximum pressure. Kits across the board, smokes and flashes at their disposal, as well as they look to try and retake the site, and it's just going to work out perfectly for them. OG crumble, Alliance battle back. They were down 5-2 at one point, and they will be able to add a 7th to their tally and carry a 2-round lead across into their second half. It's going to be a tall order to get the job done from here, but certainly not impossible.
was a great battle back from Alliance, but reality still dictates that OG might very well be the favourites on Overpass. 5 going into their CT side. That's pretty strong. Alliance are going to have to start strong.
Yeah, I see we're going to have to get a remedy on the HUD. We are missing one.
There's the coach on both sides.
Yeah, on both sides.
Just a little
Lambert.
FYI, the reason why the coaches sometimes appear when we have this HUD bug is because we use a little like plugin which allows coaches to be in the server at all. No, other servers don't necessarily always allow that, so they technically show up as the 11th and 12th player sometimes. If any of you guys have ever watched the games on like GoTV or CSTV. So that's why they pop up sometimes. When this round's over, it should be refreshed and we should be able to see it all well and good, and it will make sense again. Just so chat is aware.
Volvo, please fix.
Volvo, please do give us some help with
2026, guys.
with
Come
the
on.
auto observer, with these issues. Come on, guys. One day, one day. Anyway, the round is going the way of OG for now, but Male's answered back, and Avid's found Cadian as well. So we do have an afterplant with that bomb planted, but Male's found one more, and Adam, thankfully, Arizos and Spook will pounce together. And they realise they've got more than enough time to defuse that bomb. So no worries. OG will get off to that second half and get the start they wanted.
Yeah, got a bit shaky there for a second, did it for OG. I mean, they get the opening 2 kills in the round, but Alliance still have something to say. A bomb plant for them, a few more frags looking to fight on the front lines there in the post plant. OG able to hold their ground, get the kills necessary, and draw back within 1. Now, OG, as you kind of described, Trav, probably feels like they left a few rounds on the table with them having won 5 of the first 7 on their T side. But with them winning the pistol here, it's going to put them in really good stead on the CT side of their map pick. They've been really good on their CT sides lately, guys. It's the one half that they have kind of ironed out quite quickly with this new team. So it's going to be an uphill battle for Alliance to try and win the map from here.
As we've been touching on, OG occasionally having issues with these anti-forces. Taking too much damage, taking too many losses, or just straight up losing the round. We saw it quite a bit against Fnatic. Every time they had a chance to break the Fnatic economy, get some sort of handlehold in a map, they lost the immediate round following. They didn't get that freebie. Here, I think they'd be fine. But there is a Galil on Avid, there is a Galil on Male. A couple of Deagles and a Tech 9 available too.
And they're taking the unorthodox option by going for the longer range option here, because normally on the force power on the T side of Overpass, you want to try and maybe batter your way into the B bomb site, fight through lowers, maybe bathrooms into A. So this could catch OG off guard. Cadian at range with the M4 is actually really looking to try and take these jewels, and he has inflicted some chip damage. Spook only good for 1 before he goes down. It's a bit awkward for OG with 2 players kind of bumbling over each other in bank, but it might work the trick as Alliance put numbers to try and duel into bank. They do get a bomb planted a minimum to the T side, but that may be all that they find, and it is.
Yeah, fair enough. 4 alive, all good. I do actually want to say I was thinking the exact same thing. They were tripping over each other in bank. It was really awkward, and I thought, okay, this could be where it falls apart again, but thankfully they're able to maneuver themselves to a acceptable extent. And confirm the round in the end. 7-all it is. Plant means that Alliance do have something to work with in this round. They can go for Tech 9s, they can go for Deagles, they can go for some utility. They can maybe make a fast play toward B. Anything that could put some cats amongst those pigeons. But we'll see. OG have settled into the game pretty well, and the fact they got 5 T rounds early, I think really did make them feel a little bit more comfortable. Especially as I've been talking about over the course of the game, how late they went into the night against Nemesis yesterday, played into today. So, yeah, they would have been in need of a good night's sleep, and I hope they got it. Very difficult to go to sleep when you're full of adrenaline after a game like that.
Yeah, true. But such is the beast, the nature of the realm of online Counter-Strike, right? Lots of youngsters on the server. And a couple unks as well, Trav, in Cadian and Twist as well. I think 30 and 31 years respectively between them. But they've still got it.
Yeah, there are a few unks that certainly still have it,
OG.
huh? Ooh.
Yeah.
Never mind.
Scratch
Scratch that.
This is the round. Unk on unk action. That's going to be Twist who comes out on top of that duel. I was just saying OG need to really look to try and keep the screws tight here in this round. Build up a bit of a buffer financially and regain the lead. Absolutely cannot afford to slip up here. They've earned this anti-eco by having won the pistol, weathered the storm against the Force Spy, and having earned a chance of what should be a freebie.
Yeah, and Era was trying to shift his way up there and try and get a timing, but re-smoked. If Twist really wants to, he can keep that M4. If he's left last alive and all the pistols get taken down around him, he can save. He can buy next round all good and won't even need necessarily to invest into that much. But there we go. They're going to give it a go. Twist will try and do economic damage, but he's taken down. OG are holding on well. Good crossfire for Spook and Adam B. Flammer's got 2 as well. The Swedish duo are looking strong at the moment.
Yeah, and we're going to get into the first gun round now. Cadian will have an AWP here, and he's actually been really good on the CT side of OG, Trav. I mean, there's a lot of people who love knocking on Cadian, but let me tell you how good he's been. Across 22 maps played on the CT side, he has a whopping 1.54 rating on the CT side in terms of his opening duels. This guy attempts 24.7% and catches success rate 78.3% for Cadian in terms of his opening duel success rate since he's joined OG. He has been banging on the CT side for this team.
I love how accurate those numbers were. It's that 78, but the 0.3. That makes a difference, man. 100%.
I'm trying to fight this narrative of comedian, you know. Cadian offers a hell of a lot to these teams. There's a job to be done over on the speed bomb side, though.
Oh, will be in first with the Mac 10. Already entried 1, and he's entried 2. Anubis will hold on, but they're not considering a third player. It's a freebie for Flammers, but another Mac 10 frag. Thankfully, there is another player coming in from short. Adam B still playing around this position, and look how he's repositioned himself. It was perfect to hold for Male's advance through short pipe. But as it is, it's the 16-year-old Male 09. Yeah, spawned in 2009. That's his name backwards. Liam 2009. We are the old ones, unfortunately. And so is Cadian. He's got to find a way to beat him in a 1v1. Male has a bomb, only 43 HP. He's got full utility. He has got free reign of the A-bomb side. We go for the plant now. Molly in toward green bin. Even chuck a resmoke on that as well, and it's pretty decent. It's actually a nicely placed resmoke on that Molly, and he's playing inside of it. Cadian's wary of that possibility. They're about to meet in the smoke. Uh-oh. Who's coming out on top on this one? They have bypassed each other, and Cadian hasn't got a kit, so he can't smoke defuse this. Male now realizes where he's come from, at least maybe understands where he's come from. He could have even come from the connector position, or went for the HE to try and break the smoke, thinking Cadian was maybe defusing, but no. He backs up into him, and it's an easy headshot. Very calm clutch from the youngster.
That's so intelligently played by Male to just nestle himself into the smoke and just bide his time and then cross through the smoke to the stairs. Cadian has got no idea. I mean, it's impossible for Cadian to win at that point, even to the degree where Male has a grenade out, but Cadian had no idea at that point. Male was behind him. Cadian was almost set that he had to be in towards bathrooms. Huge clutch out of the youngster. I said he needed to deliver today, and he does. I mean, just thinking back to that kill on Adam B, I reckon Adam B's probably had his head in his hands after that one because he was so ready. As you described, he was perfectly positioned to try and deal with it. And now it's going to be a force buy from OG and a chance for Alliance to put some serious scoreboard pressure on their opponents.
Another factor about that as well is that he knew Male was carrying the bomb. So he knew that even though he may only be 43 HP, he has full reign and full opportunities in front of him. All the brain power he could possibly wish to have to make a decision on where to go and make it awkward for Cadian. And yeah, Adam had a great round, but not being able to finish it off is usually one of the most frustrating aspects of those sort of rounds. He's now done a lot of good work, but got no reward from it.
Very, very passive coming through from OG here on their force buy, playing really far back, letting Alliance kind of come to them, but they've given up a huge amount of control as a result. This one is worth 2 in both directions. Neither team with any residual money after they've bought up here in this round. Alliance look to set their sights in on the speed bomb site.
Adam playing on the pillar with the MP9. He's got one with him in Arasdas. Little jump spot on Monster. He's seen Mail coming. Big shadow advantage. They team together. And double MP9 already has warded Alliance away. Because look how far Twist is up on the A bomb site. Kaden, are you ready? He's about to peek the headshot angle on the left. Oh no, gets caught. Twist way more advanced than Kaden was expecting. Now Flamus knows he needs to try and do something about it, but he's peeking into multiple players. Twist will get another and a third on Spook.
Oh, wow.
They kind of fed him there, it has to be said. And now the double MP9s, which easily dealt with the first player coming through Monster, have to retake 2v4. It's not happening.
No, it's definitely not. I mean, maybe even just looking to try and scoop up the Yorp here as Adam B kind of risking his life for an upgrade. Does he want to go for the Yorp? That might
One
cost
bullet.
him. There's no bullets left. Oh, boy. You could see he was kind of searching for the Yorp on the ground. Maybe Caden was saying, bro, just have a look and see if you can get it. Perhaps taking what he could have gotten, which was the M4, would have been the best option. Twist with a brilliant round, a quad kill. He's hunting for the ace, obviously not going to be able to get it. But this round right here, round 17, is a massive one for Alliance to win, as it regains them the lead, and it sends OG into eco territory. Also, just want to highlight how quick OG were to rotate and what a good decision it was for Alliance to kind of pull the plug on that B hit, instead pivot up to A, where no one was home. I mean, Kaden was kind of watching from quite far back. Obviously, when you force sport, you're inclined to try and rotate to very quickly respond to what's going on, and that's what catches OG off guard.
And now, as you described earlier, the money for OG is in a difficult spot. Arasdas does keep that AK, but Adam B, CZ, Canadian Eagle, default USPs on Spook and Flamus. This one will be Alliance up into the lead at 10-8, barring an incredible round from the AK, you'd imagine. About this Eagle, what can that do? There's the information on one. No, there's their up connector.
It's all on that Deeg and Aristoch's AK, right, which was carried across from the previous into this one. There's going to be any chance. Alliance have got the buddy system employed too into construction, to working the middle of the map here as well, keeping their trades readily available. Time ticking on, though. Going to have to make a decision. And they've really leaned into this A-bomb side a lot throughout the half, and it looks like that's where they're going to try and end the round again.
Flamus will re-push forward. You can hear him throwing a utility. And he might now think that he's going to be lucky enough that no one's going to be looking at long bathroom. And he actually has managed to catch Mail. That's good when you've only got that USP to find a 1-for-1. We'll take that every day of the week, but that is a big kill, like you say. Spook is still here, and he's seen one player push up. Has to make noise dropping down. Don't think that's been heard. There are multiple guns on the floor. Era could still be caught, and it's a lovely USB double tap, but the bomb's planted on B. Upe was able to escape with Twist. And considering that OG are buying next round anyway, often I would say you go for a round like this. But they've got an AK, an M4, and an AWP. I mean, they are going to give it a look by the looks of things. But that's a very precious trio of guns to keep hold of, I reckon. I'm not usually that way inclined, and Upe is finding the Arasdos as well. It's a big trade, and thankfully it will come through. But there's barely any time with no kit in the round. Hedin's still playing from heaven. He's just relying on Spook to go looking, and there's no time. He realizes what the best course of action should be. The Twist, by the virtue of staying alive, will win that 1v2, and they get up to double digits.
Top fragging on his team, and tied for the top fragger on the server right now is Mr. Twist with 18 kills to his name. He is having a brilliant game. Really big stuff out of him. I mean, well done from Alliance to kind of figure that out as well and realize that the B bomb site was the best option after having gotten that kill onto Adam B. That then creates the path for them to move back to the opposite side of the map from where they were originally looking to go. And also OG then put the emphasis on trying to recover the guns in Banana outside of bathrooms, which then chunks, what, 5 or 7 seconds off the clock. And in a round where they already didn't have a kit, that probably counted them out of it. They will still at least get away with 2 weapons, but it feels like this next round for OG is an absolute necessity.
It does, unfortunately. We thought maybe going on to CT, where OG have done so much of their good work, they would find a way to get this game done and dusted. At least map 1, anyway. As it is not the case. OG course, last night, that game against Nemesis going all 3 maps, all the overtimes. They had a 10-2 on Ancient. They lost it 22-20. Took them to 3 maps. They got another 9-3 CT side. Only just managed to scrape that game 19-17. And if they want to try and make Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta, the lower bracket gauntlet they're going to have to go through is going to be a lot more difficult than just that one BO3. One more here to stay alive. At the moment, Alliance are putting their best foot forward, and most certainly Twist is, that's for sure. Been on...
Again, another...
Sorry, go on.
I was going to say, again, another very passive setup coming through from OG here. Not looking to fight in lowers, not looking to fight towards Fountain, not really poking up long either. Alliance have done really well with them, but given all the space as well to kind of keep OG guessing. And they've committed 2 players to the long setup, which has actually forced one of the B players to get drawn up towards A so he can cover bathroom. So Spook is currently just jump spotting, which means only 2 players home in on that B bomb site, but Cadian will draw first blood.
Oh, an opening kill. That feels like it's been few and far between for OG. When it comes to the gun rounds, but Mail has dealt with Adam one shot. He was kind of pinned into the corner. I think he hit that dink. A delayed nade from Arasdos, hoping that Mail will move forward into it, but no, he stays in safety of Monster. Arasdos will reposition toward the barrels, keeping an eye on that boost. It's a double rotation down. He's got Spook and Cadian now to help out, leaving Flamus all alone on A. Thankfully for OG, it would be the right call. I've now spotted the bomb on Monster. That's a big spot for Arasdos, but it's a big entry from Upe, and Spook's been owned by Mail as well. It's down to Cadian on this side. He's kind of all alone. He's looking to try and make a play all by himself, but Mail is to his left. He did not know. And OG get that opening kill, but it's another conversation to be had about not being able to convert. And Mail has in a quad kill with, I believe, 3 of them coming on 10 HP.
Yeah, really smart positioning there from him because of how quickly he gets into that position underneath Heaven. Cadian does have to take a bit of a gamble and maybe just hope and pray that there's nobody there. He just offers himself up for free. Mail executes him and then doesn't just tuck himself into the corner. He then extends himself out to slowly crouch, peeking backwards, gets a favorable angle on the Heaven player, and OG are crumbling here, Trav. The CT side has not gone according to plan. I mean, sure, it started pretty well. They won the pistol, converted against the Force and the Eco, but they haven't won a gun round yet here on the defensive half of their map pick.
Yeah, not a good sign. Upe. Oh, big entry with the MP7. Adam B down already, and this is a full investment from OG. Spook's been able to dig one, but that nade is meaty. They're going to try and push into short to get that trade, get that gun at least on the MP7. They might want it over the MP9, I'm not so sure. Who knows? I think they're pretty comfortable with what they've got at the moment. They're just looking for extra util on the floor. There's a Molotov to try and clear out balloons. Lamus is trying to play head down on long with that MP9. It's a very exposable position.
Alliance is going to group themselves up and head in towards long. At least one of them will. It's going to be Twist and Flamus crossing paths, and it's going to be Twist who prevails. Doesn't even take that much damage in the process. Now there's a lot of pressure on Cadian with this AWP because neither of his teammates are in any position to rotate. Even if they started, they'd be late to the party. Cadian needs 2 at a minimum. He will find Twist at range. Now he sets his sights in on bathrooms. Going to start to feel a little bit uncomfy that there could be more pressure coming through from long. Sees all the util raining in. Still teammates are not rotating. There's still 2 fully committed to B. You got to get a move on here, boys. Cadian is dead, and that's round over.
Oh, goodness. I mean, Cadian was fully aware of everything that was coming in there. He was staring at the util. I'm sure he was communicating it desperately to Spook and Arasdos. But yeah, they stayed put. They didn't budge. And Cadian would have had to get probably 2 more kills after his first to even make this round doable for Spook and Arasdos. Another great round from Alliance. Well dealt with. Good trades. Mail up to 18 kills now. Twist on 19. Still the leader in the server is Twist, the in-game leader. Leading by example, the good old-fashioned caster saying, as the captain for Alliance, the long-term captain of Alliance. Been on the team for 2 and a bit years now. Been around all the big teams in Sweden in years gone by. Played with all the famous, well-known players. He's one himself. But all the stars that were around him for all those years back in 2014 to 2018. Playing on Fnatic, NIP, Godsent, playing with the likes of Olaf. Playing with Crims. all the OGs.
Yeah, he's had an incredibly storied career. He really is just a veteran who continues to help shape the future of Swedish Counter-Strike with how many players he's kind of taken under his wing. Got a damning stat here for OG, though, and it's the fact that 6 out of the 8 rounds have come off the back of pistol rounds and conversions. They've only won 2 gun rounds throughout this map so far. Alliance need one of the next 4, and it just feels like it's a formality at this point with how good they've been across the board.
You always feel like the CT side can make a comeback from 8-12 on a map like Overpass, but at the moment Alliance have been so damn solid. OG, signs of them just not being there yet. How difficult it was for them to get past Nemesis last night. By how much Fnatic, who aren't a Fnatic exactly in the best position right now in terms of their form and roster. Destroyed by Fnatic, really. It's a good sign for Fnatic they're able to dispatch a team like OG so quickly, but it might be an indication of where OG are currently at.
Oh, and look at the gamble. They're currently at that A bomb site with 4 of their 5 players. It's only Arizdoche who's with a measly MP9 over towards B. And you've got the entire Alliance outfit here setting themselves up for the exec.
This is going to be tough, and he's already been hard entried. Mail is not missing. This is the Mail we wanted to see. He's sending that letter and clicking that stamp and posting it. Chris will manage to trade Adam B as well. Era Orp holding the connector rotation. Does go down though. It's a good kill from Flamus and Adam B teaming up together on that one. With Adam B's damage from earlier. Cadium though, CT needs this duel, but Twist just goes aggressive and removes him. Taking the assertive peek. And now Spook and Flamus might have defuse kits. They're very aware of that possibility of the boost, and they're easily going to be sprayed down through that smoke. Alliance 13-8, a very solid T-side. OG went missing.
Yeah, and that's on OG's map pick as well. Alliance just with such an incredible and super impressive performance, dominating the gun rounds throughout that whole map, and both T-side and CT side means they go up 1-0 in the series, and it's their map pick to follow.
Ooh, OG started great. We thought 5 on T-side early. They were looking like they were in full control of the game in that sort of position, right? When you do get that amount of T-rounds early, you think, okay, if we can get maybe 6, 7, there's even a chance for 8. Look, that's fantastic. But they only got the 5 in the end from 5-2 up. And that is the big question mark. They kind of went missing ever since that point. Only a couple of rounds since then. Alliance very solid in their T-side. Mail hitting a number of really important entries. Got that extra quad kill as well when he got those 3 kills on 10 HP. I like Alliance had that map under full control for a good majority of it in the end.
Yeah, and the fact that it ends 13-8 is almost just such a massive question mark as to how it's gotten away from them as much as it has. You're right to highlight Mail, though. I spoke about how coming into this game, they need that star power from him, that fragging power, and boy did he deliver, especially in that second half. He was so clean on the entries. He had so much maturity with how he went about some of those situations, not overextending, but also recognizing when the situation and opportunity had kind of presented itself for him to activate and make a play, and he never shied away from it.
Yeah, and as you mentioned, going into Ancient, sure, you know, the couple of times that Alliance have played it this year, they have lost it, but you have to look a little bit deeper into those results. They played against BC Game and Big. Those are not easy teams to beat for a team like Alliance. And we know how good they have been on it, especially toward the end of last year, both online and on these local lands against Swedish teams. They had a great streak on the map, and OG only played it twice. Of course, they played it last night. They were 10-2 up on Nemesis, ended up losing 22-20. Can OG put another frustrating loss behind them and try and bounce back in a series? We'll see in about 13 minutes' time.
you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me.
OG are on the brink of elimination from the chance to play at Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. It's been a long couple of days for them, but it might be about to be a whole lot longer. Alliance are one map away from eliminating them, but if OG want a chance, they're going to have to go all three all over again.
Yeah, and that includes winning on their opponent's map pick, Ancients, as well, which has been a staple for Alliance. It's been a really reliable map for them, and OG have an uphill battle ahead of them. They really languished in the gun rounds on Overpass, and they're going to have to be a whole lot better on Ancients if they're going to survive this series.
Indeed, and here we go. We're underway. OG last night got that 10-2 CT half against Nemesis, but lost the map 22-20. That's the main rep, really, we've seen from OG on Ancient recently. Sure, I've had a couple of other ones as well, but they're a little bit further in the distant past now. Adam B always got off to a good start. It's a great kill on Avid. He holds on against Mail too. Opening double, very clean. The bomb would love to go down on the back of Upe. Not sure he'll be able to get it down just yet because there's cave control as well, and they're going to try and run him down. There's one kill, but that bomb is now on the floor. As Adam gets himself another headshot, and he's going to end it off with a fourth as well. The ace is stolen by Spook, but it's all Sweden. But for OG on the pistol.
Not entirely sure about plan there from Alliance, because they're smoked off short, and then they're throwing the deep smoke to try and block off rotations, and then they want to fight long. They molly the initial cubby, but I guess you're just heavily relying on being able to frag the CT player in long, but Adam B just mows them down, just completely destroys Alliance, pulls the rug right out from underneath them. Like you said, would have loved to plant, but even that gets denied with the pressure coming through from Cave. So yeah, Alliance just get undone by Adam B at long. Never really stood much of a chance, and it's a great start for OG, who are now 3 for 3 in pistol rounds. And that's a lot of money. Oh, okay. Boy, all 5 of the kills coming through from SMGs, 4 of them at Cadian's hand. That's going to be the AWP coming through for him. You would imagine it's just a decision-making time whether or not they want to go for the bonus or not.
If they do go for the bonus, there's lots of options. And usually my favorite option on a round such as this, you don't have rifles to play longer range. When you have these SMGs, you go for a very fast lane take. Get those SMGs into a Jaguar, get them pushing down with flashes on the B ramp. They are going to stick with them. No AWP for Cadian yet. He's going to save that option for the following round. If they even need it. If they're able to win their bonus, it would be a wonderful start for them. They are looking to try and get a little bit aggressive there, as you can see. They've got somewhat control of it. Alliance are very aware they still have those SMGs, so they do play it carefully. They counter that play, and Era's already clamped at the Spook. They've got deep mid control too. That's going to surprise the rotating Red Room players. With only an MP9 in Donut, that's very hard to keep it alive. Cadian trying to jump around, trying to stay alive for as long as he possibly can. He's got a few bullets left in the MP9, and Era gives him a freebie. But Alliance still have an advantage until Cadian continues to swing for more. 2 kills, 3v3, but B is taken.
Oh man, Cadian's just gone into God mode there, really feeling himself with the fact that he pushes through the smoke to find another kill and bring it back into an even numbers game, but that's only half of the equation balanced out here. Still got to try and find a way to navigate through this retake. 1 kip between the 3 of them, 1 flash left remaining. Male 09 looking to fight them on the front lines. It's been so good today. Only good for the 1 kill. Avid's going to activate, and it actually results in a team kill there. Nade is going to chunk Cadian down even further, which renders no chance for him in the round. Alliance will open up with another successful gun round.
Spare util in CT that he's able to retrieve, and they're already being hunted actually by Twist. He's very far forward in Donuts. Cadian will survive, I do imagine. There we go, tucked into the corner. We'll keep the AK, keep the utility. That means he can drop that AK to a teammate and buy up that AWP now. Or not. Sticking with the AK for now, wanting to keep money long term. That's a surprise. I thought for sure he would drop it to Arasdas and buy up the AWP. But maybe he's thinking, look, I've got 7k in the bank. Maybe I can pull out a hero AWP on one of these rounds when everyone else has got a pistol. I don't know. I'd expect it now, though. That is a surprise to me.
Yeah, for you and me both. Just kind of trying to mull it over in my mind and think about why he's made the decision. Maybe it's a factor of him trying to be a little bit more active here on the CT side. He's currently in towards Red Room. OG getting control of middle by virtue of there not being a contest. Alliance are going to commit some utility into A, but this is just to try and draw some attention away from the other parts of the map. That's going to force a rotation out of Cadian. Arasdoche setting his focus in towards A as well, but this is not the commitment from Alliance.
Oh, Upe wants to walk the smoke, I think. That's so dangerous, but he's going to get away with it. Goodness me. Arasdos will be swearing in Portuguese. It is mic muted, I hope. Twist will be able to deal with Spook as well, and just like that, it's kind of crumbled. There is a couple of rotations that Alliance seem to be worried about. The bomb is still waiting bottom middle, and Mail's been dinked up now as well. The advance from Upe will get caught by Adam. So there's a bit of a hope, a bit of a chance. Cadian's been spotted outside A. Incendio down, but they can play through that, and Era takes the duel and gets away with his life. Jumps out of the fire with a entry kill on A, and then as soon as Adam B advances, Avid gives him no shot at all. It's down to Flamus. He was the one who pulled the round back into a 3v3, but he's got to find 3 players now.
No chance, surely you would imagine. I mean, Alliance have got this one in the bag, and I don't even think Flamus is going to attempt it. Such a well-worked round out of Alliance here as well. I love that they don't just put all their eggs in one basket. They really just massage around. They feel things out before they make any decision to commit. And yeah, looking to try and rub some salt into the wound. Era emptying a couple mags there into the corpse as Alliance string 2 together and send OG into eco territory. And now I reckon we will see that AWP coming through from Cadian, funnily enough, in what's probably going to be a half buy.
If we were playing the V-word game, you'd get banned for that. Thankfully, we're not.
Utter woke nonsense.
Era trying to be a bit cheeky. Don't blame him. It's all fair game.
Especially when you're leading the series and you know that your opponents are in a bit of a frail mental state. You want to do everything you can to try and shake them up even more. Decision-making time, Trav. Does Cadian drop an M4? Flamus drop an MP9? You try and piece this round together. Do you work with what you've got between the AWP and the AK and then instead guarantee a full buy in the next? That's probably the option I'd go for. And they're going to have some time to talk about it as Alliance have called for a pause.
See, like, you can absolutely win rounds like this if you're OG. When you've got a saved AK, especially in the hands of Flamus, you've got the Cadian AWP, but look, I would just have preferred him to buy it in the round where they had a full buy. I mean, I don't want to go on about it too much, but it just doesn't make sense to me why they'd try and pull it out now. Sure, you can save it, but you know that's not a guarantee. Everyone knows it's not a guarantee. So, I don't know. Either way, there's a chance he can win the round with it.
Yeah, let's see. They are going to hedge their bets here by giving themselves a few pieces to work with here and then everything they need in the round afterwards. Alliance have got some momentum behind them. They dominated the gun rounds on Overpass. OG won 8 rounds in total. 6 of them came from pistol round wins and conversions. Alliance completely bossed them as far as the gun rounds were concerned, which is a very concerning fact for OG. Can't afford for that to happen here again on Ancient.
Jiggle with the HE out. With a bit of support, of course. Flamus AK is right next to him. He's got the shadow advantage playing up there. I think they know there's not a player above. That's why they're going to go for it. And the flash comes in. Flamus can still see everything, apparently. 2 quick kills. Unfortunately, immediately traded. And the HE comes flying in to find Arosdos 2. Couldn't pick up the AK. And Spook mollied backside with his USP. Can't do anything with that. Era now has control of front of Donuts. They'll be able to push it a bit deeper. There's the clear. There's the kill. And Cadian, he might be set up in toward Temple. They've now figured out where the CZ is. I don't think Cadian's made a move yet or shot his AWP yet. And that CZ has managed to get one more kill. That's a great frag with the CZ. I still have the opinion if you're using the CZ, you're kind of vaguely trolling. The 5.7 is so damn good. But he's brought it back into a 2v2 and Twist is still low.
Big kill. There, Cadian finally able to activate. I was wondering when he was going to pounce. 9 able to slide his way towards the back lines, and he's done a lot of damage. He does a little 360 pirouette, and he will finish off what he started onto Cadian. Good reposition here from Adam B, but I think Melo9's going to expect this because they knew that CZ player was in towards CT. He's there no longer, and the nade will dunk down on him even after banking off the wall.
Oh my word. Poor Adam B. I bet he was just hoping, praying that he had any chance at all in that 1v1. It's like, he's got a 1% chance anyway, being that low against Male, but still, it's the fact he didn't get a chance to play, and that's the most depressing part of it, I think.
I mean, as far as eco rounds are concerned, great return for OG, getting 4 kills, incredibly close to actually winning the round. Could really capitalize on the damage done if they win this gun round here. Early damage with the nade done to both Era and Male09. All damage with chip twist down as well, so good start here for OG. All unconfirmed damage, of course, but good start nonetheless.
You know those walls in Jaguar are paper thin. Look what Flamus has just done. Oh, he's done it again. Okay, then. Doesn't even have to see his enemies, I'd imagine, to get any of these kills. He's got 2 kills while blind, and now 2 kills through a wall. 4 of his 6 have come without vision. And Kaden has managed to deal with Era as well. So not really much Alliance can do after that.
Yeah, it was a little bit lackadaisical there from Flamus to pull his knife out and make so much noise as he tried to fall back into cave, but doesn't look like it's going to cost them a whole lot. Just Male 09 and Upe left remaining to pick up the pieces, and the pieces are scattered everywhere. Game of pickup 52 right now. If you don't know what that is, then count yourself lucky. Has anyone ever offered to play pickup 52 with you, Trav?
No, and I'm glad I don't know what it is, I think.
I'll tell you about it after this round, because we've got a big moment here. Upe with the nice little jiggle. Let's bait the shot out from the Yorp. Still got to try and get across the line with the Yorp, and Male's going to fight forward. 4 players, all completely blind. He mows down 2. He's going to be able to reset, but Spook will find the necessary trade. In the meantime, Upe planted the bomb, and there's a chance.
Oh, there is. There really is. Playing inside of that smoke. I think Spook will surely be aware it's a possibility, and it's faded a pretty good time for Upe, but it was a good time for Spook too. So it's a great headshot from Upe, and now Adam is fumbling. Oh, he's scrambling for the kill, but he had time. And thankfully for Upe, or for Adam, sorry, Upe didn't know that Adam didn't have a kit. So that's what drew him into the open, and that's how Adam got the kill. And 1 round, so the scramble is recovered.
Yeah, very good work from them in a 4 versus 2 there. It was looking like it was actually going to crumble for OG, but Adam B is able to keep it together. He's been exemplary here on Ancient so far in these really important rounds. Big multi out of him in the pistol, and another one there to get that gun run across the line and potentially reset the economy. A bit of a time out here for Alliance to discuss, and a chance for me to tell you I'll pick up 52. Now, if anybody ever offers to play, hey man, do you want to play a game of pick up 52? Just say no. Say no. Don't even ask what it is. Because you take a deck of cards, and then you just drop the entire deck of cards on the floor, and then you say, enjoy, pick up 52, bruv.
Okay. That's a little bit more boring than I thought it was going to be, but fair enough.
Fair enough. Maybe I overbuilt that one up, but it's all good. It's all good.
All right. Give you a chance to maybe have a quick chat about the other games going on right now in the qualifier, obviously. The upper bracket.
Good idea.
It's kind of been complete. We don't see the upper semi-finals until later on this evening. Bet Boom versus Sinners and Fnatic versus Bet M33. The lower bracket, which is currently being played, K27 are a map down to Johnny Speeds after the 16-14 map 1 for them. ENCE are a map and 10-4 up on Eyeballers. That would be a great win for ENCE after a strong start to the year for Eyeballers. ENCE desperately needing those victories in Tier 2, Tier 3. And Cybershock are 5-4 up on map 2, but they are mapped down to Inner Circle.
Lovely boost up there for Era to find an opening kill. It's probably something you could only do once a half before you put your opponents on notice. Good time to bring it to the table in certain terms of the investment. I mean, both teams looking like they've got a force spike coming into this round. Neither team with any residual money. So this one's going to get messy. That's why I love the option to go for that boost up where you need something, some sort of a thread to pull on in the round. You go for that unconventional option. It's going to be boost after boost here as Era continues to search.
And Era has been such a solid part of this Alliance project. And I think it goes without saying that AWPers in Tier 2, Tier 3, you know, there aren't really loads that stand out. It's a tough role in the modern day of CS. And I think he's just been solid as a rock. Like, I can't really give him much criticism, Era. Really just a solid player. And of course, as you kind of touched on yesterday when we covered Alliance, kind of been around for longer than you remember and longer than you realise. Played on Gamer Legion back in the day. Still a young player. Been around playing on professional teams for about, I think, 7-8 years, maybe more. Lamus trying to do something with the MP5 of all things, but thankfully for him, he's got Spook support. Okay, recovered the round out of nowhere. Kaden just charges through the smoke though, and that could still lose him the round. Male has triple kill entried. 9 seconds for the plant. Arazos is here. Surely he can deny it. They have no idea he's in position, and he's hiding because there's no time for that plant. Genius move from Arazos. He's got 2 kills. His first 2 kills are after the clock as well. Era with $200. Male with 900 is an incredible round, but it's OG who win it.
Yeah, I mean, in and amongst the Chaos Alliance don't realize, and I guess that it was just by virtue of the player carrying the bomb having been dropped there with so little time left on the clock to try and actually scoop it back up and get onto the site. Aristotle realizes he's just got to hide. He's just got to stay tucked in to finish off the job. No one breathing more of a sigh of relief than Katie in there, who had just assumed that maybe it was clear. But Male 09, I mean, a really quick-fire triple to try and bring the round back for his team. Couldn't find that fourth, as OG do.
And that now is huge for OG. Touched on it already, but the fact that they've got no money on 2 players, Male's having to stick with the Glock and buy utility only. Era can only buy a flash. Of course, they've evened up the money by all buying together anyway. This is the weakest full force I think I've ever seen, with 2 full Glocks and no armor. Not much they can do.
Yeah, true, actually.
Not much they can do.
This is comical almost.
And yeah, as you say, I mean, so much happened in that round, Matt. Like, in the space of 15 seconds. Misplay from Cadian, incredible triple from Male, scramble for the bomb, Arizos hiding perfectly. That's the second round we've seen him win, actually, in the last couple of days of play, by staying alive on CT side. Very late round. One on DOS 2 against Fnatic yesterday, some of you might remember.
Yeah. Should be no way for them to win the round from here. Chance for OG to extend their lead by not just 1 but 2, because you win this, then it's an anti-eco that would follow, and they're making light work of these pistols. This is going to give OG a massive boost of confidence, some much needed confidence on the CT side of their opponent's map pick. Their CT sides have generally been where they've done their best work, and they're delivering here where it really matters.
And again, like, lots of people, I think OG fans over the years have watched this team. They're just not that big fans of Arosdos, because they look at his numbers and say, but he plays all the difficult positions, and he only has 2 kills in this game, but those 2 kills were unbelievably impactful. It's firstly staying alive to win the round. It's secondly getting both those frags with the MP9 to make sure Era and Male have no money. That gets them a 5th round by extension, and probably a 6th.
Yeah, he's a soldier. He's one of those guys that's just going to do whatever's required for the team to try and enable that rifle core, in particular Flammer, Spook, and Adam B. Give them the space to play the game that they would like to, because we know how ridiculously talented they are. Every team needs someone like an Aris Doce. Pick up the slack and just do what needs to be done. And Cadian loves those sort of players. You think about, you know, Tesses in the past. I mean, obviously, he was a bit more of an entry fragger in Heroic compared to what he's doing now in Falcons, and obviously Aristotle, not an entry fragger, but it's just that type of a guy who will just do whatever you need him to do as the captain. Tell him to jump, he's not going to waste any time asking how high or why, which has been a big problem with a lot of the former teams Cadian's been a part of, because of how established a lot of the players were on Liquid, how established the players were on Astralis as well. A lot of them had very clear and defined ways they wanted to play the game, and how they'd been playing the game for such a long time and to such a high level up until that point. They didn't want to just be told what to do without any consideration for their own vision. Whereas now with this team that Cadian's calling for, a group of youngsters who are hungry, they will buy into his system. They will play to his will and bend to his call. And that's why I think this could be the most successful project we've seen from Cadian since those Heroic days.
It's a big statement, Matt, considering they're in the lower bracket and map down, about to be eliminated. But you know what? I appreciate...
They're also a very new team.
I know they're very new. They really do deserve time. I was talking about it with Freddie, Grammy Ranar, one of my casting colleagues last night when we were covering the OG game on his personal stream, one against Nemesis. We were kind of just talking about how long do you want to give this project, and it's like, you've got to give them at least like 3 or 4 of these small lands around the scene, because if they win 1 or 2 of them, even winning only 1, they'll just propel themselves up from like 70th to where they are now to maybe like 30th or 40th. So at least give them a chance to play 3 or 4, and maybe give them till May to really see if they've made any progress at all. And so far, it's too early on.
My metric is either 3 months or 3 LAN events until I really start to judge a team and gauge where they're at. And I think that a Cadian-led team might be a little bit longer than that even, but boy, are they delivering here in this gun round. Gonna be a team kill there onto Spook, and Male 09 finds a frag as well. Era looks to activate and see if he can force the duel with Flammers, but he doesn't realize that Adam B was in position as well. And between the two of them, they will be able to deal with him. OG on a hot streak right now as they start to tear ahead on their opponent's map pick.
No, Male will give this one a go. Bomb's in an awkward position, obviously. kind of pinned between two angles. Tries to pre-aim where Flamus is, though, and that's a very hard pre-aim. So, easy kill for Flamus. Up to 12-4 now is Mr. Flamus. Makes me happy to see him playing well again in what is an important tournament on a team where it might not necessarily be his own team, only on loan from VP. But
yeah, Ancient is one of his strong suits, though, Trav. It's one of his favorite maps when you look at his numbers, and it makes sense when you consider his style of being a hard entry fragger who wants to constantly be battling on the front lines and constantly be active. You know, he's the cave player, the jag player, so he's always got that license to be looking to make plays from the early stages of the round throughout. On the T side, going to be thrust into middle through the smokes with the back of flashes. He'll be the guy charging up ramp, so certainly makes sense why he normally has such a good time of it on this map, and bang, right on cue.
Yep, another clean one. Even when he was playing on that 9 Boom Pro mix team, which is like the mix of 9 Pandas, Bet Boom, and Virtus Pro. That's the reason they made that name.
Creative name,
Creative,
honestly.
yeah. He
10 out
was
of
still
10,
really
yeah.
sharp when he was, filling in that mix. Playing with like Zorta
Because
and
as soon as he
Axile.
got picked up, the whole mix just crumbled,
Oh, yeah.
right? They were like, okay, well, we're not going to be playing together anymore. Flamus is gone. Just pack it up.
They were playing with Zorta, Axile, Shalfie. Shalfie's recently been picked up by Namiga, of course, which is maybe a bit of a shock considering they had a good start to the year with Risky Bobbing game leading, but they've changed that one up. Definitely a surprise to me. Anyway, back on track here in this round. It's a very clean anti-half buy for OG. They got a 10-2 yesterday against Nemesis. Looking for a 9-3 here. Avid might be able to get one cheeky kill because Avid's on a great angle, but he pulls the trigger too soon, and that costs him. All 5 alive, 8-3.
Yeah, 6 rounds in a row here for OG. Finally, we're seeing them with some momentum behind them here in the series. Something they weren't ever really able to get going against Fnatic yesterday. I mean, maybe at the tail end of the second map, but they were already down, what, like 12-4 once they were able to win a couple rounds back. Yeah, this is while they're in complete control, alive and well. 1 round left in the half, and a chance here for OG to, I mean, I wouldn't say completely win the game in the first half, just based off of what happened against Nemesis yesterday when they had a 10-2 lead, but just about.
Orcadian tagged down for 20. Early round, late flash in middle, and Spook's not ready for it. A little bit off kilter with his movement. And any molly or nade comes through to Orcadian, he is a dead man walking, or even just 1 bullet from Uppe. There we go. Man advantage. 4v3. Flammer still toward Jaguar. Wanted to try and be a nuisance again. Wanted to try and put bullets through that wood, but he will get forced away by the molly, and they'll know he's there because he took 1 tag to it.
Yeah, you can smell the burnt hair, that little singe. Not a nice smell, is burnt hair.
You know?
Doesn't do much. Yeah. I've got enough silly friends who like to play games with lighters and burn some like arm hair and stuff like that. Sometimes I am that friend, to be fair, so it goes both ways. Anyway, man advantage here for Alliance until Arisdotch is finally able to activate. He was cooped up in the corner in Red Room for a long time. He gets the frag on Uppe, and that means Alliance will set their sights on this B bomb site, which is pretty well defended.
Good pick from Era. It was 1 for 1 against Flamus in the end to Alliance. So 2v2 to end off this half. Male, Era, Arisdos, Adam on the line. It's close though, and he'll shock him, but doesn't get the kill before Adam gets Era out of the round. So 1v1. We've seen Male win 2 of these already in this game. 1 against Cadian, 1 against Adam in Donut, and now a chance to win 1 against Arisdos. But Arisdos not peeking, not showing his hand as of yet. 10 seconds. It's forced Male to go for the plant here and now. Arisdos isn't even peeking for that either. He's waiting to see when Male makes his move from the default pillar. There's the information and a chance at the duel, but now Male will play time, falling back to ramp. Flash over the top, still has 1 more where that came from, and an HE. Aristos now has just got to win the clean duel. Male's going to creep up on the timing, go for the headshot, and it's as easy as pie. Male 09 is so clean with it and so calm in these clutches. It's another great game from him. And OG, well, they might be 8-4 up, but Male is here to play. OG in the lead, but they have to convert it this time. We saw what happened yesterday when they get a decent CT side of Ancient. It can crumble on the T side. They've got to convert here. 8-4, pistol underway.
Yeah, can OG go 4 for 4 is the big question. They're going to have to try and get past Male 09, and he's got two teammates here in A main as well. He's going to be good for one. Arvid activates off the back of them, but there's a snake that lurks in the grass. It's Era who's in position. He's also been able to get one, but he'll double down. He'll break the trend by finding a multi, which earns his team a man advantage.
And Spook still has a lot to work with. Molly, Flash, Decoy, but we ignore that. And the bomb.
Look at the mini-map with all the X's in A main. It's
you
crazy.
don't see that too often. Usually there are a couple of players maybe splitting through Donut with that sort of move. If Spook can get a plant, that will be step 1 achieved. Get some money in the bank for the following round.
And it does look like he'll get that at a minimum. And then a chance to set himself up accordingly in the post plant. Upe and Twist, the two left remaining, have had a pretty quiet game so far. And they're just going to wait for the information before they try and make a move here. Going to retake together instead of trying to isolate themselves and cover both bases of A and B. I like this kind of an option. Gives them the best chance of winning the round. Sure, it'll concede a plant, but means they've got a much better shot at winning the 2v1 on the retake, especially with the smoke and kits in play on Upe. Time is a bit less of a concern at that point.
Okay, question is here for Spook. Does he know the Molly lineup from behind the doors or the one from lane? If he does, great. Issue, that there's like a counter, because Upe has smoke and kit. So he's going to play for that, I think. I've seen many of these situations, but I think he's heard one step, and he's choosing to flank behind them through Jaguar or Spook. Can you take your time with this? He's seen one, but surely once they get that smoke and kit onto the bomb, it's going to be awkward for him. Needs to be an immediate tap, and he's missed it. Getting tagged down low, and Twist will save it. Oh, he had a chance, but it's not to be.
Yeah, it kind of does everything right there. It does Spook. Really good read on the situation. Fantastic decision making, but unfortunately you can't find that favorable timing to catch one. Smoke and Diffuse comes through, and Alliance will open up with a much needed pistol in pursuit of getting the job done in 2 and surviving this lower bracket affair with OG, and then eliminating them from the qualifier in the process. And OG want to battle back, Trav. It'll be fresh in their memory what had happened against Nemesis yesterday on this map when they were up 10-2 going into their T side. Game slipped into OT from there. They've got less rounds to work with this time against arguably a better team.
Nail knows that he can hear them all crossing middle, and poor Cadian gets a random tap to the skull. No more say in the round for him. Playing near red room, Era's holding that possibility, but he could get overrun, and Flamus leaps at him. So good recovery kill. Adam low of that damage earlier, but it might not matter because Spook has got the entry on Upe. It's very messy right now. They're in between them all, coming from A main, coming from red room, coming from A main. Oh, and finally, they break through. Avid, only an MP9. Sure, 2 players low HP, but I think OG might have found a way.
Yeah, I love the pace and ferocity coming through from OG here in this round. A whole lot of confidence with how quickly they make their moves. They're just all over Alliance. Only Arvid left with an MP9. He will be able to get the first onto Arisdoche for free. Smart positioning there from Flamus. It seems like Arvid has got a read on his position, though. Waiting for the fight. Whoa. Nothing being offered up. Eventually, he will get the duel with Flamus, and he does a lot of damage. But Flamus is just basically unstoppable at the moment as he racks up his 19th.
What a game from Flamus. Thing is, if he does go down there, it's quite a confident assumption that the final player will be Donut, and the Spook was only 30 HP. It was on the edge, that's for sure. But that's now a part of history. We move on. OG win the force, and remember, as I was saying earlier, that's one of the things that OG were struggling to be able to convert. They were losing their forces and losing their anti-forces as well. That's why the game against Fnatic was so damn difficult. One more anti-force to deal with here.
Yeah. And that should win them the map, I reckon. If they're able to get across the line in this round, I don't see them losing Ancient from there. Spook with the double on the entry. Just Upe to try and deal with now, dancing around the pillar. We know how good he is in terms of his anchorage, but Flamus will be able to cut him down off the back of just a single kill for the Swede. OG assume full control and march on to a 10th.
Because
What a game here, Trav, from Flammer, Spook, and Adam B. We've been highlighting this rifling trio for a while now, and this is the best we've seen from them across the board in terms of all three of them pitching up.
Yeah, this is a really good sign for them. This is what OG need to make the progress up the VRS again, whether it's these local lands or these online qualifiers. When they lost Krizen, I did think it would be a big pain for them, because one of Krizen's strengths was that he was able to get a new team of 5 to a very good level, especially a high tier 2 level, very quickly. They were one of the best in tier 2 at a point in the second half of 2025, in my opinion, and had a couple of great runs and some qualifications, whether that was with 4 different players or not. Krizen got 2 sets of 4 players to a Thunderpick land, for example, through the qualifications. The question with Cadian is whether he can elevate this group further or as quickly. And so far, some rounds for OG look like they've been playing together for years. Some look like it's been 5 minutes.
Yeah, you kind of just get that mixed bag from them. But if it all comes together, I reckon he could take OG to highs that we haven't ever seen from this organization before. Which is saying a lot. I mean, they've had some really big names that have played for the org over the years, right? It did feel like for the longest time, they weren't that invested in their CS2 team, or their Counter-Strike team in general would often off-board players or sell players. You think about names like Flames, Dexter, Alexi B as well, used to play on OG, just a few coming off the top of my head.
Yeah.
And frequently they would always just move on to better teams because they would always be missing like 1 or 2 players to really complete the roster and then make it a team where they could attract bigger names. With this group of players and the potential they've got, I reckon we could really see OG take things up a notch.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, obviously OG's first ever team was NBK, Issa, Alexi, Valda, and Mantu. And back then, Valda was still a really big name. Unfortunately, he's fallen off in the modern day. Zico's being eaten up pretty comfortably here for OG. But yeah, it was a good team, and they did make a pretty decent run in some tier 1 events. I'd argue maybe a lot of that was down to Alexi. But yeah, it was a decent team at the time, and yeah, as you say, moving on to Flames, they had Nexa, they had Dexter, they had Regali, they had Heavy God. It's a pretty extensive list of quality players, but, just thinking about it and looking at all these names, you could maybe argue that only Flames and Heavy God are really more talented than a Flamus, for example. That's how I would see it.
Yeah, I kind of tend to agree with that as well, as far as like raw firepower is concerned. Funny. Yeah, I actually think that you're right. I tend to agree with that. We'll see if Flammers can kind of live up to that sort of bar and level that's been set as we move into round 17. A really important round here for Alliance to try and hold on. For Mas, for Twist, and MP9 for Arvid as well. And OG to just try and set themselves in towards the speed bomb site. Spook doesn't expect Arvid to be as close as he is, dancing around the smoke grenade. Going to be able to find a kill, hanging around, just trying to keep them at bay right now. Really forcing the issue.
Yeah, good opening kill on Spook. Able to hop away. Avid now with the AK. OG are looking for that return kill. Trying to get those spams in play. Nothing doing. What's their plan now? A man down so early in the round. They're just happy to sit around lane. Happy to take Jaguar. Arasas will now push further forward into cave. But Alliance are taking information elsewhere too. They've got Mail, bottom, middle. And also hold the line from Shelf. All for the utility now to try and aid a push onto B. And Twist is somewhat playing retake. They are being encircled, and in comes Mail. Sees the back of Adam. And how many can he get on his timing? There are going to be 3 players maybe on the other side of the wall, but they're all going to get around the corner at the perfect time. Has Mail miss his chance? Era gets 2, can't make it 3. Lamus down to 25 HP. Cadian still in the corner, uncleared. And Mail will go down. It's down to Upa, and he knows where Cadian is. Jiggling with the angle. Can he win this clutch for his team? They need it at 5-11 down, but no. Cadian stands tall, and OG are 1 away from map 3.
Oh, brilliant. Clutch out of the captain, delivering when it matters the most for his team, getting his team up to map point. 7 chances to seal the fate of Ancient and force us into Inferno. And what a wonderful decider that would be. 2 teams that are really good on the map going at it against each other to keep themselves alive in the IEM Atlanta qualifier. Inferno would be absolute cinema, and it's almost guaranteed at this point that we're going to get it. What a round out of Cadian. I mean, Male 09 didn't really do anything wrong. Maybe even for some false info, only spotting the 1 player crossing long. There were 3 there for OG. And that's what made the difference.
Now, Alliance are trying to chuck bodies in to bottom of middle to try and make something happen, but it ain't going to happen. Male needs a transfer with the MP7, and he only gets the 1. It's down to Era. 1v3. Alliance have, as I said, we're not going to go away in this qualifier. They have a very, very good Inferno, but we might have to see it. We will have to see it. Adam B will stand and deliver. And OG will not go away in the battle for Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. That's a very good bounce back map from them, especially after what went down last night.
Yeah, it just shows how much resolve there is in this team, which is always the case. You're always going to get those inspirational speeches from Cadian to keep everybody focused and bought in and make sure nobody's head is dropping. Heads are focused, and it's a really big win for OG. As for Alliance, a whole lot left to be desired. Male 09 pitched up, but he was the only one who had showed up for Alliance on Ancient in this particular occasion. So now the pressure's on them to show us that they can do what OG's just done off the back of a loss.
Exactly, and you know that's a reason maybe people aren't that excited for Inferno in the modern day, but I do think Inferno is a great final map for this series. We've seen OG play it quite a lot, probably their most played map by far with this new roster. You know, played it toward the end of last year. They played it online. They played it in the open qualifier for this very tournament, and they played it in the closed a couple of times too. So let's see what OG can do to battle back. So far, they are doing it the hard way, but Alliance are a strong opponent, and they will not be lying down easily. We'll see you in about 13 minutes for map 3.
Hopes that the days like these
Every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
OG locked back in on Ancient, but Inferno stands both in their way and Alliance's way of a matchup with ENCE in this lower bracket gauntlet for Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta. I have no idea who's going to win Inferno, Matt. Arrow about to be cleared, jumped out by Era, and Caden's going to be caught as well. Blink and you will miss it. 2 opening kills. Adam B has to probably kill 3 more. Thankfully, he is baiting in Spook, but the thing is, the bait doesn't really work from this position. Adam B's going to have to go out and die and continue to fight, and hopefully Spook can find a timing. But anyway, might not even need to do that. Adam might be able to just do everything all by himself. Now, see, Twist has seen Spook in toward the apartments, but he might think it's Adam B. And now he's the only one alive, so he's got no clue about how to recover things. And he has no clue about that apartment setup. Didn't matter. He's got no clue and no life. Good retake from OG. Say that, and we'll probably have a game where half of the rounds in the first half are OG saving, but I jest. I hope that's not the case. Caden's going to try and hold on. Will right-click flash, needs the opening kill. Does get a bit of help from Adam, but he does get leapt on by Overpass Tech 9. Thankfully, Flamus boosted up, I think. Gets a couple of kills himself. Caden finishes off Twist with the USP, and now Era might have found a free MP7. But he's 1v3, and this is vaguely doable. Caden is 1 bullet from death with the Deagle. Flamus is also 1 bullet from death with the Deagle. Would a wall bang work through that close box wall? I've seen it with an AWP. I've not seen it with a Deagle necessarily. Caden jiggling directly under Flamus. Era still 100 health. That does make me hopeful for him. He's managed to maneuver into pit, and that does give him a line to that corner of the site if they overswing. And he's probably a bit confused right now how he's seen absolutely nobody. There's the information on the first. There's the easy kill, but it's a great dink from Flamus. That should be enough. Even though he was low, he's able to get a headshot off first. And there we go. They picked together. Good job.
You got me now? Okay. I'm back now. Just a little refresh. I think should have done the trick. I think I was getting a glitch on my video, but I'm here. Trav's been sounding like he's crazy, talking to himself. Apologies, guys. I'm back and I'm here to stay. What a crazy game it's been so far, Trav. As I now start to tag in here on round number 3, unfortunately. Missed a bunch of the action.
You've been away for 2 rounds. That's unfortunate. I was having a great conversation with you. It was all well and good. Sorry, chat. Sometimes it happens.
Yeah, sorry about that, everybody. Just a little refresh on my side seems to have fixed it, though. And going to catch the lion's share of the action. Go back and make a couple of the points I've hashed out already. One of them was that both teams love this map. It is arguably the best map for both of these teams. And what that means is a third map as a decider with elimination on the line. It should be a really closely contested and super entertaining affair on the map. Now, OG have started strong. And they're going to be looking to add a third to their tally.
Overall, OG's CT sides have been a little bit more comfortable. But as you say, as one of the points maybe that wasn't heard, it should be taken down here by Arasdos. Oh, hang on. It's Inferno after all. Spook is a long, long way away. We know how hard it is to retake, whether it's 2v2, 1v1, anything. Spook's got a kit. He's got utility. Era's given his team a chance. He had this AK from the very beginning. He's finally got one kill with it. It's a great catch on Arasdos. And now, where does he position himself? It's not really a headshot angle. You'd think he'd maybe try and play one, being 8 HP, but he's going to put himself in graveyard. In the elevated position on the off angle, and Spook has revealed his position. Needs to be an instant headshot for Era, and he's going to grab the spray down. Oh, OG, that is one that has got away.
Yeah, it's something you've highlighted a couple times throughout the series so far, that OG seem to be susceptible to these like low buy, force buy, maybe even eco rounds. That one should never have gotten away from them. That's a huge blunder for OG. Look at what it does to their finances as well. It's going to send them into eco, maybe force buy territory, but they've dropped the ball massively. And that is a huge let off here for Alliance. A round that they should never have really stood much of a chance in will be where they open their account.
Oh, man.
Oh, man.
The synchronized oh, man. That's how you know it's a rough round. Oh.
Yeah.
And again, it's one of these issues on these low rounds like we've been talking about. Like you just said, I don't know, man. There's something there that's fundamentally off. And I think Arasdos will watch that one back and be like, okay, I knew what was coming. I've kind of been a little bit unlucky, but at the same time, how have I not been in a position to hit one bullet and secure the round then and there?
Gotten away from them so quickly as well. Just like so shockingly fast how that one just unraveled for OG. Go back to another point I was making when my video was glitching out, and it's that Inferno is the absolute go-to map for this OG team. It's a map that they've made their home. It's the map that they've looked to integrate to their pool from the inception of this roster. They've picked it every single time it's been available in every series they've played so far. This was the first series where Inferno was there for the taking, and they opted to go for something different instead, and they actually lost the map that they picked, right? They chose Overpass. That didn't work out for them. Alliance enjoy the map almost equally as much. They are at a really high level on Inferno. Both teams sport really strong T sides. So as far as deciders go, with so much on the line, I mean, it couldn't get better than having Inferno as our third. The classic deciding map in Counter-Strike.
I would reply to you with exactly what I said last time for comedic purposes, but I've forgotten what I said, so...
That's okay. It came through to everybody listening at the time, so maybe they can piece it together. Not going to be able to piece much together yet for OG. A couple of kills on the eco with a gun round to follow, but they're going to be kicking themselves that the scoreline reads 2-1, soon to be 2-all. Arasdos going to keep the AK and the decider very much alive.
Arasdos will pray you can keep hold of that AK. When you sit in this position in church on Inferno, the ambient sound is really relaxing. If anyone wants to, like, fall asleep to something, or are struggling to sleep, look up, like, CS2 Inferno ambient church music, or whatever it is, on YouTube. Genuinely, it's very nice. Very niche, though. Very
it's like
niche.
Some niche knowledge. Yeah, I was going to say. I like it, though. On brand, Trav. On
Thank
brand.
You,
Surprised we haven't got like a snooker reference, to be fair. Maybe you're keeping that one in the back pocket for tomorrow. Got a big game we're going to be calling tomorrow.
I've got a Formula 1 reference for Mail if he wins a big clutch, but he's currently not won a big clutch.
Come on, Mail.
And he has, to be fair.
So
he's won a 1v2 and 2 1v1 so far in this series, but it's not like a massive spray down or something like that.
Okay, alright, well, I'll wait with bated breath.
It's prepared, it's in the locker.
Big gun round. First full gun round of this map here. This one's for the lead. Could be worth 2 as well, especially for Alliance, because OG don't have much money in the bank account. And for the first time, Alliance are going to explore in towards this B-bomb side as they get control. But great util usage will take Twist down.
OG really need to win this round. That goes without saying. It sounds basic, it sounds silly, but to lose the round that they did previously up against the low HP Era, They could be losing this one as well. Spook, that's very whiffy. Couldn't track the movement there of Avid at all. He shot where he was, not where he moved to, and I can relate to that one highly. Era will deal with Flamus as well, and just like that, blink and you'll miss it again for OG. The round's got away from them.
It has, off the back of an opening kill, could be the only frag they find in the round, and Trav, you're so right to highlight how important this round is for OG as well, to try and put the demons to bed off the back of losing to that eco round that had a single hero AK and then basically unupgraded pistols around it. Those demons that crack could now become a crevice if it takes too long for them to find another round.
And if, as I kind of joked earlier, we might be seeing a lot of saves from OG. I hope that's not the case for the sake of the game. Alliance are putting their best foot forward early here. Era up to 8-3. You'll manage to keep the AWP and the M4 on Cadian and Adam. But at some point, Alliance's money is going to get built up more and more, and they're going to be happy to go hunting on those saves. So OG need to answer back ASAP.
Yeah, maybe try and kickstart around here with a fight in towards Banana could be happening here. As you can see, 3 players moving in that direction. A couple pistols in play. In fact, 3. OG saving their money. They will get a full buy in the next, but there's a good chance they could do something in this round as well with the open M4 in play. And it's actually not going to be the contest for Banana, instead stacking themselves up on the site and hoping Alliance come this way.
Jiggling with his HE. One of these rounds for Alliance where they know that they've got 2 saved guns, but no, there's not going to be a whole lot around it. Those 5.7s are powerful though. Arazos will block the smoke that's meant to land on the balcony in CT. Block off more. That re-smoke coming in, Twist won't be able to push through that at any random timing. They're going to fall back. Bomb still drop bottom Banana too. No call has been made, just feeling out the map at the moment.
Yeah, it looks like OG are going to remain true to their setup here, not second guess themselves. Remain committed with 3 players in on the speed bomb side. Cadian is one of them with the AWP in the back of the site, looking to channel his inner Stewie 2K from what, 6, 7, 8 years ago at this point.
Here we go, Cadian. What do we got? You're the main man. You're the main character. You have been for so many years. But maybe he won't be required. Look at this. The bomb is sprinting back down Banana. There are still 2 players on A, and Twist has entry'd Cadian, funnily enough. But they're going to have to take the bomb to A. They found one, but that one player left in Flamus with the AK could still do something special. 8 seconds for the plant. Can they get it onto the site safely? They can, but now it's in the corner all alone, and it will go down. But Era is way too far away. Flamus is going to hold that defuse straight away, and Hayes, I reckon we are 1-1 in these rounds.
Yeah, we are. OG have got one of their own back. Alliance kind of bumbling back and forth. They lost faith in the original plan because they had a guy who was lurking into A, hadn't seen much resistance, thought that OG were either stacking up B or rotating off of that A bomb site. Flamus was still in position. That was the key. He gets a kill, and then he immediately looks to try and shift himself through apartments and fight them on the A site just to disrupt them. He buys enough time and takes enough attention away from Adam B, who then rotates through library, gets that kill onto the player who was covering apartments, and then Oop is just a dead man on the site. Era has no chance being in the position that he was. And that's a big response for OG, and they'll feel a whole lot more settled after winning that round.
Yeah, for sure. For sure. Once again, Flamus putting his best foot forward when it mattered. Might have only been a little bit in terms of how many kills he got, but the impact and how the round felt for Alliance was huge. Straight up duel on Arazdos, now down to 7 HP. Probably want to use his utility as quickly as he can, but again, he's gone down early. That forces Spook to use his re-smoke, and Flamus is waiting to flash him in if they are going to go. Now, Tiki said are going to go. In comes the counter flash. Twist popping up, but he's got a player in front of him. Unfortunately, Spook can't do a thing. 5v3. Unless Flamus gets 2 kills through a smoke all of a sudden, then maybe they're probably not going the round. But hang on. There we go. Say it, and I'll will it into existence, maybe. Flamus gets 1, maybe getting flashed in for more. Is he going to go for it? Little smoke, little flash. It's happened again. Flamus goes in for more. They've got themselves 3 back, but it's still a 2v2.
Yeah, Flamus has done his damnedest, but it might not actually be enough here. How do OG go about the retake? Do they look to boost somebody up? Could that be too obvious? They haven't got a flash yet to aid their cause. I lie, they do on Adam B. There's just nothing on offer, and it looks like a single smoke grenade has been enough to ice OG out of the round. Alliance immediately back to winning ways after losing to a light investment, and that will regain them the lead.
Got their exit kill on Avid. Only Upe will stay alive. That is pretty important damage to the T economy. But they won the round, and that's the most important thing. As you can see, Melo9 is a little bit weak when it comes to the money, but Upe can drop him, so there's obviously going to be no issue. But for OG, Flamus did everything he could. And it still wasn't enough.
Still wasn't enough. Yeah, crazy, right? Great effort from him. Hot take. HE grenades, I love that they break smokes open, but they just get used way too much now to break smokes open instead of using them to try and do damage. So many times you'll see players who've been tagged down in Banana, in the fights in Banana and top Banana, pushing into the B site. And if those nades were thrown to try and actually inflict more damage, they'd far more frequently get kills than what you do see from them breaking smokes open.
Yeah, not always something that gets mentioned all too often, I think.
It's almost like we've forgotten. Use them to do damage as well, guys, not just break the smokes open. They're multi-purpose at that point.
Both, it feels amazing.
Yeah, hashtag winning. Male 09 with a very slow start here, Trav. He's 0-6 in a very high-pressure situation.
Yeah, it's important to mention. We talk about him when we praise him. Got to give him criticism as well when he deserves it. Not a good start. And Spook will catch Twist as well early round. In round 8. Minute on the clock still, but Alliance only have 3 players left. They need Male to do something. I think he might be aware that Cadian's on that angle on long. Now Male's going to work his way through. And I think one thing about this kid is that he won't get put off. From a poor start, he'll keep himself focused and keep going. And there we go. It's a great clear on Cadian, but still 2 men behind.
I think if you're OG, you got to realize they're going to go B here. It just makes the most sense when you're down 4 versus 2. It's the general go-to on Inferno, and the 2 players who are committed to A are really committed to A. They're very far away. So even if Alliance can trade 2 for 1 here, get 2 kills, lose 1 in the process, and play a 1v2 out in the post plan, that would give them a pretty good chance.
Now entering, he's the bomb carrier. Arasdos waiting. There is a molly available to remove him. How long does he wait in it before he swings? There's the time. There's the shot. There's the headshot. There's the plant. Maybe just about trying to get it down, but big damage now. They've lost Era, and Male's in a very difficult clutch. He has been able to get that trade kill at least, but Banana is rotating very, very quickly. He now knows, and he's still alive. What a tap. 4 kills. He was 0-6. Can he make it 5-6? Oh, NT. But Adam saves OG.
Well, you're just talking about how Male is not the guy who's going to be dropping his head, and what a way to kind of come alive here on Inferno with the quad kill. Incredibly close to finishing it off. That bullet whistles past Adam B, gives him a bit of a haircut, but it's not enough. Adam B has been incredible here on Inferno so far, transcendent, if you will, with 11 kills, and a lot of those frags coming in really important moments for OG as they've finally broken Alliance's economy, and now, well, it's their mortal enemy, the eco round.
My favourite thing is when I have a quick glance at Twitch chat, because obviously we're like ahead by a little bit, and see them saying, oh, Male 0-6, isn't this guy meant to be the next donk? Firstly, he's not meant to be the next donk. There is only one donk. Stop comparing players to donk. Thank you very much. Secondly, he's just had a very good round. Unfortunately, couldn't complete it. But yeah, that is a little glimpse again as to what he's all about. He's got like a 1.5 or something throughout the series. He is having a good game in what is a very high pressure game overall.
Yeah. Fans can be very fickle and have very short memories. Not everybody, but there's certainly a tendency out there, especially for somebody who's as young as he is going to be these moments on his trajectory where he will have some rough games. Doesn't detract from what an incredible talent he is or how much he's done for his team already as he continues to rocket up the rankings and just showcase how good he is. Now, Alliance have gone for a brave decision here. They've decided to break the piggy bank open and buy up what they can afford. That means 2 AKs, Mac 10, 2 Tech 9s. Lose this one, it's going to be 6-4. And OG back in control. And I don't mind this decision though, Trav, with the balance of the game currently in the state that it is and how back and forth this map has been so far. It makes sense that you want to try and keep up the pressure.
It does. And overall, like, it's not just the win rate for these two teams that is so similar when it comes to, you know, Inferno. They've played it both on LAN, they've played it both online toward the end of last year and this year. They've got a very good T round win percent on the map. They've got a solid CT as well. They both won a similar amount of pistol rounds in the 12 that they played. It's so hard to call, and right now we're locked at 4-4 on the map, so least surprising scoreline. Oh, Cadian, that's dangerous. Nade's now going to be whistling his way. He'll try and bait Spook in. Oh, it's only the one. Now Cadian could have a lot of pressure on his shoulders. Got to stand and deliver here from the back of the site. First shot missed. We saw him clutch a 1v2 yesterday, but he's struggling, and even though the flash comes in, Upe with a tiny bit of vision left. Jiggle peeks Cadian out of the round. Flamus answers back for one, but he's low HP. I don't think even if he gets this kill, this one is recoverable. Mail will get away from the spam. It's going to be 5-4 unless this banana flank coming in from Flamus and Arasdos. They can team up together, make something crazy happen.
Interesting use of the smoke grenade there into the back of the bomb site, just trying to negate Mail, but he has still got one side of quad to try and play it off of. A kid's in play on Arasdos here as well. He's trying to find some eye angles here, find some fights, and he does. He finds bullets in the back of his head there. Upe dispatches of Flamus as well, and Alliance will get the job done on the force fight to regain the lead. Something Twist is so good at is his pathing as the entry player. It's not the first time where he's been the guy to go in first and kind of force the player who's covering that position far off the angle so that the guys coming in afterwards are almost guaranteed to get the trade. He did it one round where he jumped up towards first oranges through that CT smoke, and that meant the guy shooting at him was so far away from the second guys coming through. It happens there again, jumping around the corner at the top of banana. The guys who pass through afterwards are far away from him, so it's tough to transfer. Really good work out of Twist in that regard.
Yeah, now Alliance's reward is going to be almost a pretty much guaranteed tie on the half.
At a minimum, yeah, like you say, guarantee that they should have 6. Surely no way they're going to lose this one. Alliance have certainly looked the more reliable of the two teams so far here on Inferno. Good thing Flamus is by the fire extinguisher because there's a fire getting out of control.
You cheeky.
Nice backstab on Uke. It's an AK recovered. And he could actually get onto the bomb site here, maybe do some more.
Smoke them off. I kind of wish he didn't do that, because I want to see him take duels, but never mind. Mail offers himself up. Flamus, knife into headshot, but Avid is lurking in from behind. That's actually a good play from Avid there, realizing that he's not going to be expecting one more player in apartments to try and track him down. With a recovery kill, that will mean the bomb can go down on A, and it should be all good.
Yeah, like you say, really good decision-making there from Arvid to follow in Flamus' footsteps and just catches him completely off guard, extinguishes the threat, and Alliance will go clear by 2. You look at the numbers in the past 3 months for both of these teams on Inferno, and they both have 63% plus win rates on their T side. So OG, even if they do go down, you know, 7-5 this end 6-all, they'll still back themselves to get the job done in the second half. Flamus has been an incredible T-side player on this map in recent times, and as expected, 6 on the board for Alliance.
You know, both teams have a good T-side on the map, but OG, 8-4 down, that's going to be a difficult one, that's for sure. They might have to rely on that pistol round in the second half. So got the KD and AWP. Imping on Famas around it though with 2 M4s. Of course, if they don't save anything, they'll be walking wounded when it comes to the economy in the final round of the half.
That could be 8-4. That would be a disaster. Alliance would feel like they're in pole position to finish off the map, and with that, the series.
Hang on, Spook, bottom banana. They know that's very much a possibility though, do Alliance, with all the utility that's come through. The MP9 trying to play close. It's the right move to make if you're OG. You want assertive control in this round. Spook is going to get burnt out of that position. Thankfully, there's a smoke that comes through as well. Help him out, but he's being peppered by Util. Tagged down bit by bit, and Twist now has space. Just jump at him if he wants to, honestly. could go for it. Spook needs to react. Oh, he's a lucky boy. He manages to get himself one, and then Arazdos peeks off the contact. So they go 2 for 1.
Yeah, I'm not sure about that from Twist. He hasn't really given himself the best chance of getting the kill, or maybe a better way of describing it is he's given Spook a much better chance of having a duel there. Making something of that position. KDM going to get caught off guard by the advanced position there from Male, and now it's all on Adam B.
Crosshair underneath the balcony, but can't transfer for the second. That means Flamus and Arazdos now are quite a way away on this rotation. Male can get that bomb planted. Not wanting to commit to it yet, though, because he still thinks that rotation could be coming through on long. Now OP will realise what's up. There's the first kill, ready for the second. There's the information, and now we might choose to play safe, but no. He stands his ground, and that will get Alliance 7.
Oh, and it's a really important round because look at the finances for OG going into the final round of the half. They started off 2-0 by having won the pistol and converted. They lost to an eco, and that could have completely derailed their campaign here on Inferno. That could be the moment we look back at and say it's where it really got away from OG. I mean, sure, very early on in the map and lots of time to recover, but it's just been downhill since then. MP9s, 5 of them, to try and hold on and get a 5th round on the board here for the CT side.
Well, you know, the MP9 isn't as strong as it once was, but it's still pretty powerful. Seeing many an MP7 in the current day. After playing quite a bit with it, it definitely does feel pretty strong. I'm sure there are many people who feel the same. Lots of pros are adopting it now. But I want to prioritize a little bit more util on what is a very tough round for them. Trying to play these close angles. The bomb is now grouped up top middle for Alliance. All 5 players on this side of the map.
It's been such good calling from Twist on this T side. So often they've hit into the weaker bomb side. There was like one blunder where they tried to rotate off of B right at the end, but outside of that, I feel like they've been fantastic in terms of their decision making. Great clearance of the corner there from Upe. Continues to go from strength to strength here on the map off the back of his success in the previous round. It's now only Flamus that they need to deal with, and he's feeling all sorts of pressure. Long, apartments, short as well. Sure, he gets one, but surely the trade is imminent maybe. Not Flamus has even dinked another to give his team a fighting chance.
Flamus always seems to do his best in those sort of situations. But again, just doesn't look like it's going to be enough, does it? Spook has at least got that one kit. It means they have 5 extra seconds to play with, but they might need some lucky spams through smoke to make this one a reality. Look at the damage they're taking. Arazdos down to 6. Sure, he's found the kill on Era, but Cadian's going to have to make a play, and a big one at that. Twist and Male in this 2v2, having to drop down. He'll eventually get into pit, but obviously that's heard by the site player, and now he's all alone. Alliance looking to grab 8. It's a brilliant T-half from them, and Cadian's got no time. He's just hoping that he's going to get delivered a kill, but he will not. Alliance will confirm the headshot. Great half from them. 8 T rounds, kind of on par with what we've seen from both these two teams on their T side, but OG need at least an 8-4 of their own to have a chance. OG have had to do everything the hard way so far in this qualifier, and they're going to have to keep on that track. 4-8 down. Alliance looking really solid on their T side. OG are out of the chance of playing at the Intel Extreme Masters Atlanta if they don't win this map.
Yeah, 5 rounds required. That's all Alliance need on the CT side of a map that they're super strong and comfortable on. And a pistol round would be a massive step in that direction. OG just feeling out Banana with a bit of the util coming through there. They've forced Alliance back, keeping them interested in on B. Advanced positions being taken up in apartments as well. Upe with this Julius is going to have 2 coming his way.
As soon as Upe shoots, Mail will peek forward. And Caden's volley could be put on the ground very, very quickly. There it goes. Not scooped up by the T side either. They're happy with their kill. They're going to fall back with it. Arados will find it now, but he could go down too. He's stuck in the corner. Mail will thrust him out of the round, chuck him out of the window. And Upe continues to click heads with those dualies. Oh, it's so easy. My dualies don't work like that.
Yeah, I'm not sure, man. We gotta check those ones out because he makes it look incredibly easy. Like you say, so cool, calm, and collected. Gets that first frag and then a really smart reposition coming through from him. The 2 sets of Julies enough to get the job done for Alliance as they dominate the pistol. OG gonna force back, and it feels like their lives in this competition certainly rest on this force buy here.
They really do. As many a good play you can put into practice with utility and Tech 9s on the immediate force back on Inferno, but if they lose 10-4, likely 11-4, and Alliance are in pole position by not just a few tenths of a second either, more like multiple seconds. As the nades top middle, delayed by Alliance, thinking that they're priming behind that smoke. What a chance for Alliance to keep going. It won't get easier for them. They do play ENCE in the lower bracket. Continue their run if they do complete this victory. Here we go. Ira in the smoke, right next to Flamus, playing with it. With only these dualies. Ira, you cheeky boy. Only gets the one, eventually pushed down by Spook, and now they can take a little bit of a breather here, OG. You don't need to go in immediately. You've still got a whole minute to play with. But they do lose Adam.
Yeah, I think he got a little bit ahead of his teammates there. Didn't really have anybody in position to try and support him on that push of the A site. Era blowing his load a bit much through the smoke there. And it meant that it was an easy trade to force it back on him coming through the smoke there for Spook. However, the man advantage will persist for the CT side. But OG have got a good read here as they start to shift their pieces in towards the B bomb site. But Alliance have just cleared out top middle and will get on their horse in towards B.
Yeah, great information gathering by Alliance. Spook has to entry his way forward here. Flash through CT, sees the CT player, and he desperately wants that kill, but he's completely ignored the bomb site. And that means that Avid is there and has the freest of triple kills. 10-4, as I said, pretty much a guaranteed 11-4. OG should not be putting too much of an investment in here. They want at least 1 gun round. They're close.
Avid has been one of Alliance's best players, maybe just outside of Male 09 in terms of numbers themselves, but in terms of reliability, Arvid has been so ridiculously good. He's a guy who just generally flies under the radar, but he is a consistent, solid fragger for Alliance. However, through this series, he's really struggled. He's gotten just 13 kills, Trav, across the previous 2 maps. He's up to 14 here on Inferno. He's come alive, arguably when it matters the most. He's showing up for his team. Flipped his efforts throughout the previous 2 maps, just on Inferno alone. There's number 15. He's looking to put his team just 2 rounds away from the finish line.
The nade is perfect onto Sweet Rice. There'll be some burnt Sweet Rice now. Yeah, Avid is a player that we've seen many a time over the years, and various other smaller teams. Alliance, without a doubt, his biggest team in his career so far, his young career. His talent was evident even a couple of years ago when he was playing in a random mix for another IEM qualifier, playing for a team called Knazit. I'm absolutely butchering that pronunciation. It's spelled like
Knagist or something like that, I think.
That's what it was. They played against Apex, and he got an ace to take them to overtime on Overpass. And Overpass back then was a decent map for Apex, and obviously that was only a Swedish mix. So him getting a crazy ace to make it OT against them was something to write home about. Yeah, he was great back then. He was definitely a name to watch for a while. And now it seems like he's found a comfortable slot in a team, and a full Swedish team at that, which is great for the region.
Yeah. The balance within Alliance is actually probably the best it's ever been. I mean, maybe equally as good as what they had with Hoy, but it's just so good. Everybody's really comfortable in their roles. They cover all their bases. 2 rounds away from eliminating OG in unceremonial fashion, especially considering that OG have only won 2 rounds since they lost that anti-eco. Should have been a guaranteed third for them. It wasn't. Now we're going to gun round where OG have got to try and survive. Talk about Male09 and his improvement here as well, Trav. We spoke about how he was 0-6 at one point. He's gone 12-2 since then.
They need more of that from Flamus. Era will feel hard done by on that one. Gets the tag through the corner of the wall. Double peak coming in top middle. Upe does hold on for 2. The Male trades through that smoke. So even though they got that opening kill, they try and pounce with it. They try and go with it. After taking like a 5-second pause, it doesn't really work. Avison hit with the MP7. There's the immediate headshot, but duel won by Aristos and a dink through the default box. He's found the trade on Male. Somehow, OG have got a 2v1.
Brilliantly played there by Aristotle with a little stutter step on the re-peak, and that's going to get him the kill on Male, who was trying to play ahead of the smoke. It's all on Twist. To put OG away, or at least as good as, would force his team up 12-4, but surely OG have got this one in the bag between Spook and Aristotle. Plenty flashes, bomb plant guaranteed.
I mean,
how does Twist go about his business? Full belter util.
And Kit, dink on Spook, bomb not yet down yet. And now he can line up all the utility to his heart's content. There's the incendiary, there's a reflash toward long, and Spook does still have 2 more. It's 1 bullet, and Twist, I think, knows it now after the dink on Spook. I think he's aware that his teammates have told him that Arosdos is definitely low as well. After that dink with the MP7 from Era. Leaping forward, 1 bullet on either might be the case. Trying to bait one of them out, trying to force them to peek. There's the information on one, still not able to connect a bullet onto either though, and eventually Spook holds that tight line. It's so awkward with that smoke splitting them up, but in the end they hold on.
Oh, one thing about KD and teams is they're very difficult to put away. He's always going to keep his team bought into the game. You'll never see them waving the white flag. Sure, it's a very long road back. We saw them with a pretty good attempt at the comeback against Fnatic yesterday when they were down 12-4 on Dust. They eventually lost the map 13-9. This time, Alliance haven't been able to get themselves up to map and series points. Long road back for OG. Very difficult road back for OG. But it is not impossible. As for Alliance, they've been so impressive. They've just really shown up to the occasion here. Have not shied away.
Oh. Almost some vision. Havid wanted to go peeking top banana there by the looks of things, but there are multiple players there and he had to look away from the flash. He does get his 1 though. That could be enough because the damage on Flamus is significant. Still 2 more CTs on site. Male is rotating in to help. And hang on a second.
They're going to smoke CT.
Why are they not smoking CT at all? Arados has got
Doesn't
it.
matter.
And, well, they're just walking into the blender. That is an incredibly confusing round from OG. Did they have any plan there at all?
Doesn't seem like it. What a meek way for them to lose the round there, Trav. I mean, it was just so simple. It's just grouped up, looking to brawl their way into the B bomb site. Surely when you're down 11-5, you've got to have some more finesse than that. You've got to have a more layered approach. It's not relying on just winning duels. They haven't given themselves much of a chance there at all. They've just kind of hoped for the best. And even after Arvid gets that first kill, it's not like he was clean with it. How does he not get traded?
Yeah, there were more players in Banana that could have immediately swung. It's like they're just not confident in what they're doing at the moment. And I mean, you can't blame them in a way because they're such a new team and you do need time. But that is a very upsetting round, and I'm sure Caden will watch that one back later and be like, bro, how have we just peeked 1 by 1 into everyone? Are we really going to go out in such a damp squib of a manner? Looks like they are, I'm afraid. You mentioned how Cadian teams often fight back, and it's been a very common pattern. But today, maybe not on this occasion. In fact, they never smoke CT as well. It was so frustrating to see. Just walked right into the lines. Then eventually they clear Era from close under the balcony there. A re-smoke for Twist. Rupe's got full control. It's a good flash, actually, and that does work out for the kill, but they've got that insurance policy again. Male will find it. It leaves poor old Arosdote with a 1v3 with a Tech 9. And he doesn't even have the bomb, of course. It's miles away.
Yeah, and even more time being brought up here by Arvid. Just chaining those mollies together. Going to be a rotation from Male09. Makes sense. Just stack up the defense now. Make it almost impossible for Aristotle to try and recover the bomb and basically guarantee the round at that point.
Yeah, looks pretty much done to me. 2 players, good counter flash at the perfect time. They now know he's here. They're all going to team up together, and you're not getting past a crossfire like that. Male09 started at 0-6, ends the series in very strong fashion. All 3 maps, he had a big say in them, and that is what the young kid is all about. Alliance will stay alive.
Male09 went from 0-6 to 17 for 9. So he goes 17-3 from that 0-6 deficit. For a guy who's 16 years old on the deciding map where you're on the brink of being eliminated from a huge qualifier, the fact that he was actually able to get it together there is a huge bonus. I mean, we know he can frag, but now his mental's been tested and he passed that test with flying colors as well.
Absolutely. And as you can see on your screen, that means we do have a few results here. We know extra teams who have been eliminated. OG gone. They would be in Atlanta. Eyeballers gone. Great win for ENCE, actually. They've been struggling lately. They need as many W's as they can possibly get. ENCE do play Alliance in the next lower bracket round. I believe that's coming up later on this evening, maybe even pretty quickly as well. It might be an hour break or so before Alliance have to play again, but they're going to be straight back into it. Johnny Speeds did remove K27 from the tournament. One of my underdogs to definitely make a run. Unfortunately, they might have had that incredible map against Fnatic, but no more. In a circle, we also eliminated Cybershock. They're through to play Johnny Speeds. That's going on right now. So, there we go. That's everything completed from the lower bracket from our side today, Matt. We've got the upper semi-finals to come. Our colleagues, Lucy and Brandon, will be taking you through Bet Boom versus Sinners, I believe. That's a bit of a banger. Definitely a chance for Sinners to upset there.
Sure.
And Matt, I want to give you the chance to close off our day.
Well, I just want to make the...
bored of what we used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories when we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway, just move on. Cause it's so fun and no one's upset. We sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move, sway. Lost in the rhythm, body's insane. We're ending. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. I'm lost in the heat, consumed by the sun. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire. Like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Lost in the moment, but caught in the flame. Your love, it's like a wildfire, it's never the same.
Really making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm still not quite done. INCE is going to take this fight though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of action's got to start in well for ENCE.
And this is a massive move for Zez. But he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to out.
And it's all done. A flawless win. Unbelievable run with a 4-0 victory over Classic. And they did it again in the grand final. It's Anubis. Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion.
Hello everyone, welcome back to the IEM Atlanta closed qualifiers, the second lot of games of the day. As we get deeper into this bracket, we move to the lower side, Brandon.
Yeah, I think we're starting to really see teams get eliminated and unfortunately end their journey to Atlanta. Here's the upper bracket. Here's what yesterday and today's action is looking like. You can see BetBoom versus Sinners, as well as Fnatic versus BetM33. Those games are going on right now on some community broadcasts. And here on the mainstream, we're going to bring you the lower action. So, unfortunately, for a few of these teams, they're going to be eliminated today. You see that Alliance just on the stream previously took down OG. We're going to follow their journey here on the broadcast as they take on ENCE, who we saw yesterday against BetBoom.
Yes, we can see these are all the games playing out right now. So the action never ends. Ends after that BetBoom loss fell down to the lower bracket, but bounced back pretty emphatically with a significant victory over Eyeballers. So they're looking to continue, I guess, on the anti-Sweden run, taking down all the Swedish teams through the lower bracket. Unfortunately for Sweden, if ENCE are able to do that. For Alliance, yeah, after the loss to Sinners, we're able to just about close it out versus OG. Some very close games in this lower bracket so far from a lot of these teams. I do believe we may even already have the veto for this one, so we can jump right into kind of breaking down where it's going to play out. And I think the big thing that stands out to me here is the Mirage, because sure, for ENCE, not the most solid map, but for Alliance, it's been a massive missing piece of their pool. They're banning Anubis, so they are allowing teams to pick into this Mirage. We've already seen Sinners had a pretty good run of it against them. And yeah, they've only had that one rep since bringing Malo9 into the team.
Yes, basically with Alliance's map pool, it's actually very deep, but the two maps they struggle on is Anubis and Mirage. And I think they've swapped their perma now to sort of cover for Anubis at the moment, because it is still a little bit hit and miss. Has been in the pool for just over a month now. And Mirage, it's an interesting one, but you've got good pieces on this team that can do well. Ira, although he's not been stepping up in the way you normally expect him to on the AWP, should be comfortable on both Mirage and Overpass. Upei's anchoring has been brilliant, and you expect to see him on B doing his best work. Question for me is whether Malo9 is going to slot in towards Connector, or whether he's going to take Poise roles 1-for-1 over towards B short, because if he goes over towards Connector, then Alliance are going to have to shuffle a couple of pieces about. It's going to be an interesting little dilemma for them to navigate through. What I will say, though, is ENCE picked this obviously as a punish, but they've been very underwhelming recently on this map. And sure, they are a new team, and you can kind of give them maybe that little bit of gloss. Maybe you can discredit some of their results previously, but you're in a lower bracket game. Rather than picking to your strength, you've attempted to punish.
Yeah, I wonder if the reasoning for that is they've come off a really solid win over Eyeballers, right? Where they were picked into the Mirage from Eyeballers, and they won at 13-5. So I think maybe coming straight off that earlier today, and then seeing they're playing up against a team that's going to have this gap in their map pool at the moment, maybe they can abuse that with the punish. But yeah, it is a risky move to make for sure. So we'll have to see how ENCE can survive. But we did see they're looking pretty sharp yesterday. So even though they weren't able to prevail, we'll see what they can do here against Alliance as it's fast over towards B early. An opening kill found by Krasnow. Continuing to scale through, and he spots the second player, Avid, tucked in and still fragging. Somehow gets a double from that. That puts his team into the 3-on-3.
No util, no kit at all for Alliance. Pody just looks back over towards apartments, but everyone is coming in from market, and Fiku's got to be careful. Yeah, just straight into the angle. Should get insight. There were a number of players over here. Body's now been noted at backside. SDY has basically just got to fight for his life, and he gets traded instantaneously. It's all up to Poddy. As mentioned, no kit. Ira just on the angle. Wide swing. Poddy will deal with him, and Twist fakes out the defuse. Poddy now realizes it, and he can just play time. Expert work out of Poddy, and ENCE will walk away with the pistol after some, I think, scary moments, to be honest, because it really felt like Alliance were back in it. The lack of kit really undoes them.
Yeah, as soon as it's a 3-on-3, you start to think, okay, maybe Alliance can pull this off, even with the unfavorable kind of post-plant position. Obviously, you know, Cody's up there in apartments, which is so hard to deal with unless you're very quick on those kills. So they did kind of go the right way about it, flooding the sites, but the frags don't come just quick enough. Let's try from Avid to get that double kill to make that contestable. Will result in a force buy, given that everyone fell for ENCE. Alliance don't want to allow them to get off to an easy start. A lot of bodies hanging out in towards window. They'll start to move around. Avid's been boosted up in towards ladder with that MP9.
See Arsenal getting on the score sheet very early. This is a very simple strat as well for ENCE, just to split in towards Con. I think they're going to be ready for Avid so close in jungle, but the smoke will provide appropriate cover. Nature can then just slide on the angle, and it's a very clean one indeed for ENCE. Off to the best possible start. Quick point on the Arsenal one is because obviously we saw him yesterday against BetBoom. On Ancient, incredibly underwhelming, but very uncharacteristic of Arsenal. A really good team player. I think if you're looking at comparing these two teams, I'd look at Twister and Arsenal as a very natural head-to-head. Very selfless players will do a lot for the team, especially on T side. More often than not, their job is to take space and guarantee at least being traded. And didn't really go so well for Arsenal yesterday against BetBoom. Conversely, went well for Twist earlier against OG. So it's definitely worth highlighting. Can Upe scavenge any guns here? No. Unlucky.
That's Molly. that's something, I guess. All right, well, Force Buy, unfortunately, for Alliance doesn't really get a lot going, does it? Fast playing through Connector, and it's overwhelmed. Yeah, Krasnov just walking out, finding some quick kills. Pretty straightforward. Expecting this round to be the same. Krasnov's just getting some DM in. That opening kill. What do you reckon to Mirage being this kind of, I guess, weakness in the pool? It's not one to have as a map that you're, I guess, not that comfortable on, or haven't been having the reps on. Because they were playing it a bit, and then they just stopped playing it like 5 months ago.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I mean, Alliance, I don't think they minded Train all that much. To be honest, I didn't watch a whole lot of Alliance. It's quite funny because when you're in tier 2 and tier 3, you actually go through phases of seeing, I think, teams for probably like 2 weeks, and then you don't see them again for 2 months. And sometimes that's just the nature of the schedule and what games you're on. So I haven't seen a whole lot of Alliance all that recently, to be honest. It was, for a period, I was just seeing like so much Johnny Speeds. But I did watch Mail quite a bit, and he has got really good resilience about him. Again, coming back to watching the Inferno map against OG, where they just blew OG out of the water on that decided map not too long ago on the official broadcast. Mail was, I think he was 0-6. And he ended the game, yeah, 17-9. So he's for a youngster, he's definitely got a lot of resilience. Obviously, somewhat pressure on his shoulders, I think subconsciously, because it was so many people's bold pick to be nest up. And that definitely comes with maybe a little bit of a caveat for him, but he's been fantastic and definitely a really high prospect. Deserves all the praise he's been getting recently. Same with Poi when he got his flowers from JW when he joined Eyeballers.
Yeah, I mean, Melanine is currently the highest rated player of this qualifier, 1.37 rating across 7 maps. Which is, I think, more impressive than Magno and Modo's stats, which are a little higher with less of a sample size. He's been averaging about a 1.3 since joining the squad this year. As far as Alliance are concerned, he's probably living up to those expectations pretty well.
Absolutely.
He's going to get tested early, it seems. If you get this push through, Con needs to be ready for this, and he's not. Krasnov, as those smokes are going down, he just slides on out. Then they strike quickly. Twist is trying to hold on, but his player's walking through the smokes, and Era getting overwhelmed. Smoke, in fact, does nothing, because this DY just comes up and over. Ends with the 1-2 punch. Lions barely get to a second to defend their site.
A really good call out of SDY, where you've been taking mid really easily. There was one nade that was thrown out of Alliance, and it was just to break it and wipe the connector smoke that they initially put down. Aside from that, there was no flashbangs, there was no presence in towards short. ENCE already covering that. And SDY just says, actually, we can just immediately escalate the situation. They always wanted to split through connector and go towards A. That's why the posturing was there between Ramp and Palace. But yeah, again, Krasnal on a Mac 10. That round was a really good example of what he can do. Because sure, he finds the opening pick, but he doesn't stop. He moves forward. He drags the crosshair wide of the player, I think, on top of Palace at that point, and SDY trades it immediately. It's really valuable to have a player like that that can be so selfless, that can just try and take all that space. That's a really nice case study of a round for how good Krasnal is in this ENCE outfit.
Light about here to see if Alliance can steal something away, but it's a slowdown from ENCE, acknowledging that the economy is as it is, and Alliance might go for some of these aggressive plays. After some pretty fast-paced early rounds. Get their foot off, force the mistakes. Don't allow it to get out of hand. Bomb gets scooped. Fiku looking to get this kill, and if he does, you imagine they're just going to continue to accelerate. A couple of plays move to B. Go over here, and ooh, lovely kill. Fiku was waiting for it, and still falls to the MP7.
It's going to get a little bit dicey if ENCE don't drop utility when coming in towards B. Good counter smoke, but to be honest, I don't think that's going to phase ENCE all that much. They're just going to break through it immediately. Upe still low, rotation in, but Poddy was holding. A nice little emergency break for a brief period to get that kill on the rotating player in towards market window. SDY doubles. And Crisis seemingly averted for now. Mail hoping to pluck off a couple of players here with his Desert Eagle. Everyone's already posted. Nice shot onto SDY. Can he make this possible?
Oh.
Potentially. A 1v3 now turns to 1v1. And it feels like Mail's got a pretty good idea of where Krasnal could be. On the left-hand side of this site, one bullet to the head would be all it was needed. And unfortunately, he doesn't get it at the first time of asking. Krasnal relocates, knows that Mail doesn't have a kit, doesn't want to give him that opportunity for the highlight moment. Krasnal now playing around the pillar, but it's Mail to hit the shot. And I think there's just going to be enough time here for this defuse. That is what he brings to the table.
Yeah, what a way to announce himself in the server. It comes down to the wire, but he just about gets it done. That was done and dusted. The new superstar joins the team, and wow, we're seeing exactly what he's been bringing. Talk about a moment of brilliance out of nowhere. That round felt done and dusted. You're thinking it's cursory exits that are coming through, but two quick one digs. And Krasnal starts sweating. Unbelievable. Free AWP as well for Error. Really not, he just jumps out. Not going to be pulling anything off this round. Punished early.
Yeah, revenge immediately for Cross. I mean, take nothing away from Male 09 because that was insanity. The fact he gets that kill. Oh, there's that saved AWP. Era puts it to good use early. And we'll even find the second onto Poddy. He wants even more. Spots the shadow. That's where Fiku announces his arrival out of Palace. 3 versus 2. At least Alliance are here in time, but SDY hasn't committed this bomb, and he can reset because look at Krasnal. He's all the way on B, and he's about to find it vacant.
Yeah, the Alliance aren't going to budge just yet because they saw 2 bodies here, right? Bomb spotted and Fiku in Palace. They need to hold for a little bit. Krasnal unknown outside of that kill early in middle, so a little bit of concern. He could have got through window, could be coming through connector. It's going to keep them rooted for far too long. And we'll be able to get over to B safely. Fiku's got a whole belt of utility. And this might be one of those cases where you look at the money, Error's got a fair bit. As soon as this bomb gets planted, this might just be scooping up that AWP and saving. We'll see how bold Alliance feel, but they don't immediately start to move. So it will be the more conservative approach, it would seem.
The team composition of ENCE, the fact, so we were saying yesterday, just against BetBoom, that SDY likes to call these really aggressive rounds, and his call-in honestly reflects a lot of Monty. Arsenal was part of that Monty outfit for a little bit as well, but it's really aggressive. It is very much up in your face, and you can explode at any moment, which I think is really awesome. We saw that there with that double sort of pop through Palace. Guaranteeing those trades didn't give Era a chance, really. I think Arsenal's going to fit in this team very easily, just because he's really familiar with what SDY wants from him. And that means that SDY doesn't need to micro Arsenal as much. It's just getting Fiku on the same page. I think Nature will be fine with it too. Yeah, it's like Monty Light so far for ENCE.
A lot of damage done early. Fiku looking to inflict some of his own, but ends up getting a little bit burnt for it. A few players brought down to half, and even really, maybe even favouring Alliance, given one is the AWP. Resetting to maybe take control of middle. Mirage just going to hold above that smoke that's been dropped to kind of tempt someone to walk along the catwalk. ENCE have gone silent across the map.
The timing of the window smoke's really cool, because I don't think Alliance would be expecting Fiku to be this close. But with Ira finding Nachu, that's allowed the Palace play. Fiku spots it. Smoking at jungle, Ira can't really push through this. It'd be pretty audacious. So they know about the Palace play. They flash in towards CT. They get the bomb down. Planted for ENCE. It's going to be a little bit of a weird retake, especially because Upe is so far away.
Yeah, he can play late, though. Melo 9 falls immediately. That was one of the low HP players. Avid just spamming. He does activate and remove SDY. Now Avid starts to move forward, looking for this head. It's just eluding him, but it's Upe that takes the frag instead. Body's hoping this kill will come his way, but he's now left all alone in the connector, and they're coming from every angle at him. It's the no-scope, in fact, that will remove him. So successful retake from Alliance. Even with the knowledge ENCE had, it still felt a little uncomfortable in the post-plant.
It's almost like Poddy was holding Palace when he should have been holding short. SDY puts himself in a really exposed angle when he understands that obviously there is someone in Palace based off Fiku's info. This feels like they got a little bit bunched up. There wasn't a whole lot of room off that site for ENCE. They had to take space of some description. They didn't take any of it. And as a consequence, Alliance are just able to spread themselves quite widely over A. Always been this early nade damage for ENCE at least. Avid feels the brunt of it early on. This is just going to be an A-pop.
And nice and simple. SDY puts a fair bit of pressure over on B, and look at how many bodies are committed over there right now. That AWP did start B. I think SDY putting all that forward utility is maybe going to keep him there for a little bit. He moves back to lurk middle. ENCE have a great timing if they go about now.
They will. It's just about uprooting Twist from this corner. Has to be a very deep clear out of Arsenal, and he will manage it. Really important entry. SDY has also followed through on Mayo, and in this 5v3, Era doesn't find anything in the next couple of moments, you're probably leaning more towards a save, because again, money isn't the best here for Mayo or Twist. Avid would love to hold on to this AK. Same too with the AWP. So it's a difficult pill for Alliance to swallow, because they're able to get one round and then ENCE answer back immediately timings felt very good for these executes. This is the fastest that ENCE have executed on a full gun round so far. There's definitely a timing that caught off Alliance because we've seen just a few of these pace changes out of ENCE because the early game it was very fast. Now in the next couple of rounds, they've been really slow to react. They're taking really deep mid control. Alliance this time really wanted to fight for that ground. It wasn't offered up to them. By that point, it was just a little bit too late. Unfortunate for Alliance, but they'll hold on to what they have. And ENCE, they'll just keep escalating this situation. It's their map pick, and they're 6 rounds to the good on their T side.
Yeah, looking solid, aren't they? Yeah, probably even buys an AK into that round. The intent was clear. They wanted to go pretty quickly. Pretty hard. SDY, great job on selling that B presence and the late lurk and the disengage. Expertly navigated. He's been solid. He farmed earlier. I suppose it's no surprise, but a 1.71 rating against Eyeballers. Put them in his back pocket. The Mirage in particular, Fiku was a big standout alongside him. Everyone's here in the server for ENCE right now.
Mail had that
round out of
deeper
mail.
round, and that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, we're both kind of thinking the same thing now when you look at the kills. Oh, let's side note that one.
I don't think we're live.
Okay. you muck up the smoke. Oh, tech.
Yeah. We not live? Are we live? What's going on?
I don't know.
Looks like we are. Okay.
Well, Mail took damage. I don't know how he took damage, to be real with you.
Not sure. Let's commentate the round like it is live, though. Just in case. Still a lot of util here for ENCE at the 1 minute mark. Mid control finally established for Alliance, but I mean, he never had a sort of any objections here for ENCE. It just feels like they're going to execute B. Ichu this time not lurking Palace, but lurking over towards ramp. Upe's dropped his PC utility, and he thinks, maybe I should get back to a safer angle. Solo defender here, doesn't want to be overwhelmed. Mail just living on 1 HP. This surely is going to start to accelerate the B play.
You might want to grab that AWP, and there's those players spotted crossing. Cavalry gets called in, but Avid's fallen, and so does Upe. That's Fiku taking him down, and then Molly to deny the swing. Oh, Era's cooking.
Dead.
Goodbye. Flashbang, Molly combo, deadly. Well, I missed the window smoke, but that is not. Mail, where is he up to? 1 HP. This guy is moving forward. Wait.
He's got a kit, but I don't think you could do this, mate.
Thought about it. He really thought about it.
Yeah, so interesting development because obviously there was typing at the start of the round. ENCE didn't move out of spawn after missing the window smoke for about 15 seconds. Then the round plays out in its entirety. ENCE still walk away the victors. We'll see if there's a tech pause after this. There will be, is what I've just been told by Prod. So I think it was deemed not live, but there was damage being taken by Mail somehow. So we carried out the round as normal, and ENCE walk away the victors of it. It is an ENCE tech pause anyway, so that makes a lot more sense just to clear things up.
Okay. Well, I suppose ENCE won't feel too hard done by that they played out whatever tech issue was, given they took the round. And a lovely round it was. Just waiting for that timing. Alliance have the full mid control, but it really matters not. Committing all those players into mid right 3 on a very forward setup just kind of meant that you didn't know which extremity a hit could come from. And that kind of question, you can see how Upe's moving back towards market, and as soon as that B bomb site is taken, even if he stayed alive, it becomes very difficult to retake when there's this active lurk over at A as well. And to showing quite a few different tricks up their sleeve.
There we go. So Poddy just had to restart his game. Get that fixed on the HUD momentarily for you, because we've currently got 2 SDYs. Currently, ENCE are running away with this map, and they're no slouches on Overpass either, and they're going to start obviously CT side. So it's going to feel quite good. For them moving forward. Let's see if they can keep this up, and they can. Ira wanted to go for an aggressive peak, overwhelmed immediately by Poddy. Look at how fast Krasno is. Up short. This is a little bit of a worry now for Upe, who is completely here alone, out the window, dealt with immediately by SDY. Mail arrives on the scene. In fact, it's Twist rather, and then going to be ready for him. Twist is able to get a double. Nightmare scenario now for ENCE. SDY in the 1v2. Doesn't know how close these players are and will actually fake out the plant. He wants to go searching, and he might just be securing. Avid on the angle. Oh, ready for SDY. It's all okay in the end for Alliance, but that did get a little bit touch and go.
Yeah, really did. Twist just manages to slide out. You can see there was even the consideration that he might be there with that fake on the bomb initially, but yeah, timing of it looks brilliant for him, and just that little lineup, seeing the player peeking through window. He's trying to hold that position on the rotate. Twist ahead of it. Much moment needed from Alliance. Slow down ENCE's assault. Ooh, Avid. Would he have been spotted on that little walkover by Poddy? I feel like he would have. Even with that nade, I think he would have got spotted.
Let's see. It will be this commitment in towards A. If he gets mollied, then they definitely know. Out Tetris. Mail will get rid of SDY, and oh, they do clear it. Fiku looks back and then looks over again, and Mail is trying to secure these kills. Ira provides Overwatch to bail out his teammate. Now a 4v2. Fiku will finally finish the job on Mail. Drops a molly in towards jungle. That's important, but he can't really overextend further. He's got the bomb.
Panic double smoke there, and that break almost could have spelled the end. He will get through and get over, and whoa, oh no, that's just a stray bullet. Does that change anything? Fiku into the clutch. Was a 1v3, made it a little easier for him, and no, doesn't change the outcome. Error, fast on it. That one's chaotic. Players flying through smokes, and an accidental team kill in the mix.
Nice round out of Alliance. That's a round where you don't allow it or the occasion on aim to escape you. The fact that Ira breaks open the con smoke, doesn't see anyone close, then he starts to accelerate and push the issue. They know the double smokes are there, so there's going to be potentially a chance to try and catch players. Funnily enough, by Fiku going over the top at stairs, it gives the game away of where he is. Huge nade. Yet again, out of ENCE. It was just eating all of the shrapnel. If Alliance were able to post a 5th here, that would look very good. Because remember, this was 7-2. This was ENCE completely running away with the game. If a 5th round is now etched on the board for Alliance, it's a fantastic recovery to what was a dire situation.
A lot of smokes in con. And it looks like SDY wants to walk through them. Might be able to catch out Mail 09, and well, he does, but Krasnov gets spammed at the same time. And now Avid on the off angle. He's got a fantastic spray onto 2. That's the bomb dropped, and SDY, well, he has to try and get his way to it, and he's in underpass going up into apartments. So this does look good for that 5th for Alliance. Especially as Twist moves through the back lines. SDY about to get spotted. On that little jump up, Error gets onto the line and straight through the dome. Clean for Alliance to close. 5-7, signs of life on their opponent's map pick.
been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. Just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Really solid recovery here for Alliance after falling early 7-2 down against ENCE. It gives them a little something. Pistols haven't been the best for them today, and I'm hoping that that can change now. Fast burst out of A. SDYC's free. Pop Palace, and the Doolies rattling off through the smoke are enough to give Crasnell the opener.
That guy clicks his finger real quick. That was a lot of bullets in a very, very short amount of time. Twist gets information on the edge of that smoke. A lot of eyes, a lot of bodies on his position. Yet still he stays forward. There's a flank coming from Potty as well. That's over towards Ramp. That's a disengage from both. And you feel like SDY's flash, this could be exceptionally effective. A lot of players here and scrambling. They get dismantled. And now it is Dutch's fall to error. They know exactly where he is. Bombs already being defused and Krasnov just spamming off those dualies. Simple enough for the retake.
It's a shame, really, for Alliance that CT smoke, the one that they threw deep, had a slight gap in it. Because as soon as someone peeks close out of Alliance and ENCE are holding, they know exactly what's going on. Brilliant flash out of SDY. And the timing of the swing, they don't rush this ENCE, even though they don't have a defuse. They know that if they get one favorable fight, one favorable encounter, that completely flips the round on its head. And that's exactly what happens in towards CT spawn. Well crafted out of SDY. Pistols continue to be a pain for Alliance, as they'll take a timeout and another force buy with the hopes of reversing things quite quickly.
They lose this force buy and then they've lost like both force buys. I mean, that could be the difference between winning and losing a map, you know? I mean, I'm a big advocate for force buys a lot of the time. I guess bomb plant in this situation, but a lot of players live for ENCE, so you can see 5 M4s, like, I guess that means there is going to be a bit of a lack of util, and it's trying to future-proof. There's a chance maybe they could get overwhelmed by Act 10, Tech 9. Let's see what Alliance wish to do. They sold everything. Was what they wished to do.
Fair
I
enough.
think they kind of mentally decided on the same sort of thoughts I was having there, that you don't want to have lost 6 rounds essentially off the back of losing pistol and force.
That's what happened to them against OG, and they were still able to come out on top, which is brilliant for them. But yeah, it feels like you are sort of giving over a number of rounds that you don't really need to be handing over. It just puts you at a significant disadvantage. And sure, especially on the T side, and today for Alliance, their gun rounds have been pretty clean. They've been playing very much like zero mistake Counter-Strike, which is what got them over the line against OG initially in that lower bracket round 3. Which is all well and good, but as you say, if you're giving over 5-6 rounds to ENCE in that manner, you're not giving yourself a little bit of wiggle room.
Instead, they bring out the AKs in this round. And they've lost one already. That's an aggressive push from ENCE down towards ramp. They punished Mail on that lurk there. He was quite passive too. Avid gets singed, so his position known. Twist gets caught by Krasnal. They weren't expecting him in towards the ladder room. And Nature might have a good timing here. He's searching for these players lurking, and on the edge of that smoke, on the jump, that timing couldn't have been worse for Upe. He gets caught as he leaps across. Error does get the trade. That's the bomb spotted. Krasnal has already shown his presence, so that's going to sell Potty even better. You're absolutely right. Just that one casualty. Lions get picked apart.
That was a really cool round out of ENCE, because at the beginning, they double spammed window, and it almost feigns that there's going to be a player pushing top mid. But they've gone with the double spam anyway, just to have a double up and a buddy. Then they push ramp. Then, as Nachu is receiving contact over at B with the utility, and Krasnal's got the kill and towards short, Poddy then moves over. There's always an extra player for ENCE, and why that's fantastic and why that's just good Counter-Strike is the fact that it all happened so quickly. There's a really good tempo to that.
A bit of tempo in this one. They look to get pacey up the ramp, but Piku beats on the first, and SDY by his side, able to answer back with a double. Mail does take 2 of his own, but now it is just him, and 4 in hand. That could be another hero round delivered. An ace clutch required. He's holding for that push. That one was a bit easy for him, but he takes a lot of damage from this spam. Makes the whole task a lot more difficult. Already, Potty is just running through CT spawn. I don't think Mail's going to be ready for this timing, and he will get caught off guard. The clutch doesn't play out. Instead, ENCE hold against the Tech-9s.
What's fun, though, is that whenever he is put in this clutch situation, you almost expect him to do it. Or you always expect him to make it really close. That is talent. Gets 3 kills there. The rest of his team obviously fall a little bit flat. It was just Tech-9, so a lot of damage being done on that round, but we mentioned the buffer, we mentioned the fact that Alliance were running out of opportunities. They've used 3 smokes immediately in towards middle to try and take this ground, but if they fall short on this next gun round, it might be all said and done.
They found the open at Potty removed. The AWP going to be an issue here, and that was over at B too. On forward angle, not always a position the AWP gets caught off, but maybe a little bit too aggressive. Alliance at the back of finding the B pick. Now going to bring bodies towards A.
Not
And
convinced.
it feels like they've got a read.
Yeah, they absolutely do. Because there was nothing off the back of that, Nachu saw a molly but didn't react. SDY then moves out of middle and covers A. And what's really interesting here is that ENCE pushing close. And I don't think you're ever going to be expecting that. Fiku hits a double header. Now this gets even more claustrophobic for Alliance. Fiku's doing everything. And he's, again, sold the position of one of his teammates. Krasnal not even needed. Nature will find the double. And that's a really good sign of a young B anchor to say, guys, I don't hear anything. I really don't think this is going to be the B play. Let's not panic. Let's not over-rotate. And the decision for SDY to come out of jungle, go into CT, and then that enables Fiku and Krasnal to push up is a thing of beauty, because not only have you technically got SDY maybe even taking first contact over deep ticket, he could also flash Fiku in towards ramp. He could have that bait and switch between him and Krasnal. The possibilities are endless there, just by ENCE taking more direct space on the bomb site.
That's off the back of an opener too. No more kills found after. Check out the distribution on ENCE. 3 between bottom and top. Another opening kill found. VQ falls. But already the response. Quick shot from Natiu. Krasnal's tucked and SDY removing Mail in towards Palace means his position becomes a whole lot more powerful. Twist. Oh, again, position not even needed. And still might be powerful. He's been double faked, or double sold. But still Avid clears. The heads up from Avid. Error coming out through the con smoke. This is a 2-on-2. And they have the information, at least on SDY, who just swings on out, removes Error, and now it's Avid into the clutch, peeks into the AWP, repositioning from Ticket, not expecting the sniper to be on the line. And ENCE continue what has been a fine run of form for the day. A 12-5 victory on Mirage. 13.
They're really impressive. Yeah, they're really impressive, though. And again, this CT setup where you've got the double layering, great clear out of Avid onto Krasnal, but I think actually Krasnal strafed out on the def cam. But I really am enjoying what we're getting out of ENCE here, especially on the CT side, how proactive they are, but also how tethered together they are. How often there's always a second player there. Really smart stuff from ENCE. They make Alliance look like second fiddle. We did say about the punish, and it did come through in a really dramatic way. We now head to Overpass. We now head to another CT-sided map, one in which ENCE can again look to flex and get that little bit more aggro on that defense. We'll see if they can take Alliance down in 2 in the lower bracket, or whether Alliance got a little bit more of a fight back. We'll find out just after this break.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years of the suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life.
I want you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you.
Map 1, a pretty decisive victory for ENCE. That was their pick of Mirage. Bit of a punish coming into the veto here. Good overpass now, Brandon. This is maybe a bit more comfortable for Alliance, but ENCE, no slouches on it. Do you think Alliance have a chance to come back here after how that map 1 went?
Yeah, look, of course they do. I think it would be probably a little bit silly to say, oh, they've got no chance whatsoever, but you got to just be careful about the aggressive nature of ENCE. Fiku finds 2 immediately, and this is a quick crunch over towards Fountain. Ira doesn't want to lose his life, but in the same breath as that, Pody doesn't either. With him falling, Nature just steps into his shadow and finds a couple of kills of his own. This is all-out aggression from ENCE. They are suffocating the map for Alliance. There's just no room to move whatsoever. Upe has been left in an impossible situation. 1v3 understands that Fiku's out long, and Fiku just on the wide swing will overextend. You know that Nature was heading towards toilets. The next question, though, is where on earth is Krasnal? He's already rotated up towards long, taking a more passive angle. And for Upe, not only has he got to reload in a minute, but he has to try and find a safe passageway through. Walking back in towards the space over at A feels like a good solution, but with Nature's reposition, this can get tricky.
I mean, doesn't look too great, but if he can find this kill, there's a pathway back up to A. He doesn't know this. Krasnal already down on B and might just beat him to the punch, especially as he's pulling the smoke out. However, there was a half second there. He just got behind the cover, but for Upe, the clutch is denied. And hence will convert off their aggressive pistols towards A. Did feel like it was going to be their round, but the way they all gave the 1v1s on the way there sort of had you believing in the clutch.
Really scary that that was offered up into sort of bite-sized 1v1s there for Upe. ENCE try their best to lose the round, but Krasnal will stabilize. Fortunately enough for them. Full eco yet again coming out of Alliance. Already mentions that today the pistols have not been the strongest suit. That continues to be an issue here. Smooth moves out of Mail just to dodge the spam. But with no utility, feels like Alliance are going to have a really tricky time getting in towards Monster. If this is going to be the final destination, 2 smokes used immediately for ENCE. They've now taken all of the space as well over towards short. And the bomb plant, again, in this one, feels incredibly unlikely.
Yeah, literally nothing but Glocks. About as eco as it gets. All they really want to avoid is walking into the MP7s. SDY is pushing with his. No feet today. The M4's close by. Swarm around the corner, try and overwhelm. Oh yeah, that does the trick. In fact, yeah, they lose an M4 off the back of that. So, you know, sure, you don't get the bomb plant down, but you inflict some damage.
Really wide angles being taken from both Fiku and Krasnal. Which gets scary because, especially with the A1S, you can run out of bullets very quickly. And if you don't get the kills immediately, that situation happens where Alliance potentially were allowed to scale. It's nice that Pody was there. Nature also had rifle and could have swung in immediately. So it definitely wasn't panic stations, but it was probably a lot more expensive than ENCE were realizing. Nade goes deep, doesn't quite cover and do any damage towards Alliance. And in fact, one goes back the other way and does hefty damage onto both Nature and Krasnal.
I really thought that nade was going to do a whole lot of damage. There were a lot of players grouped, but this is the mark. More of a heavier lean towards B, especially with SDY in con. Let's put a lot on his shoulders. Let's take short controls. This might be what triggers a rotation back up. Especially now all of this utility is being thrown out long, like smoke goes deep. The player starts to move.
Tempting spam through the bank. Arsenal now moves over to be with Poddy. Does Avid have a time in here, potentially? I mean, SDY's jump spotting and is now spamming. That would have been the way to go. But Upe's found Fiku in the meanwhile. Nature's still baited in, and Poddy's going to start to activate. So this round gets really weird. Arsenal looks back at Toilets, but isn't able to get the jump on Upe. So Poddy's going to be unknown, but SDY can't hold down the fort. So this gun round looks brilliant so far for Alliance. Poddy starts to make his way over. On will be committed safely as well towards Truck, and that is a great find out of Nature because it gets Poddy to get on the angle. And whilst Upe and Mail are low, so too is Nature, and he'll just have to vacate.
What a round of timings, right? You can kind of see how that all falls apart for ENCE when they have players in the perfect positions. But it's that catch over on towards B that suddenly changes everything. It sends Pody forward, because it's about the 30-second mark at that point. So he moves forward to try and flank down Con quickly, just clear out if it is a fake or not. He misses all three of those players when he crosses Divider. He doesn't see any of them. Like, that is so unlucky for him. Because it means that, sure, he has a nice timing to come back on, but Krasnov then peeks in for like a second clear just in case, and he gets all the information. But it comes a little bit too late for him, and yeah, then they're just out of position, overwhelmed. SDY goes down. If any of that had played out differently, if Poddy just spotted a player, I think that double setup towards Banana could have completely unraveled Alliance.
SDY just needed to live or get a kill. That's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, but it would have slowed down everything, and it would have given these flanks a lot more opportunity. Fast again. Punished this time. SDY tries to take matters into his own hands. Very delayed was that flashbang. Probably would be scolding Poddy for that one.
About three or 4 seconds too late. SDY is ready to take fights, but yeah, they just run through the smoke on the other side, and it's simple as they like to get those kills. Triple banana still though. This Avid's gonna go down here surely. No, he's not actually on the line. He'll swing out now. The trade comes in and he doubles up. Brilliant. And there's still another player here that you might not be expecting, even if Mail found that kill, although not being given the opportunity. And, well, he'll get one onto Krasnell. Now he knows Nature is here and is low. And he's just going to keep him there. The rest of the team starts to progress out. Fiku is hearing this. This round's incredibly difficult unless Alliance overextend.
Oh, that's the chance. A dink, and oh, not quite the kill for Nature. Still baiting Fiku in, but the MP7 run over by Upe. There, we'll clean up the squad. Again, that kill on towards Nature in heaven. Arsenal just, again, I feel like there's some slight overextensions here from ENCE. Obviously, the first one from SDY where the flashbang doesn't come in true. Then you see the double and you think, okay, there's definitely a way back into this round. But if Arsenal had just not peeked connector as that smoke faded, I mean, Mail's got nowhere else to hold apart from that angle. Those slight little oversteps costing ENCE big. To the point where they've got to save, in fact, all of their investment into this round. And Alliance can walk away with 3 early on the T side of Overpass, which feels like a blessing in disguise considering they lost the pistol follow through.
Yeah, that'd be fairly fantastic. USB stack out towards long. There's already a quick ripcord pull if they need to go back down. Error seen a little bit of something. And he'll get a little bit more than maybe he bargained for. The bomb is exposed, but support should make sure this doesn't get out of hand. Maybe he doesn't even need it. Eva will slide in to clean up house, and yeah, Alliance don't stumble over the USPs. And the lead. And the ult for error now, and it's not going to be having that out just yet.
I just want to see if ENCE start to use connector as a source of control, because I haven't really been testing that. I think the only time they've actually been in towards connector is when Nature was there on the pistol. Got a slight disconnect. We'll get Mail back in as soon as possible. Yeah, it seems that most of the aggression has come through long or just the fountain directly. I haven't really seen any of this mid-rounding from ENCE just yet.
There have been quite a few different setups from ENCE. It does feel like they really do want to be quite aggressive towards A. Obviously, we saw SDY get flash forward, we saw in the pistol, and we saw multiple heavy banana setups in every one of their gun rounds. So they've been really trying to set that conditioning early, that's where they really want to put a forward setup. But whether that will continue after how it's gone so far, given that Alliance have been giving them the fights over at A, might not really need to change too much, just win the duels instead.
It deviates away from the norm as well, ENCE on the CT side, because they typically like to aggro towards short. I mean, most teams do at this point over on Overpass at the moment, but yeah, you don't really see from ENCE that much aggro, I think, in such a concentrated density. Like I haven't seen them do this all that often before, and it's really interesting because it looks like they're trying to directly punish Alliance and try and catch them off guard. It just hasn't worked out whatsoever. Thanks. Alliance, I don't think have even really taken short control at all. So that is definitely something that ENCE can exploit, and then you can cheat a rotate up towards A. Maybe you don't need to be so forward-facing on the top side of the map.
Quick look around it. What else has been going on? We have the upper semi games still progressing. Boom took map 1 against Sinners, but map 2 looking a lot better for Sinners. They're 8-3 up right now. Fnatic and Bet-M. That one is also on map 2. Fnatic had a real rough go on Ancient. Did kind of come back into it. They did lose that one out and now have the lead on map 2. So those series looking to go to 3. We have the other lower game playing out as well. That's Johnny Speeds. This is Inner Circle. Now it's looking like Johnny Speeds is set to take that in too. So, you know, even if Alliance fall, Swedes still do have some hope. Although, funnily enough, there's a chance that ENCE could meet them as well if they do progress.
God, that'd be the ultimate villains.
3 Swedish teams. Tell you what, it's very cool that there are 3 fully Swedish rosters in this qualifier. Like, there's only 16 teams here. That's pretty crazy.
It's nice because obviously for a long period of time, obviously Sweden was on top when it came to Counter-Strike, and then they fell off. So it's nice to see that there is a resurgence here. And as you say, so many teams for Sweden in this close qualifier. It's good, because Eyeballers were the best team for a bit. Then it was, I think you could argue it was shared between Alliance and Eyeballers. They were always meeting domestically in LAN finals, and now Johnny Speeds has arrived and is starting to make headlines and waves. It's good. And I think it's interesting that it's nice to see, just obviously in an era where we're so international focused. I think it's so funny when you think back, we're going back years ago now, but when the first idea of an international project was floated within Counter-Strike, and it was like, oh, I don't know if that could work. Could that really work? And now basically every team is international. It's quite funny. So I just had a little look at ENCE's stats on Overpass. and they've only played it 3 times, right? And the most notable opposition that they faced would be Parivision. They played it 3 times as a core the last 3 months. They won 13-6 against Whopper, 13-4 against IEM, and then they lost 13-7 against Parivision in Blast Bounty. But what's fun here is that they actually have an 80% win rate on the T side in those games. And their CT side is atrocious.
Okay.
A really small
is funny.
sample size that's completely irrelevant. It's just fun to look at.
We like fun. That is crazy. Yeah, I think it's kind of blown out by those 2 earlier games. Yeah, they really got bodied by Paravision on that CT side. Just fixing a player chemistry. Hopefully shouldn't take too long, guys. I know you're all eager to see how this one plays out.
ADRs look really good as well for Alliance. I know Mail is not in the conversation right now in terms of the HUD. We'll get that fixed again as soon as possible. But you've got Avid and Era on the same ADR. You've got Upe on 1 ADR less, so it's all over 100 or thereabouts, which is really great to see. SDY has not started the game off amazingly so far. You can look at Krasnal and think, oh, Krasnal's only 2 and 4, but remember he got that 1v1 in the pistol to actually give ENCE, you'd argue, these 2 rounds to kickstart their journey here on Overpass. I'd love to see ENCE just take a breather from all of this aggression over towards A. Maybe mix in a little bit of mid-round in here. They did try to do that on the first gun round, to be fair to them.
Yeah, I've liked what ENCE have been throwing out. It's just it obviously hasn't worked. It was a very unlucky timing on round 3 that kind of put that one on the backside. But what they've actually been showing on the CT side looks very promising. It's a lot of really nice aggressive postures. So I do like it, even if it's not quite worked out so far.
It is good to see that ENCE definitely have got this identity, because for a while, especially with Glaive leading ENCE like towards the tail end of his playing career, it really felt like they were really solid on some maps, but there wasn't that depth and there wasn't that clear indication of how this team wanted to play, how you could get the best out of some of these pieces. But SDY has got a really clear framework of what he wants to do, and that is get active, get aggressive, keep opponents on the back foot, keep them guessing of where you're going to attack next. And the important thing here is, obviously we've spoken about the SDY Krasnal previous partnership, but the likes of Nachu, Poddy, probably Fiku as well, like you're always going to buy into this project. You're always going to, I think, lean and draw on the experience of SDY. And it's really nice to see all players just rallying together and buying into this collective new structure under the leadership of SDY. Been told as well, Lucy, that this issue might be ongoing for a little bit longer than we initially anticipated, so we're going to throw this one to a very short break. When we come back, we're going to resume the action here between ENCE and Alliance on Overpass.
All right.
Oh, it's always the
Classic
way,
trick
isn't it?
worked, Brandon.
Yeah.
Call the break,
Oh, dear.
and then everyone gets sorted. All right, back into the action. Arsenal with an instep. Do these instas do like I don't know if like that insta is going to be one that can be blocked by the molly?
No, it can't be.
Probably not. It's probably too quick, right? Yeah, okay.
Yeah, teams have just completely stopped throwing that molly now, because obviously we know all the instas. But for a while it was incredibly relevant. Arsenal's job, by the way, every single time he spawns, obviously he's the B anchor, but his sole job is to throw the insta-smoke. He knows every spawn so far from what I've been keeping track of in this game.
This time, not the forward setup. They do fall more into a classic approach of 3B and, well, sitting back on A. It'll be a detriment without a lot of util. That smoke gets thrown towards Divided. That's the last one they have. Just flashbangs to try and keep Alliance at bay. And with this deep smoke, they can just take this control. They can get ready to pop onto A at a moment's notice. Same time they do the lurk smoke on B. One comes out long at the same time, which is pretty nifty. Just keeping ENCE guessing. And they're only going to have 2 defenders here.
ENCE needs to go searching over at B. They will now, but I think it's going to be a little bit too late. Great flashbang. Body's still half affected by it. And in comes the scaling. So it's going to be a retake effort from ENCE. Everyone rotates in towards CT. Melo 9 has been spotted, but still did good damage onto SDY. Finally finished by Fiku, but I love this out of Twist. He just tries to take the space. Nature with the immediate trade. Needs a multi. This 2v3 player advantage now firmly with Alliance. They know exactly where Nature is. Ira moves off the line, but as the AK gets swapped out, that's when Avid will swing. And that's your detriment of not going for early control, but also not really doing anything in the mid-round. Alliance are just able to stroll quite freely up towards A.
Yeah, you can understand why they're a little bit hesitant to go for any sort of forward positioning when they have been punished so consistently, and not to mention Alliance have been going A a lot. So I think for ENCE, they feel, all right, well, maybe that big hit is due. Lean more bodies over there. Yeah, it's kind of the sort of standard matchmaking setup of 3 players on B side itself, not in short. And then 2 players on A, not forward. Well, Poddy's just in front of bathrooms. Doesn't give you a lot of options if you don't have defensive smokes to drop or any sort of way to set yourself up.
Ow.
This round will go similarly.
Just been spammed. Arsenal will swing. Spots the player close. Doesn't really want to overextend, and a good molly from Alliance. BQ needs to win out this fight on Upe, and oh dear, Upe is just not looking at him. So that's a 3B, and that's a 3v3. Crostal then re-swings and gets rid of the bomb. Looks like he timed out there, but Avid will take that trade every day of the week. There's one more player locked in, and Poddy is right behind them. Alliance, oh, they've got no idea. This timing, oh, Avid looks back. He keeps being worried about Connector because of Fiku, but he's here on truck instead. Would need to hit the shot. They nearly line up. But Alliance will just about get it over the line. That was scary.
That was crazy. Avid's playing like a madman. You see the way he's twitching back and forth? Like, he's just so uncomfortable with the possibility of any sort of flank that he just keeps checking backwards, checking backwards. You keep thinking that timing's going to be there for Poddy, but no, Avid on that swivel removes him, and then into that 2-on-1. They swing in tandem. Expertly handled, and well, any scare that was offered up. Not sure what happened with Krasnal. Whether it was just, maybe he was just calming after he gets that kill and he's just not fully focused or what. But yeah, I did feel like he wasn't exactly ready for that little sidestep from Avid.
He's just locked in. The fact that he checks not once but twice behind himself Just really good awareness. Also having the understanding of, well, Arsenal's just wide swung here. Why? Because he surely isn't doing that completely by himself. There has to be someone in close to be able to try and trade him or just win the round outright. A nice understanding out of Avid. Tiny bit of a forward setup, quickly cut short here by ENCE. Alliance just govern connector. I think Mel's just thrown a smoke instead of a flash.
You know, it happens. I'm not sure how it happens when they're all individual bindings, but it does happen. Body. There we go. Finally, the AWP gets to strike and removes big target. He'll fall back. And have an advantage, a position they've not been in all that often. Continues to prowl forward. He's hearing Potty jump. Question is, does he want to try and swing and find this kill? Yes, the answer is. Won't get it, and then SDY strikes. That was what that jumping was all about. Trying to bait in SDY. And oh, Potty, that's maybe a little bit too brave. SDY, if he gets caught here, that's a way back in, but thankfully, he'll convert. Now the final two players start to step forward. Nichu is low, so Fiku really the major defender here, but he stood tall for that first and final player spotted. Nichu doesn't need to overextend here. He'll just sit back. Make Yupe work for this 1v3 as time begins to dwindle. He peeks straight forward, and well, Krasl not necessarily a primary AWPer, but SDY certainly handy with the rifle. As ENCE will win a gun round off the back of Potty and then SDY's amazing triple.
Yeah, good work from SDY. Entering yourself on the scoreboard. Finding that multi. Scary because obviously the round's completely turned on its head if Era just finds the shot. So SDY takes a risk just being in the open, but the off angle enough for Era to miss. Colleagues, Hayes and Trav, were speaking to me just after the Alliance OG game, and Hayes was commenting about how Era's been having his moments, but it's been a little bit shaky today. That's another example of it. Still, 5 rounds on the T side feels very good. ENCE back still against the wall firmly. In this one, though, it's a tied-up game because the economy will be broken. So a really important round for the CTs to try and win, to give stabilization, very much like Alliance were doing in the first half of Mirage before it sort of all went tits up.
Yeah, and key for SDY too to find that triple kill. That's his first of the round, of the map, sorry, after being the frag leader on Mirage. I think he's been forced to flex his brain a bit much on this, as things haven't been working out, and neither is this boost. But it will net success. Took a little bit to get there. The result is what they were looking for.
Krasl
picks
just
it back
scoops up
up.
the AWP immediately. Oh, I felt like it could have been dead on. Has to be worried now about Avid pushing it in towards toilets. Alliance are just going to hit A. They understand that Krasnal's here with the AWP, but the scaling out long, I think, is going to be everything. Avid also just gets rid of Nachu, and suddenly Krasnal's swarmed. Low HP, Avid still gets on top of default. No flashbang. VQ thought there was. An Era will follow through. Great boost for Alliance. Said that ENCE needed to win that when it gets taken away from them.
And Era comes through with a couple as well. Just after you mentioned that boost kill, and then one more follows up. Yeah, that was a really nice boost. Body on the exact angle that's punished by it. This is looking fantastic for Alliance 6 already. Looking good to really take the majority of rounds here. And maybe going to try and get aggressive again. Didn't work for them the last couple of times. And again, it's Era onto Potty. Boosted up in a different angle, but same result. Flashbangs not quite doing the job as the boost came after they'd already popped. And this is maybe a little desperate from SDY.
Nupe should punish the short aggression. At least should. And it's going to go clearing. comes down to timing. Works out brilliantly for Upe. Trade onto Neichu, but he's incredibly low now. So you feel like Mayo is just going to grab this kill. How does that nade not finish the job? Krasnal now starts walking towards Connector. Twist needs to consider this. That's the bomb dropped. And they know that Mail is also here. Flashbang, brilliant. And Krasnal's now been set up for a double. 4v2 now turned equal. Avid starts to push the issue, but can't best the FAMAS. And Krasnal's now swapped to the USP. Era's missing shots, but the sidearm's good enough. And remember that Neichu's low. Is this going to be calmed? No, it's not. And Neichu behind the flames, put forward by Era, is going to help ENCE convert a 2v4.
What a round from Krasnal. You wonder if he's going to play Trigger Discipline there. But no, that support from Neichu was fantastic. The flashbang coming over. Melee 9, it felt like he had a favored duel until he's fully blinded. Krasnal charges out, ready for then those players to continue progressing through his smoke. That could have been scary, as he only just about gets the FAMAS back out in time. Even anticipating that Poddy would then walk it. Oh, sorry, not Poddy. That Era would then walk it. Really well done. Neichu closes out. There was actually a second there where Era was holding that molly, like the line behind the molly, just in case he peeked behind it. He gets off just the second that Neichu slips in. A bit of a hero moment for ENCE to get their fourth. Hasn't really done wonders for them with only one player living. Round is a round. In fact, if they can take this one, you know, pretty good statting to even things out 6-6.
Oh, did they see him? I think so. Oh, and SDY takes a wild swing. Neichu will trade, and ENCE will take short. Poddy's angle not expected. Finds one, and it's important for him to back out. Remember, he's the only A player. Era nearly caught with nades, but instead gets the AK out in time to deliver a swift haircut. 2v3. The twist only on a deagle. At least Neichu will rotate. That means that he'll be here in time.
And Twist will be able to scoop up that rifle, though, so now be armed. Thing is, they have to just contact up. No util here. Neichu got his kill just by spamming in from short. Trading out SDY in that fashion. Viku's got the information play, so he's pushed all the way in. This has allowed Krasnal to come up. Sanku's heard, but Twist falls, so Era left in the 1v3. There's Neichu's behind Dyson. I think he would have heard Krasnal drop down too from truck. A bit of information here. Hoping that maybe he can catch that jump peak, but can't quite, but he can hit those. How's that? This clutch coming together. Viku, remember, he was in short, so he'll be fast up. Scaling Banana, but has lost track of Arrow, who skirts in towards long. Smoke and kit for Fiku. With the bomb planted on this side of Dice, he might just stick this. If he sees that no one's playing at truck. Era close on long, swing comes out, Fiku spots him, doesn't feel comfortable committing to the kill. Forces Era out instead, plays it safe, and denies. Another round that comes down to a sole survivor for ENCE, but it is another round.
That's the important thing. It's another round, and they're grinding them out now. What a spray out of Era. You really feel like he's going to win it. As soon as Fiku taps it, you know it is going to be a fake, though. And Era's not convinced. He's still drawn it into this fight. Knows that he's low as well. So if he can maybe wide swing, get on the angle. Fiku would be a dead man walking. And instead, it goes the other way. What a really nice attempt in that 1 versus 3 from the Orpa of Alliance. Getting it done with the AK. That bomb plant, it has enabled him to reinvest an AK-47. Spamming connector. Oh, it wasn't connecting, and right at the tail end it did. And Poddy, it's the first time we've seen him get aggressive over towards connector, but he can't escape. SDY trades out for the first. Now looks again in towards connector for the second, but Twist is holding. 3 versus 3. This is starting to crumble a little bit. But the only map control Alliance really have is in towards B, and that's where 2 players are for ENCE.
Neichu is going to reposition as well. Oh, hold up. They're going to push into Monster. Okay, what's this look like for him? Crosshairs were offset, but he'll fall back and he'll actually get away. That's a huge amount of information. That's going to send the bomb scrambling up towards A. Krasnal all alone up here. 2 players sending it towards him. And still being sold is B. Krasnal, nice angle. Maybe won't be cleared. Chris jumps up on over. Yeah, Krasnal will remove him and drop down. That smoke is off the mark as well. And Incendiary slows down Era. There's still this flank. Fiku never stopped pushing. Smoke to go down. So bomb can be picked up. Era moves forward to hold the bank line. Upe being in charge of getting the C4 down. Fiku progressing through bathrooms, and these other CTs likely to wait for him to play. Era, he takes the initiative, steps forward. Now Fiku should have this free kill. They know exactly where Era was, but that doesn't mean that you're safe. Or on the reload, Fiku gets up. He's just going to stick this the full 5 seconds on the truck, and Era just starts running at him. Force him off it. Now he's just playing around the dice boxes. Fiku struggling to find this fight, and Era more than happy to oblige. A brilliant round from him. Doesn't pull off the clutch in the penultimate round, but he will close it here so the Alliance can secure a 7-5 lead.
incredible rounds out of Era. One resulting in a round win, one resulting in a nearly 1-versus-3 clutch. But still, Alliance press on. They take 7 rounds on the T side of Overpass on their map pick. They're looking to force this to nuke, to the decider. Remember, if they drop the ball here, if ENCE are able to come back after a very quick play on this pistol, then they'll be eliminated from this close qualifier. Twist cowers in the corner, and ENCE have seen him. And Twist can't find a single frag. Bomb planted, 5 alive. ENCE swarm B.
Yeah, let's go heavy A on the CT pistol and all B here. Nice and simple, charging through, and SDY holding this. This should be an absolute freebie. Takes 2 bullets to get it done, but job's a good one, and immediately that sends Avid back. Era's still going to take a look, and, well, nice shot. He falls immediately after it. Avid might just get away. Be careful. Nietzsche might just remove him here as he spotted him on the outside of the door, and oh, Avid actually wins that duel. You know what? Actually, he's maybe got too close to the bomb. Yep. Yeah, that's still 4 ENCE. An immediate force for Alliance. Saw them doing this on Mirage. Didn't work out for them. You kind of already highlighted, Brandon. It's a small sample size, but ENCE's T side has been that they're stronger on this map.
It's every pistol in this series going in favor of ENCE, by the way. For how good Alliance would look, they're able to convert one. In goes that force spy. They will trade out Nachu. Will at least assume somewhat of control over towards Connector. That won't stop ENCE pressing. I like the fact that Fiku is being quite disciplined and he's holding outside towards Monster in case this crunch comes in. It's nice for Alliance that they, by proxy of taking Connector, have also got the short control. I might just rotate everyone up and make this read that's going to be the A play. They'll gamble. If it's A, fantastic. If it's not, they can just save everything and bring it forward into the next.
Yeah, definitely the right call to be making. Quickly move everyone over. For ENCE, just have to make sure they don't trip over it here. Bomb is leaning towards B. Twist. They'll go down. That's 2 players confirmed. So I think this is going to send the bomb moving in towards B. Now you found this frag. You've got the player advantage. I mean, the potty goes down. Rounds 100% on, and he's looking the wrong way. That timing could not have been worse. Force by looking good. Bomb going to be planted on B. There's a lot on Fiku and STY's shoulders. Fiku's already getting hyper-aggressive. They're not going to be ready for him on this angle. In fact, he's hearing them go in towards heaven. STY's taking all the contact. It's got to be Fiku. He's found that first. Now his cover's blown. Thing is, there isn't a kit at all. But the bomb's not planted for him. Doesn't matter. Finds that first kill. Rupe tap on it, and actually it was planted for the smoke, causing some problems. Rupe hasn't re-tapped, but the swing still comes. Maybe Fiku second-guessed himself. But I think that defuse is coming through. Time aplenty. His Alliance, the force spy, comes in. And they manage to pull it off.
Tell you what, though, 2v4 nearly works out perfectly. I'm surprised SDY recommits to the Heaven fight. I guess he's trying to sell the idea that Fiku definitely isn't there. But as soon as he gets the first, I think he can just hide. Yes, Viku's worried that they will immediately just jump out of heaven and his timing is somewhat wasted, but sure, very fine margins in that round. Of course, ENCE are going to rebuy back in. That was down to the wire, only 1 player staying alive. Fortunate for Poddy, yet again, it just feels like Poddy gets a little bit lost in towards Connector and Divider. Like on the first half, he was missing a lot of the timings that he naturally found himself in. Here on the T side, gets caught lacking and looking the wrong way. Less than ideal. Molly will force Ira back, but it will push the other 2 defenders of Alliance a little bit closer in towards the toilets, and it feels like Avid is going to get free one ray. Yep, they just all walk past him. That's so free and easy for Avid. It will claim free. Go up to 19 frags. Ira's not too far behind him. But this is now starting to feel like a mood settler for Alliance and potentially a conclusion to Overpass.
Kind of crazy. No one looks to the close right there as they walk out that smoke, or no one even paths that way. I mean, beautiful spray. All headshots, right? In that was really nice to watch, but remarkable that not a single one of those players looked to the right. It's really set on what they had in mind. That is a backbreaker of ENCE. Alliance looking like they're going to send us to a decider. That will be Nuke. Era really wants to get some kills in this MP9. And he'll only get one. Nice kills. Nice kill from the Glock. MP9 passed over so it can get away.
Yeah, but now you know he's in the corner. And they know Nachu's here. Lucky. You are subjected to death now, if you're Nachu. At least he's keeping attention, I suppose. Splitting towards Con isn't going to work because Avid's here, and then Mail can just come up, and he's not even needed. Avid is killing everyone on ENCE, having an absolute field day on Overpass. Spam is now also affecting Nachu, and eventually he'll be run and bowled over by the Tech 9. There's double digits, and these gun rounds have got to come in thick and fast for ENCE.
Got put on the back foot early, so the chances of building up fast T-side quickly dismantled after the pistol. A bit of revenge for Alliance after the same was done to them on Mirage. Just want to fight short. They did get in there with the pistol, with the Glock freely last round. Comes at a cost this time. 1 for 1 at least. Avid removed. Big player to be taking out. Do I recommit? Still a very forward short setup from Alliance. Yes, do I might challenge it. Might be in for a bit of hurt. Twist is ready for this exact play, but can't quite control against SDY, who wins out the duel. Left very low, but player advantage.
Tough now for Alliance, but again, they make the right read. You've only seen SDY over towards short. But where he's got these 2 kills, he imagines there's going to be a rotate. You're not going to be ready for these angles tucked in at barrels. Is Upe, Mail on the other angle, and that lineup could have been it. Mail now tucks himself in towards the shallows of the water. The smoke goes forward. I think with this smoke, maybe you're not clearing this. Yeah, Cross was just going to plant, and that allows Mail to go and find Poddy. Flashbang, will affect him, or at least make him turn. So now Era has to try and clutch up once again, and Nature will overextend. Krasnal doesn't dare put his head in the scope, and instead he just waits patiently. Knows that Era was over towards heaven, so has to give a sound cue to move away. There's no kit, unless there's one found on the site, and no smoke to alleviate vision, so it's Krasnal's stalemate. It's Era now making noise, and Krasnal's got the forward read. This sniper has to connect close quarters. He's trying to dance around the pillar, but Krasnal will get the best of him. ENCE, they needed that one. Yet again, it comes down to one player surviving. And once more, they are getting by these rounds in the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, denying another Era clutch. He's had a fair few of these. Krasnal, so calm as well. Knows that audio cue has to come through on the drop. That right as before that's happening, the AWP has to be trained on that pillar. He just waits. Here's the drop. Plays it patient. And a very nice headshot. Doesn't get easier. One player living. Things don't look pretty. They are going to try and B again. This flashbang timing looks really good. Twist fully blinded, but Upe helped him out for a second. Krasnal still continuing with the double. Nail falls, and that round's going to be done and dusted. Fast into B. And again, Krasnal stepping up.
It's really nice to see Krasnal like this, because obviously on the official stream yesterday was a complete outlier for him on Ancient. Didn't really get to see what he's capable of, but here, really important double kill, getting the trades, and then in the last round as well, trading out Mail over towards the barrels. Nichu should be able to get rid of Avid. Never mind, timing. Of course, a curse. He still manages to dink him, to be fair. Gets a lot more out of that gunfight than I initially expected. But with back-to-back rounds, Ira will at least hold on to this AWP. Avid, who has 110 ADR and 25 kills, keep his weapon. But everyone else is going to be a little bit more limited. A really important round for ENCE not to trip over their shoelaces in number 19. They need to make this a one-round game. They need to keep putting the pressure on Alliance here, because it is very top-heavy. If no one steps up, if we don't see like a male clutch here, if we don't see Upe and Twist finding the form that we know that they're capable of, you get rid of Avid or Ira, the round essentially could just be yours.
Avid living there is actually huge too. Wouldn't have been able to reinvest otherwise. Yeah, it does feel like they can do no wrong. And a much heavier lean towards B from Alliance this time. They don't want to get punished a third time on this map, so they'll get short control. Looks like that. Twist has gotten up very close on the side of this smoke. When do they move players back? Especially because they have no one spotting in Banana. Finally, Avid will start to make moves. Nail completely alone, hearing flashbangs out long. ENCE haven't shown anything outside of that bit of utility.
Going through the motions, though, taking map control, like SDY would have been heard close there. Avid jumping and spotting at a bank. Needs a flashbang to get rid of Mel. SDY knew he was there, but again, a flashbang didn't come in from Poddy because he just didn't have one. Twist is now going to block. But Krasnal will spam out Ira, so that's a good rebuttal. That was one of the short players. But with Upe finding Krasnal again, it should be okay. How's this timing for Fiku? Oh, awful. He just didn't clear his corner. And now Twist probably can keep going. Nature will trade. 20 seconds left.
Has to be commit to B. Smoke goes quick. That'll block Heaven, but Avid's still here, and he's got a good angle, but misses his chance. Nature, another amazing kill, and then Poddy picks Heaven. Leaves it onto Upe, who that nade comes a little too late. Oh, if that had removed Nature, maybe. Gives him a chance still. Both these players low. Not out of the realms of possibility. No kit on the back of him. Spams out. Can't quite find Nature, but does eventually. Onto Poddy now into the 1v1. Upe looking set to close this on out. That's his flashbang off the line. That's a tap onto the bomb and maybe a jump to try and go across. But no, oh, the leg shot comes in. The time now the limiting factor. Poddy looks like he's done enough. I really thought Upe was going to be expecting that crawl from Poddy and short, but instead hopes the tap means it's a monster play. Both players live, but ENCE bringing us ever closer to tying up this game. And that's finally the one that puts Alliance on the back foot. Money isn't there.
How do they keep getting away with these rounds, honestly? The fact that you've got Avid, the most reliable piece of Overpass so far for Alliance, on an off angle, uncleared, unchecked, but he fluffs it. Just means that Nature's able to get the kill. Really important double up for Nature. First in towards Connector, then on towards Avid. Exceptional work out of him. Great resilience shown from ENCE as well. They could have been down and out so easily in this map. They're just going to pop B. But there's a number of players here. They know they've done good damage. But on towards Twist. He gets removed, and then so do the rest of Alliance, sorry. ENCE overwhelm. Avid can only find one. And that's your equalizer. As quick as they took the contact in towards connector, that's when the monster players pop, and Alliance just weren't ready.
Felt like Alliance were in the perfect position to take this map away and also stack decider, but ENCE, resilient as ever, all of these unlikely rounds, sets them up for 10-10. Come to a breaking point so late into the game. And Potty's found an opener. Error removed again. That is a huge opening frag to find.
It's tough. Because that leaves Mayo all high and dry, and he feels like he has to go searching. Can he secure the kill? No, he can't. Krasnal will follow through. This will force a rotate. The
That
raid
Potty
boss of
pick?
Avid up to A.
That was a boost, I think, over from the, like where Fiku is, or somewhere around there, onto heaven.
Okay, fair.
I didn't quite see it until after. I thought maybe it'd been a shot,
Oh,
but
yeah,
no.
the
I
X.
think, yeah, look where the X is.
I really wish we had replays. Because you're right. No idea how that kill's come in, but ENCE take it all day long. They don't know it yet, but no one's on B. SDY, I love this out of SDY. Pure contact, he's like, wait a second. He smells a rat. I'm going to say to the team, come back. I don't see anyone. Body just keeps finding kills. He's now got rid of both Ira and Avid. And as mentioned previously, that always feels like round is over. 20 seconds left. Guys, you've got to get the bomb over. It should be fine, but my goodness me. They leave it incredibly late. But because of SDY's contact, is pushed through and towards B. Alliance gamble all in on A. Unfortunately, they need to throw away this round again.
Desperately need to hold onto these weapons too. They might not be allowed. And it's feeling emboldened. Tell you what a remarkable T-side Potty is having. Clutches and openers. Single-handedly, it feels at times. Him and Krasnal keeping ENCE in this and even putting them into the lead. It's rare you see T-side comebacks on Overpass. Especially with how the half started. Winning the pistol and getting reset immediately. Worst case scenario, and yet still, they've grinded it out. Good news for Alliance is they do get to keep the AWP and the rifle, so I think that will give them a full buy here. Might just come with a few players lacking. But it does mean that Avid and Error get everything they need.
It's funny enough because it's one of those as well where, yes, they lost that 4 spy that Alliance put forward, but they made a 4v2, come down to a 1v1, and it's always kept the economy on the back foot here for Alliance. And as a consequence, it's just meant that they've not been able to give themselves many opportunities in this second half to go for clutches, to go for retakes. I don't think we've even seen like a 2v3 attempted for Alliance. Seen a couple of 1v2s, obviously, but it almost feels like they just have the belief that they're going to be able to close this game in regulation or at the worst overtime. They're always trying to give themselves a fighting chance to have the best possible buy rather than take the risk, steal a round away. Maybe because of the momentum of the game, where it just feels like every one of these sort of 50-50 or even 70-30 rounds that have been going in ENCE's favour. Upe's now been spammed. Good news that he's only on the MP7. There's going to be a boost here for ENCE. No, a double
like
nade in
it.
towards Monster.
Oh. Upe lucky. He's a bit more further forward than that. The single nade back the other way does a little bit more damage. Boost now coming the other way. Upe's setting up a flash. But Fiku actually gets that kill. Did the flash maybe telegraph it too much? I'm not sure.
No, I don't think so, but I think they were anticipating a reaction, and Fiku's positioning is expert because he's put himself in the tunnel, so he's never going to be affected by that flash. And the only thing he has to look at, firstly, is the boost, and then if there's an acceleration from short, you would have heard it. 35 seconds. Bomb not actually committing over towards B, but Fiku is a great catch, and no trade. But hang on a second. Alliance is still on A. Bomb's going to reset. That's really important here for ENCE. They will go in towards the B bomb site, and Crastal is still picking off players. Era subjected to a life of hell on this A bomb site. And this is a 1v5 that he absolutely will not be moving forward in. So because of Fiku's positional excellence and expert timing, ENCE will take series point and deny the AWP of Era.
They lose everything. Era can buy one, but it comes without armor. Everyone else, there won't be an M4 here except for maybe Mail. This is brutal for Alliance. And I mean, we're kind of gassing up the individual performance of Krasnal, Party, and this time it's Fiku who just solos that round. I can't believe he gets the third kill on side. He had no right. Unbelievable work. If the boost had caught him, completely different round.
It's 10-6. This was 10-6. ENCE have won 6 in a row and are now looking to make it 7. This is a wild boost. A triple one in nature to get rid of SDY. He had to do something. He swapped his POV. I was like, how are you glitching out the map?
Yeah, that was an insanely high bit of vision. Boost up the other way, and, well, they're way more aggressive than anticipated. Era is getting a moment to shine. Maybe pushing a bit too far. Potty ready for that. Halo 9 in bathrooms close. This is hectic. Pressure still on. And now going to descend and leave. Still 2 players over on B. It's a 2-2 setup, or maybe a chance there to make it just 1. I think with
this push out
spot,
of Mail.
yeah. Has to move behind. This time's going to be fantastic. After all this run of rows in a round. Well, rounds in a row. It looks like it might fall here. 30 seconds. Body drop low. No reason not to try and do this with the money. Fiku needs to find quick kills.
Shot.
Onto Twists. In towards Monster. Fiku starts to scale and he'll remove him. It looked like they'd done enough to stave them off, but maybe, just maybe, ENCE will complete this. Unless Era can pull through with another clutch. No armor. An AWP and a shadow spotted. Into the one-on-one. Potty on the other side. 8 points of health. With AWP, it might not matter. Sniper v sniper. Potty holding for it. Oh, he sees just the edge. Just a little bit of something. And he'll spot Era progressing to short. Another clutch for Potty, and ENCE, a remarkable comeback to close the series and stay alive in the IEM Atlanta qualifiers.
That's so heartbreaking for Alliance. That is such a heartbreaking result for them, especially, again, 10-6 up. So many of these advantageous scenarios. You think the round's done and dusted when Mail walks down connector. Never ready for Potty to be on the close corner, but what a fantastic shot out of him. But you've got to give a lot of credit to Fiku. Fiku in the last 3-4 rounds getting multi-kill after multi-kill on B, carving open that site for ENCE, giving them all of the opportunities in the world. Absolutely incredible from this new look ENCE roster. You can see the other games that are currently going on as well. Bet Boom and Sinners in the upper bracket alongside Fnatic and Bet M33. Those have gone to a third. Inner Circle eliminated in the other lower game with Johnny Speeds progressing. So as you said, Lucy, at least there is still another Swedish team in this fight. But ENCE will move further forward in the qualifier. Their next game, well, it's going to be immediately after this little bit of a break. They will play the loser of Fnatic versus Bet M33. So basically what's going to happen here, guys, as we swing down to the lower bracket, is ENCE will play the loser, but that one has only just gone into a third map. So pretty much Bet M and Fnatic have got to go and play the third map. Then there will be like a 30-minute break, and then we'll have this best of 3 between ENCE and the loser of Fnatic versus Bet M33. Lucy, before we obviously throw it to a break, is there any team that I think ENCE would be happier facing out of the two there?
That's actually a really tricky question because I think both have definitely shown some weaknesses. I think you'd say Bet-M, but Fnatic have had some rough series so far. So yeah, it's not been smooth sailing, even though they are in that upper semi. We'll see. It remains to be seen who will be coming down to this lower bracket that ENCE will have to face. But yeah, plenty more action to come, guys. We'll wait for those two series to wrap up before we can see what game we'll be playing next on the stream here. But yeah, 4 games all at once. 2 now concluded, 2 to go. We'll be back in a little bit for our final game of the day.
magical moment. And not every moment can be precious like this. So come on, here's something you don't want to miss.
of what we're used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. Cause I'm scared of getting old, and I'm more tired than I'm used to. Just give me something, please show me something alright. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive for living my life the way I want. We're creating memories, and we drive our parents crazy. We're chasing sunsets, living each day like the last day of our life. And I know this is what we want, cause this is just what we do. Free to tell our lies while discovering our truth. I forget that I'm down with you guys around. Cause everyone knows life's better with love than being alone. Consider yourself the motive for finding a way to right my wrongs. Catch a locomotive or hit the highway and just move on. Cause it's so fun when no one's upset. You sit on my trunk and watch the sunset. Consider yourself the motive moments I feel alive. A surge of energy as you come into sight. Caught in the moment, I'm hypnotized. With every breath I feel the fire inside. Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat of your body side. Your love is like a wildfire. My heart's on fire as I hold you close. Your touch, it's electric, a beautiful overdose. I'm addicted to the way we move and sway. Lost in the rhythm, bodies insane. We're in days. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain. It takes me high. 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 Your love is like a wildfire. Your love is like a wildfire. A force I can't contain, it takes me high. I'm lost in the heat of your body side. Your love is like a wildfire. Like a wildfire. Wildfire.
Welcome back, everybody, to the IEM Atlanta closed qualifiers. Getting ready to jump into our final game of the day, continuing to follow ENCE's run in this lower semi. And they have what maybe would have been an unlikely opponent, but it certainly sets us up for an exciting match.
Yeah, absolutely. I think BetM33 played really well in that deciding map against Fnatic. They were actually losing 7-5 on the T side of Inferno, and then CT was just a complete shutdown. And that sees Fnatic arrive here in the lower bracket against ENCE. Should be fun. We saw ENCE, I think, go through a roller coaster of emotions against Alliance just now, and heading up against Fnatic. I'm really excited to see this matchup because it's two teams that have made changes recently, two teams that desperately want to qualify and be back towards the top end of Counter-Strike. And to be honest, even though, sure, it's still a gauntlet here for the lower bracket run, if one of these two teams could make it and take one of these two spots, I think it'd be really promising for either Fnatic or ENCE moving forward for the rest of the year.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Huge opportunity for all of these teams. You can see there are two games taking place right now. We have this ENCE Fnatic game, but then also Sinners versus Johnny Speeds that'll be playing out around about the same time. So winner of each match will play each other in the lower final and then go up tomorrow evening for the consolidation final for the final spot at Atlanta. But locking in on ENCE versus Fnatic. Not sure if we've got the veto that we can take a squiz out here. Fnatic, I gotta be real with you, I'm a little worried about them. You know, 1 out over K27. If we just skip over Mirage, maybe it's an okay conversation, but you can't just skip over Mirage. And then versus BetM, also some real struggles. It feels like they have maps where half the team isn't even showing up. Like Ancient, they were, you know, down quite significantly. Did come back a little bit, but it just feels like they're disappearing at times.
Yeah, the individual level, I think, of Fear in particular, I think it's mentioned it yesterday, really under scrutiny, just in the community and across talent in Tier 2. It's really concerning how he has just fallen off at a cliff. Jacasmo's present, but this isn't the same Jambo of 2024. This isn't the same Jambo even of the first half of 2025. Something's missing. Something's not quite clicking in this team. And then you can't expect Madden to really do absolutely everything when he is the newest addition to this roster. Here's the veto Ancient picked. Fnatic have lost it the last 6 times they've played it in a row. Then you go to Overpass, where ENCE just made that massive comeback on the CT side. So I'm really worried for Fnatic. I do think ENCE are firmly the favourites in this series. Let's see what's going on. Jacasmo tucked. He sees looking up just in case there are any smokes here being thrown over on the A bomb site for ENCE. That's not the case. Instead, they set their sights and try and make a move through red or donut.
Scaling in, Jambo sees them on the cross. Madden is forced all the way back. Has to concede a lot of space. That's a lot of players over here. Madden goes down. They don't necessarily need to commit to A, and they won't. Crazzle just keeps going through, expecting that maybe they've actually got some space here, and pushing through their smoke will be an unanticipated move. Certainly does catch them off. Now Potty's holding for Jambo's push, and we'll best him on that. They're starting well, and even an incendiary here, Molly, just to slow things down further. Look how long SDY is holding this for, just trying to get as much mileage out of it as possible. And as soon as it's thrown, it feels like that's the round. Even if you kill SDY here, sure, you got the smoking kit. But just getting to that bomb side is nigh on impossible. A great pistol from ENCE. Fnatic gonna be on the back foot early.
This was an awesome pistol because you've got the cross in towards red. Jambo sees 4 go over and he's thinking, okay, normally if players go in towards red room, they're going to split in towards CT and try and wrap A. CT player gets pounded by Krasnal and ENCE even smoke off B, but the entire design of this round was to always walk through that smoke and go towards B bomb site because of where Poddy was, so in towards cave. It was never a second thought in the mind of SDY and ENCE. They were always looking to push and force that issue. Awesome misdirect. All of Fnatic are just waiting on A for a hit that never comes in. Forced by back. Surprising out of Fnatic. but they will give it a go. Nades go too high for ENCE. And it's going to be this mid-control with Madden. Oh, burning alive and full blind. Nice shot out of Jambo, but his teammates are falling in the meanwhile.
You know, the space taken and it's not going to try and fumble. They're just going to pause for a moment, reset. Fnatic will lean into a stack towards the B bomb site. Might be the right call. ENCE are moving in this direction. Still, you feel with the better weapons, they'll be in a good position. They're up close. Or close by. SMG and Krasnal slipped past. Fear didn't see that, or did he? Seemed to be somewhat aware of it. Casmo gets the kill and makes it a double. Is that enough to be the difference? I think you get the information now. This is probably a stack. Still scary for Fiku just to run off with the bomb. It does look like they've got the right read of it. Maybe they spotted Jambo. There must be something that's got them this confident that he's not there. But then Fiku is clearing things. I know they do seem to be confident. Bomb goes down 2-on-1. Jambo has a kit, but far out of position.
Is it also if Fnatic are facing that heavily and that aggressively on towards B ramp rather than letting ENCE come into crossfires, then there's probably going to be another player there. And also I think because of the space that was taken in mid, it's really nice that ENCE can redirect. It's really good that they've got the awareness to be able to do that. You see so many teams that will just commit to the idea after they've got a couple of kills, but no. They do change their mind. They do take the safe option. Jambo will walk away with an AK, which is a nice little win here for Fnatic. But ENCE at the double up, they were struggling against the Force Buys versus Alliance. They don't struggle here against Fnatic.
Could have got a little spooky there when they go to walk into that stack. Price is averted. Then I got a really interesting Ancient earlier. And I say interesting, right? 8-13 scoreline. 2 rounds in the T-side. But Fear had a 2.09 T-side rating. Next highest on his team was 0.7. So I don't know what was going on over there on the T-side.
What?
Yeah.
They only got 2 rounds.
They got 2 rounds.
That's bizarre. This is a nice little play from ENCE as well. The fact that you know that it's going to be a saved AK and nothing else. You just go for an execute into a bomb site. You use all your utility. Molly bounces up onto the boost. They are clearing absolutely everything before they go in towards the site. Crim's had a chance with the Deagle, but isn't able to punish. And then a follow-through. Wombo combo of util is here. Jambo now shown on the map in elbow. Jacasmo blocked by the donut smoke. Rotations are coming and the bomb's not yet down.
Oh, chance there, but misses the mark. Still, this AK can't be a threat from Jambo. Can't do anything to stop this bomb. Jambo just pushes forward. The coverage not good enough. Jambo's taken 2. Burns out. He actually walks into the flames to get it done. Will that be the difference? Jacasmo has the armor and picks up the rifle in his teammate's stead. Krasnal's left to close this one out. A lot of damage done onto Jacasmo. Fear's slowly pushing through. Catches him off guard. An incredible hero moment from Jambo, pushing through the flames to take 2.
Really clever. Really, really clever from Jambo. Self-sacrifice, but he trades out favorably. He gets 3 kills in that round with the AK. And then Jacasmo's really good molly. It lands in the middle of both Brokey and Big Box. It forces Poddy into the open. And from there, Fear just takes his time. Knows that all the attention is going to be on this donut player, and Krasnal can't uproot him. If Krasnal just remained in temple holding, but yeah, again, why would he when he knows that the players are here? Great flashbang in towards middle for SDY. But he gets removed by Jambo immediately. Orp out off the back of his hard work, winning that round for Fnatic. Flashbang also brutal onto Nachu. This is starting to spin up into a good moment here for Fnatic.
I don't think he does answer back. Poddy's found one with the Deagle. Might not matter. Might not matter. Jambo does remove Fiku before that scaling can continue. And Potty, oh yeah, Crim's just tucked into the corner, not seen on that angle. Then just a wide swing onto Krasnal. So for a moment, it got a little scary when both Fear and Chasmo go down. Good response from Fnatic. The arrival of Crim's up on towards ledge, and then Jambo's AWP, making sure that one doesn't get out of hand. That's going to put ENCE onto an eco.
This is, again, really nice to see that Fnatic do have this bite back. Because, look, at the end of the day, we know how strong they can be. We know how good this team is, especially in Tier 2. And you take a look at this closed qualifier, there's an argument for any single one of these teams to make it through and get one of the two coveted spots at IEM Atlanta. Jambo's trying to make sure that it could be Fnatic, and I love this wide swing here out of ENCE. Sure, you don't really get, in fact, any of the kills. What you do is create space, and it means that the bomb can be planted. That was the entire objective of the round for the T side. So, in that regard, it's a little win.
Jambo getting warmed up, though. In 2. Grueling day for both these teams, really. I feel like ENCE maybe a little more, given they've had 2 games in the lower bracket already. I suppose in the Tier 2 trenches, you're pretty used to this sort of routine. Fighting towards middle, flashbangs coming forward. Fiku taking space on ledge to scale out and support as well. That flashbang great from Jambo. Now capitalize on it, but not ready for a push through from Nephew. A third player there, and they all fall.
They were aware of it. Like they had Crim's holding, and then Madden's looked at heaven. Crim's has fallen. Madden didn't react in time. I love this hatch of Chasmo. Nature's surely dealt with. Cleared. He clears Chasmo. That is ridiculous. Out of the young gun of ENCE. A graduate of the Mals NXT Academy showing up in a big way here. And now Jambo looking to clutch. Knows that 2 players are quite low and adjusts onto Crustal. That nade's going to do brilliantly. Surely it removes Nature. It doesn't. 1v2. Molly put forward. Bomb. Therefore not committed. Jambo's holding. Really got an idea that Fiku's in towards Cave. 50 seconds left. Such a winnable round. Is he going to go for the spam? He does, but it's not quite on the money. Second time of asking. It's so close for Jambo. Nothing yet converting. Even a spam, because again, he recognizes that Nature is low. Drops this AWP. Goes to pick up an AK. He can isolate a fight. EQ completely alone, cowering in the corner. Jambo's got a kit, but no smoke. And the time's now halfway gone. He's just going to try and stick. And he will. He's going to hold it for the full 5 seconds. Fiku needs to come off it. And so does Jambo. This is now a nightmare. He's faked it yet again. Nature calls the bluff. And now Jambo's got no time. That is ridiculous. A 1v3 that feels like it's going to go Jambo's way. But Nature doesn't budge on low HP. He doesn't get scared. And he gets the crucial kills that gives ENCE the equalizer.
Nice try from Jambo. You could see how he wanted to pull that one off. Just a little bit of hesitation. Nature not overcommitting after he loses Fiku with little HP. Didn't really have the opportunity to. I feel like that should have been ENCE's round after all that hard work from Nature in mid. So good that he gets to be the one that closes it for them. Showing that Fnatic are a threat in every round. He could do some work onto Potty. Oh, even better. Headshot through, and Fear's taken one on ramp. Still another player to deal with here, and in fact, make it 3. They stream up through the heavens. Everyone is here. Yeah, Fiku's SMG. Just Mach 10. Putting bullets quickly into their heads. 3 on 3. SDY still present in mid, maybe trying to catch a rotation, but he's missed it. They're already up through cave. This gives ENCE a moment to reset the situation.
I'm getting by Jambo. Smoke will come in. I don't think... Oh, that will pull him off the angle. Now has to juggle between ramp and cave. Love this at Crims. He's just pushing A main. He says, okay, if they come donut, they come donut. But now the bomb's been spotted, and Jambo's also removed Fiku. 2v3 with 40 seconds. Sure, they can reset over towards A, but Crims is in the perfect position.
Is that just going to commit? Crims keeps pushing forward too, so gap is donut. Not really a gap. SDY has a difficult time getting up here. They just have one HE. Getting past Jambo is going to be tricky. Nade thrown to give Nature the space to work, but, well, doesn't quite work out for him. Madden spams him on the way through. SDY gets legged. Bomb needs to be picked up. That's the tricky part. Might have a second or two to get this bomb down, and goes for the fake. I mean, there's no chance to win the round. He'll get the AWP at the very least, but round goes the way of Fnatic.
You just expected Crims to be there, and Crims wasn't. Crims was over on the other side of the map. Even if he committed to that bomb, though, you know that Jambo's just going to swing him and deny. You're in a lose-lose situation there for your SDY. Fun idea to break the cave smoke open to try and give Nature an angle, but Madden's ready. His only job in that round is to hold the cave creep. So when the smoke's blown open, that's just an easy opportunity for him, just because of Jambo's angle holding the ramp. Well, these rounds are fun. It's going to be a really good series at Counter-Strike. You can already feel it within the first 7. We spoke about Fnatic being a threat in every single round with that Jambo 1v3. It's also ENCE being a threat too, because that was a 3v5 they were able to turn around and get their third on the board. It's still going to be an interesting state of affairs for both teams, just because of the nature of this first half so far. It's going to incentivize ENCE just to keep buying, because they know that one buy will also ruin things for Fnatic, and it will give them that breathing room. That's what both teams want right now, just a little bit of breathing room to become more established. Feels like it's going to be an A execute.
Just breaking so that Potty can have a look. Doesn't see anything, but silently ENCE creep forward. Nothing to block them here, so they might just burst out. Response to be a little bit late. Crims is in donut, but Madden is back in red room because of that smoke. So he won't arrive until a little bit later. When do they commit? Well, Fnatic have looked down ramp and seen nothing, so I think this is going to give Crims a good idea. That HE is hefty, but he walks straight into the scope. So an opening pick found. Huge damage inflicted. Little bomb to go down. Rotation's going to be fast for Fnatic. They're already up on towards ledge. Madden spotted on that jump. Potty got to walk straight into the line instead. He'll get onto the angle. Actually gets legged. I'm not sure where that damage has even come from. Madden? Oh, that's a bit of a fumble. Low HP on both these players. He had a chance to take 2. I think with his death, yeah, they even with Jammer getting that one, they just don't feel comfortable. If only they knew the HP bars.
Yeah, and they don't. And that's the biggest issue, because obviously the spam onto, I think, PQ and Nature was through the smoke at Donut. So you got no clue. The fact that Nature is able to go in towards Temple there and kill Madden is absurd. Fnatic aren't going to realize until they watch the game back later how close they were to potentially giving this retake a go. Nature and Fiku live on 3 HP combined. And that even just puts salt in the wound, I think, for Fnatic, because now they truly don't know how close they were.
I really felt with Crims hitting such a hefty HE, he'd be in a fantastic position, because the information comes at that point. Fnatic have pushed down ramp. They've seen nothing towards B. The closest lurk is in an elbow. Even that's kind of moved at that point. It's a big group up in A main. Crims just doesn't peek that angle. Probably a different outcome. To find out, flashbang over, and oh, I think it caught him.
Good info.
Maybe a little bit too early. After Casmo trying to support Fear, and 1-for-1 on each, and Madden steps in. That's an unexpected player into cave. Where did he come from? They're wondering, and Potty misses the flick. They are so fast at mantling heaven and scaling into cave. Anytime ends come up B. SDY is a very tricky 1v3 to put together. Interesting approach. Doesn't pick up the bomb. He's just going to tuck. Wants to try and bait Fnatic into thinking that he's not here. Jambo will see the bomb still there, and, well, he'll still hard clear it, so never mind.
Maybe Madden saw him on the pixel. It's tough. But, I mean, what an incredible clear anyway out of Jambo. He's dialed in. 13 and 4. And you're right, just the scaling up Heaven too difficult for ENCE, that when they go for this 3B setup to try and take Heaven and Cave, but they actually just completely ignore Cave because the molly is instantaneous out of Fnatic. It just means there's not enough pressure in towards mid. So Fnatic can easily clear it and scale and try and take control again. The save rifles will end up paying off. One of these mishmash purchases for ENCE. Krasnal definitely heard on the jump, and between Crims and Jacasmo, they now get full info. Be clear at 1 minute 35.
Yeah, Krasnal, we saw him struggle a little bit in that same sort of position against BetBoom. Especially when he's kind of alone and lurking around that. Let's call it this round. Lions have to try and burst back into this. Smoked off right now. They've sent out flashbangs. What's the play here? Making sure they're not being pushed. Line up in play. Crims will have to deal with this, but he should just be able to fall off the flash, so he'll be fine. They're just going to scale quickly. Jacasmo in the open. Could have been a disaster. There's a lot of damage onto a second. Now Crims can slide out and help alongside the AWP, and you feel between the two of them should be an easy lockdown. But he's looking for fights. They're going to play it carefully, although, well, for a second, give up a fight, but that's a nice kill from Fear. Fnatic on to 6.
Quickly, a game can turn around as well. Again, really good responsiveness out of Fnatic. Crims shows his experience. He plays that angle beautifully on the back of the site. He knows that Jambo is coming in as short, so he takes first contact. He deals with the player really up close on the ramp that was trying to be a little bit of a nuisance there for ENCE. He just slides on the off angle and knows that Jambo will take contact first. Okay, 1 for 1, but the utility will hold the rest of ENCE back. It's Crims again. Oh, caught on the reload. And yet, he's still okay. 11 bullets left in the magazine. How many can he take down with him? Or can he just live? Another bait and switch, perhaps? Yeah, Fear just jumps straight on the angle and obliges with ease. 3 kills for him. 2 for Crims, staying alive. Flawless. Well, the opening pick from SDY. Fnatic, they just slide onto 7, and it feels like it's come out of nowhere.
Yeah, anything that blocks there, and maybe they get a little bit more done. You can see the HP wasn't particularly healthy, that. ENCE's map pick, mind you. One round's looking fantastic for Fnatic. It's 2 for ENCE. That's going to go fast, straight up towards B to try and close. Jambo might just get caught here. So does Jacasmo. Flashbang is brilliant. Completely blindsided as they try and mantle up for a boost. Still have Fear in towards Cave, but they'll be anticipating a player here. They've completely blocked off the CT players. A re-smoke as well just gets more brutal. Madden's actually going to run all the way around. It's so tricky for him to get in. He takes a look. Madden does actually find a kill off that. Still definitely an opportunity here if Fear can find something on this exit. Doesn't look towards short though. If he had, he might have had Krasnal on a platter. Instead, now it is on to Madden to try and close this one out, but the time's not there. And he gets caught in the crossfire. ENCE will find one at the very end, but it's still Fnatic leading at the half, 7-5.
Super exciting first half to kick off this series between ENCE and Fnatic, and it is as close as it can be. Fnatic take the slight edge as they now move onto their T side. As you mentioned though, Lucy, they did have their struggles on the attack earlier today. So let's see if they can change it very quick. Up towards B. EQ takes first contact. Krasnal baited with dualies, and oh dear. It doesn't work out whatsoever. A lot of damage done onto Jambo, but Fnatic can plant safely.
Yeah, and there's no kit here, so they're just going to have to go quickly. This Cave Smoke's giving a little bit of coverage for Jambo to tuck behind, and that might set him up for a kill in this corner. It does, in fact, but his teammates don't deliver. In fact, dancing on site. Watch, Crims! I don't even think he realized he hit the second. And Potty's left alone. Crims, remarkable stuff. Is it going to be enough? A smoke goes forward. Potty needs to tap the bomb and bake this play forward, or he's just going to stick it the full 10-second. Fear, knife out, needs to find him, and that's the first strike. That's the second. Fear will deliver off what Crims sets up. What was that double kill in short?
Just lined up for him. Shooting at the first player, the bullet just ricochets and connects onto the second, and then he deals with the player he's originally shooting at. Hard luck for ENCE. That's the first pistol they've lost on stream so far today. Potty even got off the bomb because he didn't want to be knifed and ends up getting shanked anyway. Force by. Wouldn't have it any other way between Fnatic and ENCE. Krasnal SDY playing close, no spams, and in fact just a wide swing through both of them. SDY will get one. EQ's now here as well. Long smoke has missed. That's going to mean an opportunity, but maybe not for Fico, but for Jambo. He's just now stuck in this corner. Jambo will go and gut him out, and Crims gets rid of Potty. This force by falls flat, and now Fnatic. They're creating a little bit of a wedge between themselves and ENCE on Ancient.
Brave to swing into Cave there, wasn't it? But it was all the trade that was meant to come through. Just overwhelmed by the better weaponry. Rifles outdo the pistols in MP9. Right, this is brutal now for ENCE. Felt again like maybe they were trying to get tricky with the pick here. I suppose options were fairly limited for them. Yeah, they could have picked into an Anubis rather than leaving it as a decider. Fnatic's dismal run on Ancient lately probably inspired them to pick into it. It looks like they might buck that trend. Things continue as they are. Set to find double digits on this T side with ENCE having a saved MP9, 5-7 in armor. A whole swag of deagles.
Looks close on the silhouette. There you go, Potty. Gets rid of Jambo. Oh, and Jacasmo deletes Krasnal immediately. Smoke's thrown forward. This MP9 can get on the angle up close. Fear needs to connect and can't do it. And Fiku's also found Madden. Sure, he'll die to Jacasmo, but suddenly it's a 1v3. Nachu low HP. He moves away. This nade should do the job. He was assuming it does. Where on earth has SDY gotten off to? He's crept up heaven. Jacasmo's read into this perfectly. Timing. Oh, it just wasn't there. But Jacasmo still waits patiently. He finds 4, and Fnatic will grab 10.
Oh my god, you really feel like that's going to be maybe a breakthrough for ENCE. A stolen away round. HU with a fantastic multi-kill, and then the pistols chime in, and you think maybe they've done it, but 1v3 comes through for Jacasmo. Executed perfectly. That nade was a delight. Straight off the backboard, over the box. Well, it's just the half by all the saved weapons, but still. Nice pick for Krasnal. Peeks in with the MP7, and he gets out.
That's going to mean Madden's just going to scale. I needed that find on Fiku. Doesn't get it, but Jacasmo still finding headshots. Fiku's now run out of ammo. Has to try and contend with the low HP of Jambo and Jacasmo. But fortunately enough, all his teammates have picked up the kills in the meanwhile. Fiku then reacquaints himself on the angle and finishes what he started. So ENCE, this gun round was an absolute necessity. And they're able to pull it out the hat. Only losing 1-2 feels good and gives you that little bit of self-belief.
Yeah, fantastic round to bring over, especially when Fnatic came with a lot of pace into that. Even after losing that initial cave fight, they wanted to commit up ramp, really wanted to try and catch them while they're distracted by the contacting cave. Well held, Fiku getting a double. AK scooped up. Fnatic still have enough for a pretty reasonable investment. Krasno wants to try again. Oh, not cleared. But it's just the SMG that goes down. Fear with a good trade. They continue to scale. Jambo removes Fiku this time. HU's spam doesn't connect. Jambo is incredibly low. L2 CT is a fair bit out of position, but they can come for a fast flank, at least SDY. But he doesn't want to progress until late with that ADP. This all hinges on what SDY can get up to as he pushes through. Jambo's the free one. That's the low HP player. How do you find the rest? Oh, well, that's one way of doing it. Jacasmo didn't realize he was revealed. SDY with perfect angle management and a brilliant flick back. Fear's left alone. Natehu swings now. He's got the kit. He's got the time just about. Fnatic get in and it looks great. But SDY's flank and some brilliant shots. Finding that tiny little slither gap to punish Jacasmo is all the difference.
They were never going for that. That's the best bit about that. They were never going for that retake ENCE. SDY was just looking for exits. And as soon as he gets the second kill, it's like, oh, okay, well, maybe actually there's something in it. Crim's wide swing only with a deagle. Easy. Thank you very much. And Nature just thinks, oh, damn, okay. Well, there's definitely a chance here we can win this round. Poddy's just watching on in elbow thinking, guys, I thought we were saving. I'm nowhere near, and it doesn't matter. Great round out the in-game leader for ENCE. They grabbed one when it felt like their minds were already made up. They weren't going to retake. They were just going to have what they held onto. And instead, they walk away with a whole lot more. And now the money is in complete tatters here for Fnatic. These rounds have been very quick to kickstart this second half. That might come back to bite this T side because they lose this, then their eco, and then it's a one-round game.
Already saw ENCE pull off a pretty phenomenal comeback on Overpass earlier.
That was 10-6 as well.
And another round's possibility for them to do it again. Pushing aggressively. Crims this time. That's Krasno. Not a lot in this. Fnatic, but opening pick feels fantastic. Now Jambo feels emboldened to go searching. A little bit of damage and continue scaling forward. Can Poddy beat him to the punch? No! Oh, Jambo beats his Warper on the other side with the AK instead. Now Fiku wants to step down and come on. How many times are you going to try this trick onto Crims? SDY thinks, well, maybe a third will do it. He has the bomb locked in at doors. Yes. He just goes forward. Jacasmo just about catches him in time. AG still has a chance to close this. Bomb needs to be picked up. Jacasmo needs to somehow get over there. Jambo doesn't want to move, doesn't want to give this position up on site, thinking that rotation might come through. Neju knows he's got the timing. He's pretty confident on it. That bomb wasn't scooped up. He's right on it.
Cross.
Gets the kill. In that 20-second mark, Jambo has to cross once. Oh my goodness, they are dancing with each other, and it's Neju with pure confidence on the swing. Doesn't want to give Jambo even the opportunity to scoop up that bomb.
I can't believe they win that round. I cannot believe ENCE win that round again. But very much like in the game against Alliance, they are doing it just. SDY just gets an important triple. The fact he runs down the player with the bomb is so important because it gives Nature that time. Jacasmo knows. Jacasmo knows that he needs to cross to get back in. But I tell you what, why don't they go together? That is really poorly played by Fnatic. If Jambo just walks down the ramp with Jacasmo, Jacasmo jumps over, that's just going to take the crosshair and Jambo's going to get the headshot. Instead, they give Nature the only way back in to win that round. 2 1v1s. That is atrocious, honestly, from Fnatic. From the position that they were in, they should never, ever, ever have dropped that round. But because SDY pushed, took the initiative, and dropped the C4, and then some mismanagement in the 2v1, Nature's able to give ENCE the breathing room. The worst bit here for Fnatic is you've lost another round where you've only left one alive here for ENCE. So that incentivizes you, even without the bomb, to invest.
I think they did keep enough for. Like, Jammer bought that hero rifle last round. And the rest kept some spare pennies. Yeah, that does mean they are missing pieces consistently because they keep investing in. And then somehow, some way, keep pulling these rounds off. That's just 2 back-to-back rounds where they were in the worst position. SDY, what a multi-3. I think after losing 2 players' heads walking down that ramp that he'd meet the same fate. It's a reversal of fortune. Hasn't just bought armor, so I assume it was him that was having an issue.
TeamSpeak went down.
Ah.
We're just fixing that. To be honest, I mean, this game, it doesn't need a break, but I think it would probably be beneficial for Fnatic, actually, that they do get this little pause now. Because if they get thrown into another round immediately, oh, so horrible when you feel like you've got this game. You were so close going back and forth in this first half. You gave yourself that narrow lead. You go into the second, you're able to win that pistol. You're able to breach and just damage ENCE a little bit further. You reset them again, yet it's still not enough. And now they're breathing down your neck once more. This is troubling. And ENCE have already done this today. They did it literally last map. So they got to be thinking, right, we've done it once, we can do it again. They know what a great position they've put themselves into now. It's all about just sticking the landing and holding on. It's just been B.
Go looking.
B.
It really has, hasn't it? ENCE even bring, you know, a few more bodies to A. Just in case it's that side of the map. And Fiku, great angle. And even better spray control. Takes down both and he's not done. They felt like they had maybe a timing to scale up. And sure, it was a 1v1. But it was multiple 1v1s. Fiku never had to sweat too much there.
That's limp. That is... We see this a lot in Fnatic. Like they've got these weakness rounds in them. You understand the design of it to a certain extent because you've got Jambo boosted. You're hoping that Fiku strafes into the open to take a wider fight on ramp, and that's where Jambo will kill him or at least tag him. That softens him up for the players that are contacting up the right-hand side. Instead, that doesn't happen. Fiku just takes a step back, and it creates a new angle. And it creates an off one for Fnatic just to walk straight into him. Don't get me wrong, Fiku has to do all the hard work, and he does brilliantly. Now ENCE double layered in towards A main. Flashbang good. SDY here, ready. Madden knows he's close. He's just trying to bring the gap with this Tech 9, and he hits the headshot instantaneously. But Poddy arrives. There's always that third man. There's always another player here for ENCE. And Poddy's just going to smoke himself off. He doesn't need to move. He doesn't need to commit to a fight because all the reinforcement is here.
Even a boost up coming through over the top just so they can take a look. These players have scaled towards Temple and Big Box. Krasnal, oh, he'll peek. That is unfortunate for Madden. Just as he's looking back off, Jambo left in the corner. They're slowly progressing through Temple to try and hunt him down. We've sideswept in a moment. You feel, yeah, Fiku will get it. That's a team ace from the squad. I mean, that one was just the Tech 9s. They ended up getting the rifles because that 4 position from ENCE in towards A main actually gave them a chance. One of the more compelling rounds. And ENCE bring us to 10-10. Fnatic trying all sorts of things. Maybe with that somewhat success they got with the Tech 9s there in terms of getting in, might incentivize them to look a bit more for answers in middle in A.
Nice, yeah, it'd be nice to just see a default. A little fight for mid control. Fnatic will oblige. Madden sent straight out with Crims. Let's get you that forward control. As Madden take it one step further, you imagine he's just going to skirt on the left-hand side here of Red Room and try and take a time in a little bit later on. Good counter incendiary. Thrown in by ENCE. This smoke is going to fade from Madden in the next few seconds, and Jambo's got to be ready. This distraction
Madden
might enable this A main play.
Yeah, Jambo finds success. Madden read it out, and, well, swinging keeps on going, but Chasmo wins out that duel. SDY now distracted, and that crawl through A finds success. A lot of money for ENCE, so Krasnal's interested in giving this a look. Chasmo known as low up on heaven. Being given these chances, Grims is holding red. Krasnal might just look for exits at this stage. Feels like he's about to peek onto Chasmo, who runs around the corner. Kills here. Oh, good. With the economy as it is. Can take any more out. Yeah, lovely. Just the one living for each. Hurts Fnatic a little bit more, but they do step into the lead.
A really cool round actually being called by Fear. Taking the mid control, letting Madden just creep up on Red Room. But he doesn't take his time in. And instead the players get the Heaven player to come out middle with you, fight Donut, create as much distraction as possible. And Fnatic have always been pretty much 4-1. There's never been this massive lurk element. There's never really been this split onto a bomb site. Even when they go through B, it's mostly up through the rampart and not really through cave. As a consequence, ENCE just assume, based on the fact that that's what Fnatic have been doing all half, that they're going to commit all of their bodies in towards the middle of the map, rather than A. Instead, it's the bomb, and it's a second player. The rotate came through Red Room, rather than A main. Or the A site, rather, for ENCE. So you're completely sideswiped. The issue is that that's a round that you can pull out the hat in a half, but it probably won't happen again. ENCE will now cover all their bases. They won't get pantsed twice.
Fnatic were happy with the success they found in middle. Amber's just sitting here. Lovely little spot to be in. Oh, thought maybe he was just going to fire that for a second. Instead, it's the break, and Madden almost had a chance there himself.
Well,
he needs to be very careful. Oh, he's in trouble. Again, going to be shot in the side of the head. That break information relayed is completely false. Now Jambo continues to press forward. This is looking much better from Fnatic. Fantastic work.
As Jambo sees the break on the smoke, he knows it's for the Orpra, and therefore he knows he's got the time in. Nature just juggling 2 different angles. It's not good enough. It's simple, but it's just so effective here out of Fnatic, and it's all because ENCE have stopped fighting for early control in the middle of the map. Haven't gone for this lane presence. In fact, they've never really fought the issue when it comes to ramp, lane, mid, and it gives all this space and therefore gives all these opportunities. They're hunting Fiku pretty proactively. Jacasmo will get rid of him. Even treats himself to an upgrade. But this was looking like an ENCE comeback. Fnatic have denied it. And they've now got 2 chances to steal away the pick.
Yeah, it turned out they just needed to stop going B. 2 rounds where the donut player and different players each time has been caught. I'm doing great with these timings. Utility, pretty good. Madden, pretty low off the back of that. Rush forward and, oh, he does catch that. Has to duck down. There's a big fight on ledge at the same time. He comes in and Madden swings, but being held for, dealt with by SDY. Same time, Chicasmo just walks up. Bomb, though, just gets dropped. This is chaotic, but it seems that ENCE are thriving in it. Chicasmo, they know exactly where he just was. Or maybe they've not considered that he could already be here. His HP is just too low for this. If he had a full bar, maybe there's a chance. Sure, that one's free. Bomb scooped up, and he's going to run straight into STY, who's just creeping, crawling forward. Big multi-kill round from him. Maybe overtime is required.
That bomb being denied in lane is everything, because Chicasmo, you think that's the important kill. He's cracked open the B bomb site, but the K player just swings and denies. I think ENCE realizing that if they just keep forcing fights in that moment where Fnatic are so separated, they're going to grab a chance to ruin the round for the T side, and that's exactly what happens with that bomb being dropped. Massive kills in middle as well from SDY. The fact he gets Madden, the fact he's ready for a second player in elbow. He just takes the initiative and flanks the whole way around when he knows that it's put into a 1v3. It's really impressive stuff from him and Nature. Nature's been really impressive on both Overpass against Alliance and here on Ancient against Fnatic. Job's not done, though. Still one more round that ENCE have to win. Otherwise, they'll be dropping onto Overpass, one map down.
And just rolling towards middle. Flashbangs everywhere. Bullets all around. Madden cops most of them, though. Force back. This control established by ENCE again. They don't want to concede this after how punishing it has been. But they do concede A regardless. What he gets caught by Jambo. That causes some big concerns for ENCE.
Well, this is now really weird for ENCE because there's been no contact off the back of Jambo finding that kill. But Jambo wouldn't be here lurking by himself with an AWP. Shadow, spotted, kill, collected, Jambo. Nearly had the chance to find a third. Look at this player in Chicasmo over at B lane. He's now got the space. So all eyes on SDY because yet again, he has to try and deny Fnatic breaching B before the rotates don't arrive in time. They both slide in from CT. SDY jumps on the angle, and that's a great start. Remember, Madden is still low. 3 versus 3. How do you cross into this? If you're Fnatic, it's going to be through pure brawn. But it's Nature and Krasnal to deliver. And SDY starts as he means to go on. We will need overtime.
Of course we do. And again, another one of these rounds that they just claw back from what feels like an inevitable defeat. That's with Jambo technically getting 2 opening kills before he gets taken out. So a big advantage for Fnatic early, and they even have all that space. The rotations come fast and very quick to respond to SDY's call. Lovely double layering at long. Making it so difficult for Fnatic to get out. There was a molly in front of cave entrance too, so that Madden could never swing. Slates reset. Madden, an opening trade comes quick, and then, oh my goodness. Okay, that was Chicasmo that hit that. Like Jambo was on for it. Goes ahead of the flash. Easy enough for Nature to scoop up. Chicasmo slides in. Do they know? Nature, he'll step out anyway, and too many players to deal with. Potty definitely knows about this. So they can put it into the 2-on-2.
There's a smoke, there is a kit. Fiku isn't going to group with Poddy. Instead, he's going to go all the way around the world, and Poddy's just going to take his time. Now reaches that halfway point. Where there's no contact, Crims considers the possibility of this flank, and Poddy misses the mark over on Fear. He's out of there. So Fnatic run back the rounds that actually started the downfall of ENCE on this CT side. And it works out perfectly. They're a little bit more ready and prepared for it this time, ENCE, but the outcome is still the same. Poddy will hold on to his AWP, but Fnatic will draw first blood in OT.
Close call, but Crims heads up to go back and clear that on that timing when there's been no contact. Starting to get a little nervous about where ENCE are approaching this from. Didn't feel like it was going to be a heads-up play that would have caught them off guard. Difficult to cover so many angles in a 2v2. Again, Fnatic want to go out middle and force this fight. Probably on a different angle this time. Ready for the scaling across it. Madden takes his head clean off. But still, re-swing. Not anticipated. And so into the 4-on-4 for a moment. Chasmo's caught Krasnal. And now it is only Fiku over here on ramp. And oh my goodness, they are chasing him down. He's feeling the pressure. Completely isolated, completely alone, and he goes down. SDY arrives, but it's too late, and they all fall in tandem. It starts with a clean trade, but then it's all ENCE bodies hitting the floor.
Chasmo's been absolutely fantastic on the second half of Fnatic. Just taking the lurk timings, being able to create so much valuable space over towards B ramp. He does it again here. Madden's been very good also at finding entries. He's now got 2 in overtime. Just running out middle. And sure, there's a trade for ENCE. And then there's a re-aggression. But Jacasmo's ready and prepared. ENCE don't think that Jacasmo's got all that space, when the reality is he does. Now a run boost here for SDY. It's an early kill. And as I'm singing his praises, he now has to watch on from the spectator screen.
I don't want any more shenanigans over here on ramp. Why he's going to have his work cut out for him. Definitely does want me playing anti-flash here, because you can see they're setting up to pop through. What's this timing look like for him? Will he be behind the box? Here's some util coming, and well, he's not flashed at all. Simple as you like. They're going to try and chase him down, but Nade slows Madden down, and he's still got players in towards lane itself. SDY is the full focus of the attentions. Maybe should be, the way he's fragging right now on for the ace. He might be allowed it. Jambo scoped up. That's been heard. Won't be the ace, but it will be the round. ENCE will take one through on their CT half of OT.
It'll be good enough. That's the important thing. SDY, fantastic. The way that Jambo is lining up that flashbang, I think he's slightly off the mark on it, because you can see that the Fnatic players, as they burst through the smoke over at the B doors, they're covering their eyes. They're half blind. SDY completely unaffected by it. They either went a little bit too early, Fnatic, or the flashbang just simply wasn't good enough. Either way, SDY will lap that up and take it all day long. This time it's ENCE that want to be the ones that try and fight middle. The nades are disgusting. Look at all the damage, but Fiku's found the opener.
Oh my god, even more damage. Everyone is limping. Madden, risky business. A Crims, well, Fiku removes him after he spams out one.
Knows he's in cave. He has to be in cave at this point if you're Madden, because how Fiku's been allowed to do that is a ridiculous timing. ENCE are running the same strat that Fnatic were using. Now this contact play out towards the A bomb site, and they are so paranoid, not only about B because there's no one here, but also where on earth is Fiku?
He's just chilling, just waiting to catch the rotates. They just walk straight in. Bomb to go down freely. Still a chance in this. Madden's going to walk out, though, and Krasnal surely catches him. No, with the low HP. Madden gets that one without too much work. Might have been better for Krasnal just to hide. Remember, such little HP, 3 players, less than half. Not going to be easy fights. Madden doesn't fully clear. Fiku starts to spam, but can't quite connect, and jumping into Poddy. Round the corner, he can't get the second. And all the damage done early in this round might be the difference. SDY spotted, and Jambo, that was a real chance he could have missed that. They have the kit. Jacasmo's going to charge in. I think he just about has it. Fnatic will find map point.
It's so chaotic. It's so chaotic in this overtime. Jambo's molly into big box. They take no chances. No chances onto SDY. That comes right down to the wire. If Jambo misses that shot, it's over. And the scoreline would be equal. Instead, Fnatic, yet again, give themselves that little bit of luxury. 2 chances to try and close out ENCE's pick. Nature's got flashes to send over to fight middle. They really want to have this brawl. And there's 3 here for Fnatic. In go the flashbangs, but Jambo hits the shot, and he wants even more. Like collateral onto Krasnal, not sure. But with Poddy finding fear yet again, maybe there's still an opportunity. Jakazo now starts to force the issue towards B ramp, but only to be mollied back. And his spam isn't good enough. They're trying to close in on his position towards Cave, and the rotates. They're still a world away.
And it's only just going to arrive, but Jakazo just takes the fight forward. Krasnal with low HP removed, but blindsided by SDY. There's that rotation. Madden goes out towards long. Keeps that advantage there. Smoke goes down. To cover off that long angle, Poddy picks that one up with some space. I'm still not planted though. The incendiary came through, caused some trouble. Now it will be. Spam from the AWP not connecting. Poddy just about sees Crims, but can't connect the shot. Ichi's going to hold a slither line instead. Hope that maybe this is the chance. Smoke fades on long. Neichu takes the open fight. Poddy removes Crims, playing off each other, and Jambo just misses Natio, who gets back onto the gap. Still does find Poddy, knows his play is the default. There's a chance here, swaps to a different rifle, 4 bullets remaining as he's trying to spam out Natio, who's just walking around, making this so difficult, being such a nuisance, and keeping ENCE alive.
Tell you what, it's that Fnatic smoke that they throw at ramp. It looks like a lineup, but it lands a little bit too shallow, and it gives both Poddy and Nachu both 2 different angles to fight onto both long and short, and to keep them non-exposed to Fnatic. It's their own utility, Fnatic, that is ultimately their undoing. Yet again, it comes close, but yet again, you've got ENCE grinding out these round wins, keeping themselves always in this conversation. I thought it was done. As soon as Madden got the kill over at long, I was like, surely this is it now. There's so much utility on Fnatic. They've got the player advantage. ENCE are constricted to this site. Yet they make out the most of it. Timeout now being called for ENCE. 30 seconds to try and get this round right. Backs are still well and truly up against the wall. They want their map pick. They don't want to go on to Overpass, being a map down. Remember, this is the lower bracket. Loser of this series just gets eliminated.
No chance of Atlanta. Getting fast through Cave. Won't take the fight. Both teams head to head, and it goes favorable for Fnatic for a moment. Then SDY strikes through, takes 2 heads, and Poddy's watching for fear, but they miss each other. Will it matter?
Yes, it will, because the bomb's now going to come over. They can just get on this angle. The good news is that Nachu is holding for that exact moment, but that was the Cave player. Jambo's still here, and they might still deem it clear. I love this out of SDY. They are taking no chances here, and Nachu hasn't moved a muscle. He's expecting a rewalk, a re-aggression. You know Jambo is this hyper-proactive AWPer. He tries to clear every angle. Nachu still on the line, and the shot isn't true. Jambo's now chasing down Nachu with the bomb. If he dropped it, that would have been the opportunity instead. SDY says, kids, come over to the A bomb site. They'll oblige, and SDY, hello? That's free. That's really free. And now there's maybe still a chance. Remember, Nachu low. And Jambo's playing like he's got 100 HP. Poddy moves over in towards Donut. Jambo slides in. This angle has been shut down immediately. A scope in on the sniper. The default, player exposed. But Jambo doesn't dare shoot. He tries to get an opportunity, but Nature looks back, and ENCE are going to keep themselves in the fight. But that was nearly, yet again, so close from Jambo.
That was beautiful to watch. You could see him putting it together. A floor bang onto Nature. That was so close to just removing him entirely, and then you start to believe. And if he just had a little bit more time to get that shot on Nature crawling, maybe there was a world. Still would have been tricky to remove the donut player, but... well, we run it back. Double OT. SDY, he is having some high impact rounds as this game progresses. I'm just going to go straight into A. ENCE is here. Jambo not far away.
Oh, SDY is walking through a smoke tunnel right
Whoa.
now. Surely gets cleared by Madden, and he does. And it's like, okay, well, there's only one player here. Crims can't get overwhelmed. Oh, no. Pulls out U2 at the worst possible moment. Needed his gun out. Fortunately, it doesn't cost him his life. Flashbang good, and Jambo still legs Nature full blind. Just takes this time in shot. Player advantage still here for Fnatic.
Limping at these players. Shot in the foot was Nature, then shot in the head. This Spotty gets that trade back. That's clean. That's critical. Boosted player. Fiku. Yeah, Spotted dealt with fear. Takes two. They know exactly where Potty is, and it's a wide swing. Simple as you like. Once the pieces start to fall, Fiku just wanted to hope that no one was going to clear him, but you see him first. He goes down. Fun round from ENCE with the double smoke over on B and attempting to walk through, cause some chaos. And maybe it plays out differently even with SDY going down there if Crims gets caught, but he gets away just about.
Needs to smoke donut, not flash it. I mean, maybe it wouldn't have mattered, but if they smoke donut there, they can scale deeper in towards A. They can try and take active fights in towards CT, and then that means you can support the Temple player. Instead, what happens is because you flash donut and you kind of want to leave it open to try and fight, that's the space you want to have it in the afterplant. Well, Fnatic have got 3 players there, so it just completely backfires.
Time for attack, but to calm down, this game getting pretty serious. There's a chance the other series going on at the same time was going to go OT too. Sinners taking map 1 Inferno versus Johnny Speeds. Tell you what, we're getting a real exciting game of CS between these two teams. You can tell what's on the line here between them. Everyone's stepping up in different moments.
This is crazy. So, Poddy's DC'd. So you have to figure out where he's gone. Get him back in. Hopefully it's only a short-term fix. He just has to either restart his computer or just restart Counter-Strike. One of the two. And we can get him going. There's also been another DC for Fnatic as well. Madden's left. So, not quite sure what's going on, but we've got DCs from 2 players. 1 from each team, which is never ideal. There's one back. I just heard the noise. Maybe Poddy's back as well, but we can't see it on the HUD. There's Madden. We'll have to restart the server either way just to replenish all the money. So if we get a server reboot, never mind. I was going to say then we're good, but we're not. Madden's DC'd again.
Really feels like this is anyone's game at this sort of stage. the chaos of these rounds. It's that classic situation where you get into overtime and things just get crazy.
Things been crazy all map long. to be
That's
honest.
true, to be fair, yeah. And the pacing is something else. Like, both these teams on their T sides are just really eager to take ground early, to fight forward. It's really been great to watch. Rounds decided often very fast. Or at least the direction of them.
Oh, he's back again. Is Poddy back? I heard the type in. That feels good. That feels promising. Just need a round reset. Need a match medic. Poor Poddy's not here. I believe this is a lower bracket game. There we go. We're good. A lower bracket game and we're getting this on map 1.
Yeah, sets up except for an exciting follow through and overpass, I hope. I assume it will be exciting because, you know, it's Fnatic's pick overpass and ENCE looked pretty fun on it earlier. There we go, guys. Clock starts to tick. We'll have to refresh the HUD to fix that. But for now, you can be assured it is a 5v5. Fnatic 1 round up into OT2.
Oh. Chasma got blocked thrown his smoke. It's not going to matter all that much. Still gets deployed. New map's frozen, but gameplay is not. There we go. Chasma creeping close. Potentially taking the fight on top. Poddy's got no idea. That's such an easy kill for Chikazwa. He has been such a thorn in the side of ENCE down B ramp.
Oh. Demo catches VQ, trying to get tricky. Tough shot to hit. Now they're just punishing them. Jambo doesn't give the fight. SDY and Krasnell's hold up. Suddenly kills come back the other way. But with Chikazmo answering again, SDY blinds himself. Maybe it was a CT1 at the same time. But regardless, that wasn't quite the flick that maybe hoped for. And you're giving SDY chances. Whew, Chikazmo. Maybe a little too eager to close there was Jambo.
That was close. That was really, really close. And SDY nearly given an opportunity by Fnatic being a little bit overzealous. Fortunately, it doesn't come back to bite them. 2 rounds to the good on this CT side. CT side has just been the favorable one here for both of these teams. Poddy finds Jambo. That's an important find. Madden grabs the AWP and backs out.
It gets thrown towards CT elbow. Gonna have Crims panicking, having to move back a little bit, or at least faking it. Second delayed smoke lands in towards Donut. That one does draw some attention. Crims will win out the duel, but trades come, and at the same time, there's a punish. A pick elsewhere on ledge as an attempted push comes through. And this has drawn Madden all the way out of Donut. He might peek back in at an opportune time. We'll see. And, well, it might have been an opportune time, but if you're a little bit quicker on the trigger. It's looking confirmed for one on the T side. Cosmo still lives. Oh, he's been spotted. Let's find another route into it. And not making it easy, are they? Just layering, and there comes the close. So 17-16. One round for ENCE in that first half.
They needed that one. They really needed that one. Fnatic, yet again, we're trying to run away with this game, 4v2, and you think, okay, job's done, and it is. I really like the fact that ENCE are able to close that one out pretty decisively. Really important for their campaign that they don't lose every single round in the first half of OT. Was looking that way for a moment. No elbow smoke, I think, is interesting. Madden, oh yeah, he smokes it for SDY, and he says, great, mate, cheers. Arsenal will then swing out a cave. Fear finds Nature. You get one kill if you're ENCE, but Fnatic immediately reply back. SDY now on an off angle, might be caught on this timing. Chasmo will catch him, but at the same breath as that, Fear's now fallen to Fiku. This is a mess. This is all over the place. I'm jumbling my words because all the action is happening instantaneously. Big fight, and both Poddy and Fiku win out theirs. Crims will headshot Poddy. Give him a big clothesline, and now he's hoping to find Fiku. Spam is wild, but it does the job. It creates space, but he didn't get the bomb. And now Fiku's rerouting all the way around in towards spawn, and this is the last thing that Crims expects. Sneaks back, picks up the bomb. And as he waits patiently, he thinks, oh yeah, the round's in the palm of my hand, but he has no idea of the lurk and the surprise that Fiku is about to deliver unto him. What a round out of Fiku. And in a game full of timings, ENCE gets the best there.
Everyone just taking fights, aren't they? And it all comes instantaneously, just swinging off each other. Oh, poor Crims gets such a brilliant kill on Poddy, who's jumping on towards ramp, and you think, okay, he can scale quickly, there's a smoke down. Whether he just didn't realize or thought he had that bomb not in his possession forces a complete change in the approach, and Fiku really well played running all the way around. Making his lucky stars. Crims is still hanging out there. A burst out towards middle. Fantastic damage, and the spam will remove one off the nade as well.
Well, they're going to walk this. This is really cool out of Fnatic. Okay. I think they've heard the reload. They don't take the timing. I really thought they were going to take this timing. And instead they don't. SDY technically solo on A right now. Bomb on Fear's back. Feels like it has to be that destination now. Fiku starts to consider the red room. They're going to hold this at range. So currently, it feels like this position that Fnatic have put themselves in is a bit redundant.
Yeah, there was a real timing there, wasn't there? Flash is going to come in. Fiku spots them. Smoke will go down. This is still definitely a good chance here. If they can get past Nature. STY. He's ready for that walk. Now the swing comes. Fiku, considering the push, doesn't go for it. I think with the control they have in Donut, they don't mind being a bit patient. They've still got that player advantage.
They do, but how'd you get into this now? You have to win out the fight on Madden. Flashbang is good. They will clear the corner, but Jambo's here in red room as well. They now know about him, and I love that Jambo backs up. He doesn't want to take this fight. Krasnal not caught with utility. Jambo is just in such a pain. Oh, okay. I mean, that works too. Great catch there, because I didn't even notice it. We're so paranoid about Jambo, and he's like, oh yeah, I'm wasting so much time. Yeah, mate, for you. SDY, that is unbelievable.
He just puts the smoke down and hops on the bomb. Knows that a player's occupied. I think he just makes the call that the second player is going into CT to try and, you know, play off the distraction of Jambo. Unbelievable. I mean, we're deep into the depths of OT here, and it's our first proper ninja defuse, so I guess it was overdue, but a strange manner for it to play out.
Such
And now
a
it's ENCE onto
robbery.
map point.
Such a robbery. You spoke about SDY's impact. It's not just been the kills. It's just been the space he's created, the calls he's made, and then just having the balls to stick the bomb in that situation. And understanding, as you say, that the Temple player is going to go over to CT and Jambo is wasting so much time. You feel like that's the winning formula for Fnatic, and it isn't. They leave the prize of the bomb to be defused by a gracious SDY. And now ENCE have got a chance to essentially steal this map. I think it's the first time they've been able to really put themselves in a position where they can close.
Mm-hmm. And Fnatic that have been so close to the close, and, well, now ENCE one step closer. An opening pick, and
Boost.
they want some
Nice.
more. Body boost up. They might have a chance here. They're crawling close, but they might be closer than he anticipates. Oh, it's the body shot, and maybe the nade will get it done. Or it's just Biku. The Poddy's low, and Chasmo is finding kills. Poddy still keeps on peeking. He's so brave, and he's so brilliant. Could have been a disaster instead. It's a moment that denies Fnatic and leaves Crims alone. A missed opportunity. Shoulder shot would have had it done, and SDY tucked into the corner. ENCE take Ancient, stealing it from Fnatic.
That is in the most incredible way as well. The ninja defuse, the poddy re-peaks. We speak about Jambo, and we've seen Jambo's clutch potential all the way throughout Ancient, but when it matters most, it is poddy. To re-swing and re-swing and re-swing. It takes double overtime. But ENCE will take their map pick. I guess it was a punish after all, but it comes ever so close. We need Overpass. Fnatic need a breather to try and bounce back. They lose Overpass, they lose the chance to go to Atlanta. Will ENCE progress, or will Fnatic bounce back? We'll find out just after this.
What's it gonna be? Where's your head at? Where's my head at? Watch how the waves they're chasing each other, and they let it be. Where's the shore at? Where's the shore at? Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know what told me pride aside. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Kinda miss you. Kinda miss you. Wanted to lay my head on your shoulder for a minute there. We grew stronger. We grew stronger. Loud gets louder, fast gets faster. You know what told me pride aside. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. I don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. You're pulling that way into another. What's it gonna be? Don't know which of us is right, but don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight. Don't know which of us is right, but let's just get on the same page tonight. The same page tonight.
I've been feeling quite away from you, but the time has done its thing, and I feel better.
Well, an exhilarating map 1 gets us started in this series. ENCE win out in double OT. Some incredible Counter-Strike on display on that map. We go to Overpass now, the pick of Fnatic. I think this one should be interesting. We saw ENCE play this earlier. It was very good on one half. A little bit of struggle on the CT side though, so we'll see how they fare here against Fnatic.
So funny as well, because obviously we had that lopsided stat coming into it where ENCE had the ridiculous like 80% win rate on Overpass T side. And we're like, well, that probably won't happen against Alliance, and it just absolutely did. Fantastic for ENCE earlier. I think Fnatic, it's going to go one of two ways. It will either be that they will come into this swinging. They will be ready for all the aggression that ENCE is going to throw at them, very much like they sort of were on Ancient. But if they get rolled over early, I can actually see this potentially being a rather straight up map for ENCE. I think it does predicate heavily on Fnatic bouncing back into the game. They've got an awful lot of utility for this pistol. Boost up as well. 4 waiting for ENCE on B. And this looks like the right decision.
Yeah, it's funny because ENCE went for that massive 4-player lean A earlier, and that didn't work out. So they decide we're not going to do that pistol this time. Well, Fnatic, they do have a player that's kind of searching in con. Jambo's having a look around. But Party's just forward on Party, so there's no reason for ENCE to move. And now they get confirmation. They are absolutely correct in staying their ground. This flashbang could be huge coming over the top. Although actually, it doesn't really set them up to swing. Jumping into the Lion's Den are Fnatic, and they win those duels. But still, kills coming through, at least for a moment. Advantage for Fnatic. Potty coming quickly up the short side. Needs to find a player here, and while he finds 3, Itu will at least trade out 1, but he's into a clutch moment with these players tucked behind the pillar. No kit, despite the duel he's invested, and well, no need to even consider it. Fnatic take the pistol. They fast play onto B, despite it being a stacked bomb site.
I love the decision out of Fnatic just to take the fight in towards the water as well. They wanted to make sure that everything was cleared before they plant that bomb. They want to make sure that every piece and every inch of utility is used to its maximum effect. They're thinking, what is the purpose of this utility? What does it do? Well, it probably pushes ENCE into the water. As it covered barrels, it covered back sight, didn't cover the shallows. So really nice to go and clear that. If you're Fnatic, everything working by the book. A triple boost. We saw this out of Alliance to get an opening pick for Ira. This time Poddy's using it for the scout.
Oh,
we
he
saw
slipped.
one.
Get me back up, boys. I saw one. I saw one. Your head's
Lucky.
too slippery, my friend.
At least they're all here.
Error wasn't slipping.
Sort of craft on the Mac 10 for Jambo. He's made the hair glisten.
I like that. Flashed along. And Poddy's gone. Double in bathrooms. After it's a while that this gets out of hand. Arsenal might just get shot from A site if they decide to come and clear this. And he's hearing them move. He will get shot, but he was ready for it. And SDY gets cleared. So looking good for Fnatic against the Force. And casualty thus far until they throw themselves into CT. Jambo happy to keep chasing down kills. They're very far away.
Yeah, can you draw
He has
them
no
in?
kids. Well, you know, this will be some damage if you can take Chikazmo. You can't.
It's really nice to see Fnatic be this diligent. Saw it on the pistol, seen it again in the second round. They take long, they clear sight, and they think that's weird. Why is there no one directly on site? They have to be in toilets. And even, I think, Chikazmo turned around and was searching long toilets as well. Crims gives it a glance in at Divider. It seems very simple, but I've seen Fnatic overlook these positions more than I can count sometimes. So I'm happy when I see good Counter-Strike out of them. Stralis stack. Or ENCE. Unfortunately, they aren't going to get any contact unless Chikazmo peeks his head up through connector, but Fnatic firmly set their sights on B, and it's the correct read. They're going to go up to a 3-0 start incredibly early.
I'd say that would feel good on your T side, but we do know already, aforementioned ENCE's T side looks very good. The big issue for them on their CT half, at least what we saw against Alliance, was they were getting timinged a lot, especially over on A. It really felt like they were caught out quite a few times. Or just pushes that came a few seconds off the mark. I think Poddy in particular will be looking to hopefully plug some of those gaps. Oh.
Yeah, go get rid of the Mac 10, Madden. Go get money. Scene 1. Able to get another kill. The Glue will be held over by Nachu, but a lot of money farmed up for Madden, which is important. Poddy will get the AWP. Fear gets given the Mac 10. Interesting to see what the pacing is like for Fnatic. We just saw explosive hit after explosive hit on Ancient, and it was pretty much B bomb site centric out of Fnatic. So we'll see if that is going to be quite similar, or whether they're just going to default. Currently, it looks like the latter. We get a normal round. That means we get a chance to breathe.
Player spotted in short for sure. Madden stomping around. SDY Getting close to that smoke. Same time, Krasnell gets set to take a peek out from long, and you'll spot that player, and now you can just fall back. SDY, you think, will go for the backstab, but well, Krasnell will just put the foot down and win that duel. This should entice Fnatic to then charge into B. 2 defenders here right now, and they have an opportunity to beat them through, but no, both defenders get every kill. All right, well, that felt like the right call, but at the end of the day, didn't quite see it, but ENCE held on.
They did, and they kept everyone alive as well, which is incredibly important. And Nature was involved in all 4 of those frags. Biku just cleaned up at the tail end. Easy does it for ENCE. That's a really simple first gun round. Didn't really see too much activation in towards connector for any events really on that CT side, so it's nice that Poddy is going exploring. He needs to be covered though. SDY needs to make sure that Poddy gets ahead of the curve, and he does. Poddy will potentially find a kill. Instead it's going to be SDY. Has Poddy even shot off his gun yet? No, I don't think so. So SDY will try and live. Fear and Mad have been brought down incredibly low. But there's that space you were speaking about, a loophole potentially for Fnatic up long.
So much damage done though onto Madden in that duel. He's just gonna tuck in at long. And they've gone full short control. Poddy exited Con and is just posted up in there right now. That's actually allowed them to bring bodies back. Oh, and Poddy's holding this. Oof. Toe shot. He'll fall back. I don't know if this entices you to go that way.
I think so, because the last thing you expect is an AWP to be holding that solo, but actually Fnatic, certainly thinking about it, Crims would have heard Poddy fall back. With 35 seconds, you still got Madden out long. It's all about timing right now. Yeah, this is brilliant. Out of ENCE, SDY is going to catch and go around the corner, you imagine. Sees both, and will claim both. That's the bomb drop. Madden is nowhere near Crims. And that's round over.
I think Madden was just going to be a real late element there with the low HP. Try and maybe flank through from heaven. Brave from ENCE to leave Poddy alone, but you're absolutely right. Why would the AWP be there solo so far in towards short? I mean, ENCE run a double monster setup last round. Like, it's so unlikely. Another way ENCE regroup and push through Banana together. Really well handled. And brave from Poddy to make that play. A monster punish could have come at any moment, but it didn't.
It's so interesting. It's so clever. The small attention to detail that ENCE re-push Divider there. Just because like, Fnatic were just there. Like, Poddy's got the info that Jacasmo's seen him. So the last thing you're going to expect is then for ENCE to double push that issue. That angle that we just saw Poddy boosted on, that's where Era fell at the hands of Poddy.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm wondering where it can be seen from. I feel like it must have required a boost to spot it. Poddy will move back to A. They see nothing in con, nothing in short. They've given a lot of space to Fnatic, but they do really only have this AK. Jacasmo's got armor in case Madden goes down. He can pick it up, so they'll play off each other. Then there's single smoke. Every trick in the book to get Madden an opening kill.
All this pushing through the front of toilets reminds me so much of when you saw Fnatic on Overpass with Alex in game leads, and they just walk through the toilet smoke every round as part of their default. Nice to see that there is that variety. SDY will clean up the rest of long. And ENCE yet again, another round in which they don't lose a single player. So money to burn on this CT side. Fnatic got off to a great start, but now ENCE are here. If they lose the next round, they can still buy. In fact, they can buy for the next couple. So this is now going to start to put the pressure even more so on Fnatic. is yet to get a kill. Jambo's only got one, and he's been denied equity on having this AWP.
Well, they found an opener. SDY gets caught. From bathroom, still 2 players there, and a player really deep in short. So a lot of opportunities for Fnatic to continue punishing. But a push on the side of this smoke. Krasnol's waiting for the opportunity, Potty. Being very aggressive. Could be scary for him, but he finds that first kill. Peeking in, and now the tethering can come through. He's found another dicey position, but he makes it work. And Orpa's favorite way to play. Dancing around the bathrooms. Dangerous game. He comes out ahead, and what looked like a great position for Fnatic after an opening pick. There is nothing that comes subsequently.
Tell you what's brutal as well is we were watching obviously all of that from Poddy's POV, but Krasnal pushes the toilet smoke from long side, and I think a player from Fnatic, it might have been Madden, also walked too long through that smoke at the same time. So they crossed paths. Fnatic had no idea. That's where the surprise is sprung for Krasnal getting a kill. And that allows Poddy that little bit of extra space to pick and choose his angles. I'm not surprised that Fnatic call a pause after that, because not only is it momentum well and truly with ENCE, that's one where you've overlooked an angle and you've just been absolutely mashed up in toilets, and there's not a whole lot you can do about it. But you don't want to put yourselves in those situations. It's really funny that I've almost spoken that round where Fnatic walk through the toilet smoke into existence, because by doing that, you don't give yourself much leverage. You don't give yourself any opportunity if the round goes slightly wrong. If that round goes slightly wrong, they just lose it on the spot, and that is exactly what just happens in that one.
Well, Fnatic going to test B. Might not be the right time for it. 4 players start here. That flash off the boost. Krasnal collects 2. Exceptionally done, and Mirage, if you tell. It's just
I love that.
a half buy, but would have hoped to have gotten a little bit more.
It's just
gonna get a
it's
single
so
thing.
lovely. I just, the evolution of Counter-Strike, right? Like, this is why the game is just so fantastic. But for the longest time, you always just saw, oh, someone just boosts short, they just take the fight. No, Arsenal boosts up, puts his head down, isn't exposed, and it gets set up with a flashbang at the same time. And typically, when CT's flash short, you're expecting them to come out of the left-hand side and really force the issue. But no, we've been seeing this over the last month or so, where teams have been flashing to put the boost on the angle. It's no longer safe because it's such a pre-aimable spot immediately as you come out of the short pipe. So just by adding that extra layer, it's so deceptive. It's great. Counter-Strike is brilliant.
And it's aggressive. And... oh, Krasnal gets caught.
Poddy's stuck here. Needs to fight his way out of Con, and won't. That's a really important kill for Chikasmo. 3v5. They've got all the short. They've mollied Chikasmo for some reason. It's okay. He'll be fine.
Well, not sure what went wrong there, but it did. You don't want to progress forward here. ENCE have lent into a stack, but you imagine Fnatic in a 5-on-3. They will put some feelers out. Find out where this lies in wait. I think that's going to be Madden out towards long. That might be the one that checks out what's going on. At the same time, in fact, Crims goes out from B. So ENCE, it will be very unlikely for them to take this round. However, Fiku getting that kill does now put it into a closer affair. If Jambo gets caught here without a kill, maybe it's different. With the kill, still got a lot of money. 12k on both these players.
Yeah, so that might incentivize you to give it a look. Look at this out, Jacasmo. He's all the way deep in Monster. And that util combo has actually set up Fiku. So Jacasmo now needs to come back. Good news for him is that Nachu, I was going to say, would never expect this, but he gets back on the line. Can't adjust in time, but Fiku's found Crimson in the meanwhile. He's just going to smoke and defuse, or at least pretend to. Jacasmo's now going to start to burst through this smoke. He thinks that Fiku's on it. And Fiku's this time is now going to stick. Jacasmo needs to walk through, and I think if Fiku had just stuck, he would have won that round. And instead, by his hesitation, Jacasmo not going all the way through, Fnatic are able to win the round that they rightfully should have probably about 30 seconds ago.
The thing is, if Jacasmo had been closer to short, Fiku actually probably would have been fine there with the fake. But because Jacasmo is so far away, it takes him almost 5 seconds just to get there. So Jacasmo knows that he can't stop the defuse at that point anyway. So there's no point running out the smoke. Just has to call the bluff. Still, ENCE weren't really in a position to win that round.
No.
And they still managed to make it incredibly competitive. In fact, 2 opportunities where it looked like they were going to win it.
At this point, classic ENCE. It always feels like they're winning the unwinnable rounds. There's pure contact out of Jacasmo and a 4-player lean over towards Monster. Fiku's now going to go searching. Crim's holding, but not securing. Brilliant flash out of Krasnal. And now a block smoke. Fnatic going to progress on this? It feels like it, because they're thinking, well, if so many players have just progressed into Monster, surely there's space here on A. These A defenders have got to live, and SDY does one better. A swing out from default. These flashbangs are so overwhelming. SDY doesn't get a kill, but it's okay because the entire team is. He finally puts himself back on the angle. Madden's found 3, but it's not an AWP, it's a scout, and it's a missed shot anyway. It's a really nice try. It makes the round look competitive, but ENCE, you feel ultimately always in control.
Yeah, they were just relentless there, weren't they? Great opening pick, and then just the defensive utility. Flashbangs coming on over, enabling SDY to keep fighting forward. Krasnal gets there, fights with him. God, Madden almost does make a case for it. That was exciting when he gets those 3 kills. You think if that is the AWP in his hands, maybe there was an opportunity. Would have been something cool, but unfortunately, it's a what if. Boost again. There's a half buy. Listen, if ENCE get 7, which they're set to do, they'll be feeling fantastic.
This is what, 3-0?
They were down 0-3. You know, this was them forcing, and getting reset. Almost every gun round.
All right, read again. 4 here. Oh, if they push into this, though. If they push into short, that could be damaging. Crims gets spammed out the corner. Somehow doesn't die. And now they look to go back in towards Monster here. ENCE, the flashbangs are unbelievable again. Fnatic feel like they've got the opportunity, and then they get shut down by so many $200 pieces of grenades that are just absolutely commanding the space. It really felt like they had a chance there, especially with Madden finding the opening kill, and then bang. Your chance at the round is gone.
We'd love to see the flash assists for ENCE right now. It even felt like that play was not going to work out in Monster because Fnatic was so close. You think maybe the flashes are going to come too late. But holy, it's the second player there with them that does the job. Krasnal gets caught, gets a headshot off still. Fnatic find an opener in the final round of the half. They do with it. That's probably pushed this position. Feels like the pressure is really on at B right now, and they're going to need some help.
Feels like they're going to come back up con, at least for the moment. Yeah, this timing, Jacasmo holding, that's everything. SDY. Barrel spotted, Poddy. Can't get out, and Jacasmo now bursts onto the scene. SDY knows that his life is more valuable, so he's just going to drop another defensive smoke, extinguishes the molly inadvertently. But now ENCE are going to rotate, and Fear can say, well, hang on a second. Maybe you can work your way through. Another flashbang this time isn't punishing, and Jacasmo arrives brilliantly. A 1v4 for Nature. I don't think he's got any chance in winning this, but if ENCE can pull out the impossible so many times before, then maybe they can do it again. Jacasmo, though, is so locked into this angle. Fnatic are going B. And Nature, oh, nearly just walked straight into the crosshair.
Now Jacasmo starts to move. You feel like he'll confirm this momentarily, even with the damage. Well, actually, it's Jambo's AWP that gets it done. So it could have been 8-4, could have been worse, and still walk away with the lion's share with a strong T side yet to come. Can Fnatic stay alive?
I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. Thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide. I've been thinking about your love tonight. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. I've been thinking about your love tonight. Two hearts gonna make our worlds collide, baby. I just wanna be the one to treat you right. Two-step in me, baby, slide, slide.
Fnatic take 5 rounds on the T side of Overpass, but from a 3-0 start, you probably would have anticipated maybe a little bit more. You got to remember that they need to win this map to stay alive, and the IEM Atlantic close qualifier. ENCE, they're going quick.
Very, very fast, but bodies are here to deal with them. Crims finds that first kill. Still trapped in at barrels, but he's happy to be here. It's very difficult for them to fight forward. SDY finally gets the kill, running out of bullets and running out of players. Chikazmo answers with one of his own with the dual Paredes. And they're actually going to disengage. Could they actually just reroute?
Away.
Yeah, it feels like they are. And Chikazmo comes around the corner and the bomb went forward. It's been picked up, but SDY is still stuck in graffiti. They're just going to try and chase him down. Can he take one before he goes? That's the question. No. Chikazmo is doing everything he can. Krasnal gets the bomb down. Krasnal continues just to charge ahead with the dual Berettas. Jambo coming as well. And you feel like Krasnal going to have his work cut up for him and he can't quite get it done. Jambo removes his head. And Chikazmo with a brilliant round with the dual Berettas.
They had that hesitation at the exact moment where you said, could they go away? And they took an extra 2 seconds before they made that decision. If they just went immediately, if SDY had gone go away now, they would have got around the corner and Chikazmo wouldn't have been able to get any of those kills. Instead, because they hesitated, Chikazmo makes the right read and looks back in. He can do that because Jambo's walked through Monster at the same time. And that is a recovered round out of Fnatic because it was 3 kills initially from ENCE after Krim has found the opening kill. So a disadvantageous position to be in. That was a 4v2. The Fnatic had just won on their pistol. Of course, ENCE are forcing. There, yet again, charging. It feels like another hit here on this B bomb site. Fiku, it's like a bat out of hell. This is so quick. Krasnal will find Crims, but you still got to get rid of the rest of these players. Chikazmo, yet again, is just being such a nuisance in this B bomb site. A 2 versus 2. Poddy and Chikazmo both in these smokes. Who's going to meet each other first? Oh my goodness me, they've both crossed paths again. Yep, they're going to try and do it, but Jambo this time is a player that denies the bomb. Poddy then can't get anything done further. ENCE just keep walking themselves into trouble because they keep going to Chikazmo's bomb site.
Yeah, both rounds, like, a player has died trying to get into CT. Like, and it's just as they're on the edge. It's going to feel so painful for ENCE. Both times, plays out like that. Or if the player gets around the corner, it's, you know, at the very least a bomb plant in this situation. Probably would have been the round and the one previous because it wouldn't have been that 1v1. Now we're on to a Hero Galil.
Yay.
Fnatic. Yeah, maybe they're going to go B again. We'll bring everyone here.
They don't, and I think they know that Fiku's spam is pretty hollow. Especially with the break on the monster smoke, they see nothing. But ENCE will take good ground. Progress forward by party. Can now go into toilets. The issue is the limited utility they've got. Double flashbangs to get into A. If there's a world where they can isolate Fear at long, that's a gun that can be scooped up. Jambo is playing so safe with the jump in. As soon as he sees anything, he's just going to drop util. That flashbang will be a good indication. Instead, he just keeps his gun out. Nachu gets rid of Chikazmo. You still got Fear at long, and you still got Jambo at backside. The Hero Galil starts to churn up, but Fear mows them all down. Never ready for that player in towards long, and Fnatic, they'll reclaim the lead.
Friends, that's slow starts to both halves, right? 6 rounds given up, essentially, of the 8 that Fnatic have come off that. Losing pistol, losing the force fight. Gotta wonder if they didn't force what position they'd be in. Or if they just win one. By margins, have favoured Fnatic. Jambo's AWP. Let's look at Fountain. Fear goes far towards the tree. Jambo will come over to support him. And it's just going through the default right now. That Molly has missed the mark. A bit of a spot for Jacasmo. Might bait in Madden, but still cleared, but still doesn't go his way. Fiku falls, and all at the same time, 2 kills come in, and SDY finishes the job onto Madden. Jambo and Fear go wanting on A. They get split upon from bathrooms, and SDY doesn't slow down. Reminds me of Ancient, just the way this round's played out. A kill comes to Fnatic, and then in an instant, ENCE find 4.
Arsenal pushed the toilet smoke and killed Jambo. I think Jambo was even holding it for a split second. Might have just been time in there. And then Fear turns his back on long toilets and completely exposes himself to T-spawn. That's how he falls. They just had these pressure points over on the map. Outside Monster. Outside toilets. And this is what Krasnal gives you. Krasnal, I think, especially under the SDY leadership, did this a lot in Monty, where he's got the flexibility on T side, just take a time in. He feels like he can try and uplift it around and ruin the CT's day. That's exactly what he's going to do. He's got full responsibility and full trust that he can push that toilet smoke. So he does exactly that. He gets the kill. That dislodges the setup between Fear and Jambo. And that ultimately causes Fnatic to overstep at Monster. Just fight to their deaths. Crims will walk away with the small luxury of keeping his M4. But it's a worrying sign when, in essence, ENCE could have won the pistol. They could have won the force buy back. And then in the first gun round, they wipe you away with ease.
You can see the ramifications of how close those first 2 rounds were. Maybe ENCE will still profit from what they tried to achieve in them. Casmo alone over on B. Utility dropped over to him. Now they want to take this space. ENCE don't come to contest them.
How far do they go? That's the next question. How far does Fear push? Enough to at least get the rotates, but he smartly falls back. Oddsy then goes searching with the AWP, and oh, if he had just remained on that angle, I'll tell you what, there's a real chance Jacasmo would have fallen. Oh, and maybe there was still another opportunity. Off the back of that contact, BQ's now going to walk out. They're both going to nade towards the barrels. Crims, it's the opener on Nachu, but the boost up over at short. Fiku doesn't get a kill. That's a nightmare, because that could have been the way in towards B. Now ENCE need to rethink their plans.
Oh, SDY just runs out. Throws the smoke down in towards short. This is chaotic. Everyone is here. Over on B. Fnatic bring every single player over. And Fiku, oh, again, an opportunity. And again, goes wanting, but still lives. Just poking and prodding at this bomb site.
Oh,
and managed to spam one out through the wall. He's going to run in. SDY can't deal with it. A missed shot from the AWP. Oh, this is a total mess. Body's got the bomb on his back, and he's running away, trying to just get away with his life. He waits a second, baits the shot, playing it perfect, but Fiku comes back. The kills come in, but time's not here. What a crazy round.
And to be honest, look, you don't want to blame individual players, but Fiku had the chance to get rid of that short boost, didn't. Then had an opportunity to get the player on the box. Sure, it's a headshot angle, but he also could have killed the player out heaven, and the spray goes wanting on both opportunities. Can't directly attribute that round to being his failure, but if he was that little bit sharper, which we can hold as that standard because he is top fragging for ENCE, and he has been solid ever since he's joined this roster, it's an uncharacteristic whiff that has enabled Fnatic to get the job done, and that will actually force a 30-second breather from ENCE, who know how important that round was, because that would have been money smashed. That would have been them getting to double digits, you imagine, at a moment's notice. Instead, you've got that carnage on the B bomb site in which Fnatic thrive in because ENCE didn't actually directly push onto B.
Chances offered up. Missed opportunities. That's one that ENCE definitely were favoured in going in at the start. Opening kill found. Fear over peaks. Jambo will respond. Staying very present too. In fact, he wants more. He wants to peek around into this. They're waiting for him.
Still holding for Madden as well. That feels like a rush of blood to the head for Jambo, knowing that one player is in the corner. Definitely didn't expect the second. Crims isn't really that close to help out Madden. Will eventually start to ascend the stairs of Connector. But ENCE are just being so patient. They're anticipating that someone else is going to overextend, and look at this timing. But it's still being held. SDY will fall and Madden runs away.
God, he was holding it for so long. It feels unreasonable. Oh, Madden. From bad to worse for ENCE. He held that for so long, and he keeps holding this Madden. HU in the 1v2 now, after finding that first. He does have space to go towards A. Tasmo's already making moves, and the fast flank behind him. Surely one of these players will catch the timing. Feels really tricky for Natu to benefit from this. And yeah, Crims from behind. Oh, and everything going so well. But the timing eludes them. It's brutal.
That's so horrible. That's so horrible. Unlucky. Honestly, that's all you can say. Completely unlucky for ENCE. They'll still invest back in. Body won't have an orb. Instead, he'll have the hand cannon. And they'll set their sights on taking early short control, which they will establish. There is a player in towards Connector. Smoked off. Madden. Oh, trying to be the undoing, but this time Fiku passes the test. Another opening kill found for ENCE.
Yeah, but immediately an answer comes back from Fear. Remove Natu in towards Con. He managed to get all the way back as well. Casmo, what is he up to? Progressing forward, SDY needs to be aware of this, and he will quickly connect to his head. Player advantage again. But Fiku solo, SDY a little bit injured. Fiku edges forward. He's seen one. That's information on Crimson's position. Molly forces Jambo out. Fiku can't quite connect, and we might just see that nade somehow still alive. Surely goes down at any moment. All the CTs here bomb, though. A little bit too late. That smoke going to be replenished in towards heaven. You got to be worried for ENCE here. Jambo's in a great position, and that's the freebie. A low HP player falls, but now that just gives Jambo the room to keep moving forward. SDY will remove him. I know Crims was around, but worried that he could have moved further still. SDY takes the initiative, steps forward. That's Crims spotted, but the smoke fades. Krasnal into the clutch, and, well, he will crumble. Again and again, ENCE in fantastic positions. This should be over, it feels. And yet Fnatic coming through round after round.
I'm not sure why they commit on that. I'll be honest. You see, you're in a 3v3. You've seen 2 on B. Fiku's out monster. It's actually really unfortunate that Barrels gets mollied there by ENCE, because if they didn't molly Barrels, Fiku's got the time in. He probably is going to go and clear it. Jambo can hear all of these players. This should be an easy collection for him. Great trade out of Poddy. And will, of course, find another kill. That was over towards Monster. They've left the bomb again, ENCE. And this has now happened in the last 2 out of 3 rounds. SDY is really advanced in long, but with Fear already in connector. Also with Madden already in T spawn. This feels untenable. Especially because Crims can see the gun barrel of Poddy. This one's done. This should be a 12th for Fnatic.
And Itchy does get that kill, but yeah, there's Madden. STY. Yeah, chance to spray too, but that is now map point for Fnatic. And so feel so hard done by on this map. Unless they can pull off 4 in a row and force another OT. That feels unlikely at this point. Anubis, the decider.
That's fun because that's new and that's going to go anywhere.
Yeah, only the 1 rep for Fnatic on it.
Fnatic have been so good at just having more players on the correct bomb site. That flashbang's missed. That's not ideal. That almost telegraphs that the player's going to come over here. 4 strong for Fnatic as they look to get this done in round 21, but they're swapping util. Oh dear, but Madden is still finding frags. Jakasmo somehow still alive in amongst all of this, and that means that he can get on the angle in time. That nade should be his undoing. It's a 2 versus 3. It's a player disadvantage for ENCE, who desperately need to win this round. Poddy's dropped to a wall of smoke. Snachu's actually found Jambo, and Crimson's going to go searching, but that's going to allow Poddy to arrive on the scene just in the nick of time. And it's one of these rounds where you feel like ENCE surely have no right in winning it, but of course that's the round that they're going to win. Fear probably going to reset the situation and go all the way towards heaven. Or maybe he'll just save. In fact, he definitely should save. Actually, with no kit.
Oh, these rounds have been so close, haven't they? Finally, ENCE the ones that pull through with 1. Just when their backs are against the wall. A whole wall of smokes dropped just from the ground. Their prize off the bodies. To give that room to crawl out for Poddy. Nice exit from Fear. Can he take both? Well, yes, he will. However, this leaves it in a really interesting position because both teams kind of in a bad position financially, but Fnatic lost the round. The 2 players have a good amount of money. Okay, they are going to decide to play it safe.
Yeah, they should. If they save here, they can invest fully in the next round and they can get a pretty comprehensive buy if it goes to round 24 and if ENCE can fight for overtime. This makes the most sense out of Fnatic. In essence, for ENCE, it is 1 full gun round that they need to lock up overtime here. Such a big boost that was going on. A triple stack over towards the corner. And ENCE, oh, I was going to say should know about it. They definitely don't know about it, but this can't get out of hand. Can it? Can it?
No, it can't. Madden, SMG, does have armor. Would have loved any other gun to have fallen into his hands. Doors shut, so Jambo can't even really get involved. And actually saving that armor is probably wise for him. Maybe finding an exit on the other side to scoop a rifle. They're just looking for damage. And they know that ENCE aren't in a comfortable spot right now, so anything they can do to make this hurt, they will. That should be Poddy going down, you'd think. That was the formality.
This is it. This is the one. Jambo's AWP, every rifle. Remember, double stage loss bonus for Fnatic. So this is the gun round. If ENCE win this round, there is a high likelihood we will see overtime. They have to get over this Fnatic hurdle first. They're just going to keep going B. I kind of love it. It's pretty mental, but I'm really enjoying it.
Yeah. Mental's maybe the right word for it.
And this is exactly what Fnatic were doing to them on Ancient as well. It was B, B, B all the time. Madden on the close corner. Crasnell and Fiku need to clear, and they get overwhelmed by Madden. This could be the beginning of the end.
Walked into the angle. All right, well, at least Potty will answer back off the boost.
That's info. You know 2 are there now.
Now SDY feels like maybe he can progress forward. Madden gets burnt back, forced forward, but he's seen the back of SDY. SDY, you are known. There's no secret about this little lurk forward. The smoke comes so they can isolate him, it feels. Well, he does announce himself. Oh, goodness. Yeah, you're in trouble, SDY. Overwhelmed. They're just going to have to force their way out. Potty can't get the follow through. And it's all to nature. Cannot deal with the quantity of players. They go B again, but this time it's the brick wall they meet. And Fnatic hold on Overpass.
His name is Madden. 4 kills in that last round for Madden. They walk straight onto the angle. They think they're going to get a favorable timing, just going pure contact, but it doesn't work. Scoreline at least looks really competitive for ENCE, and let's be honest, there was a number of really unfortunate rounds in there where, hey, on a different day, it could have gone the other way. But the reality of the matter is, Fnatic are able to hold on to Overpass, and they send us to this deciding map. You can see it on your screen right there in the flyover. Anubis. The final battleground between ENCE and Fnatic. One of these teams will continue their lower bracket run. One eliminated from the IEM Atlanta 2026 close qualifier. Who is progressing forward? We'll find out after this final break.
Whatever happened to make a fool out of me? I was lost in the idea of it all. Too many years I'll be suffering here, burning down right now. And I don't know where I run to, but it could be oblivion. oblivion. I dream I was making love to a whole new life. Learn my lesson once, I'll skip the reminder of what's left for me. If I turn around, you let me
I want you close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. I want you. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. Close to me. I want you close to me. I want you.
The series deserved a third map, it feels, after how Ancient played out double OT into an overpass that teased a comeback from ENCE. But Fnatic's resilience pushed forward, they stay alive and force us to Anubis. But it might not get any easier for them because this is a map that they've had one official on so far, Brandon. Granted, it was a win.
Yes, but also before it was taken it out of the rotation. They did used to play it quite a lot. Jambo is very good on this map. I think he's going to be influential. Starting CT side for ENCE, and immediately they're going to meet resistance. Head down for Crims. Jambo will pass that first test and second inside B main, and that's going to make it incredibly overwhelming for Poddy to handle the pressure. A 2v4 immediately, and with Arsenal dropping down and chasing with dual Berettas. You feel like he needs to be the linchpin to this. Nature is so far away. Bomb planted. Dual Berettas get triple swung on, but Arsenal still finding success. In goes the first. Jacasmo maybe next up to the chopping block, but no. Denies the dualies and probably denies ENCE the round. They can't overpeak this. They can't afford any mistakes, and there won't be. A dink and then a kill. Fnatic deserve the round after Jambo's hard work.
Yeah, good stuff from Fnatic, keeping it simple, running them down through canals. And well handled against the dual Berettas, even though they start to fire off and get a little bit scary for a half second. Keep their composure. Keep enough eyes on it that Krasnov can't get anything more done. ENCE not going to force this time. I think they learnt their lesson from Overpass. It stung a little bit too badly. Lost 6 rounds at the back of losing pistols and forces. Now they're going to go straight into B. Sack was over at A. It's a good call to do on the anti-eco. I feel like it's pretty common for A to be the bomb site that's stacked. Or middle. Not that often you see B stacked. It's a bit easier to undo with all the default utility.
Yeah, you can also like set yourself up in a pretty cool tower over on the A-bomb site. That's exactly what ENCE were doing. They were pillaring up to have 4 people peeking the same angle at the same time. Kazma's going to feast. In fact, he'll find all 5. Deserved, really, because he's been brilliant all series long.
Yeah, definitely a big reason they were able to prevail on Overpass. Also very solid on Ancient. They just couldn't close.
Oh, a Furia buy from ENCE.
Okay. It's interesting. So, rather than the Force, they Furia. It's fast and furious from Jacasmo. What? The Galil, he just doesn't stop shooting. Oh, what can you do?
Great flash.
Headshot. Oh, he actually manages to get the kill off it, but it might not matter. Okay, well, MP9's not going to do the trick, or are they? Hold up. Poddy does get a freebie. And Fiku find this lurk. Looks like he's missed that completely, unfortunately for him. The Crims will be on the backstab instead. Or front stab. Either way. Poddy gets stabbed. He's got a kit, so I think he's just going to chill out here and maybe, just maybe, try and slide in and defuse the bomb. Wait. No, they're here. They're here. Oh, he's too late. He was too late. He was too late. Let's try. Let's take one down for his troubles.
Sure, NT. I don't think he would have got it if he stuck it anyway. I feel like Crims would have killed him. That enables an AWP to come out. Very fast pacing out of Fnatic early, which is really fun. Round feels over within 20 seconds. Now we're probably going to get a little bit more of a default. And Krasnov, oh, he's in towards water. I don't think they've got any idea. No, of course they don't. They just triple naded the window, and he's already down. And he's out, and that's so important. We'll re-smoke stairs, and he'll vacate the scene.
Great opening pick, and Fnatic have no space anywhere now. Losing that presence outside of A. Oh, it's stuck top middle behind the smoke. Have to wait for the stairs one to fade. Oh, it's been replenished. No, it hasn't.
Oh, that one missed.
Started a bit of shade for Jambo.
It's going to actually be such a nuisance for ENCE because they're going to have no idea that that's missed. Casmo is going to re-walk and smoke off camera. But okay, now they get the heads up. Stairs smoke's missed. They're probably outside main. They are lining up the utility. Love this out of Nature. Pushing pretty aggressively forward. Crim's ready for him, but can't handle the pressure. Low HP. Sorts the USP, but here comes Fika and Krasnal. This double push and crunch from ENCE works out wonders.
Yeah, just that contact comes through main as well, right? So the comms are flustered. There's all the calls about this body trying to trade him. And then, yeah, that push comes in at the exact same time. Couldn't have timed it better if they wanted to. ENCE get there first. It comes off some aggressive pushing with the guns. So, much like has been the case for ENCE, when they're in a gun v gun round, doing all right. Hazard's going to go down for it again.
Why not? Worked out so well last time.
Oh, that's to break the smoke.
The thing is, you've seen that nade loop over. If you're Fnatic, you probably have got a pretty good understanding that Krasnal was here. You would have heard him jump too. He goes into carpet. He's currently being held. Crims should get this kill. But now Fiku enters the equation, and Krasnal doesn't dare push. SDY needs to find this fight. This is a brilliant angle. Such a good angle from SDY. Fnatic can't see him. Fear will finally trade, and he can do that because of all this water control. Now this gets a little bit weird. Madden finds Fiku, that's important, but you still have both Krasnal and Nietu outside A. But Crim spots one, but not Nietu. This now gets really weird. The bomb is on A. It should be planted. It should still be okay for Fnatic. But Pody is starting to arrive at camera.
Yeah, so a little bit too weird, maybe a bit too hyper-focused on this control in towards canals. And when SDY went down in towards middle, there was just an open runway to walk through to that A bomb site. Maybe if Krasnal doesn't get caught by Crims, but Fnatic were really clued in to what ENCE were up to. Had a great read. And there would still be players present here, even after Fiku pushes. I know Krasnal was the aggressor the round before. Keeping an eye out for him.
He's changed roles. Okay, now he's moved over towards B. He used to play B anchor on Monty. This
had
time
that forward spawn,
so
I guess.
aggro. Yeah.
Crazy angle.
Oh, no result? No
Whoa.
result? Really? Nature, that's crazy. And SDY will follow through on Fear.
Krasnal can't peek this.
He might.
He is the only one on this bomb side. His teammates are the ones that should be taking the aggress, and they are. They start to push. Oh, yeah, boost. Cosmo. Oh, Krasnal does peek.
It's the bomb.
But the timing of it was good. Well, now this boost doesn't feel quite as important, does it?
No. And because now Nature's on this angle, Krasnal can just come back and he can hold for Jacasmo. Pretty smart angle being adopted here. Jacasmo will clear everything, but he won't get the find. Krasnal does brilliantly with that double. Spoke about him anchoring B on one team. Anchors B superbly here for ENCE.
Yeah, it's just the timing in that peak, right? Once his teammates are close towards A main, that even if things go wrong, they can be that fast response. It's not immediately trying to swing and get that trade. Great job, and Jacasmo will get an AK. And the man you want with it. Rest of the squad lacking, but they're still going to put the pace on towards middle. SDY under pressure and overwhelmed as is Fear. That's a rifle that can be picked up and an open runway into the A bomb site. Krasnal thought about just swinging on out. Potty, how's he hit that? Another wide swing comes through. They're just spamming as they go. Now it's a 2-on-2. And what looked very favorable for Fnatic. Well, might still be. Nade straight to Fiku's face. Sees Madden though and removes him. Crims on the edge of this smoke. Is he just going to walk through it? Well, this timing could be brilliant from him, but he's looking the wrong way. Thought maybe he could catch the second player first, but, well, not to be. Looked really good for Fnatic there for a moment.
Right around out of Fiku. Steadies the ship. That was very scary. That was an all-in from Fnatic. Even if it didn't look like it, they invested every penny into that round. Being on the first stage loss bonus. Our speedy mid-play definitely caught a few off guard. The Fiku's triple, the instantaneous break on the temple smoke as well to give Poddy an angle on Jambo. They recover things. And now for the first time, the B defense is going to be tested outside of the pistol.
However, it is with majority pistols. There's a rifle gone. Sure, it can be scooped up, but without the armor. Oh, actually, no, he does have it, but doesn't matter. All right, sidearm comes out and actually gets more kills. So, despite the pistols being full on Fnatic's side, it's Poddy's sidearm that actually finds the majority of frags.
Now for ENCE, as you've conditioned water so early, are you going to go back to taking it through Fiku or Krasnal? Or are you just going to chill a little bit? Are you going to give Fnatic this space? Feels like we're going to enter one of the more chill rounds here for ENCE. So much utility going on. Never mind, SDY drops down. That's been heard by Jambo. Oh no, he turned back. Madden will at least trade, but there goes Krasnal. Krasnal pushed at the same time through Con. And Fnatic thought they had a moment to breathe, and they absolutely do not. ENCE put the foot straight back on the accelerator. Now tighten the grip around this CT side.
Casmo still lives. Threat isn't eliminated. Continuing his fine form from the first two maps. No signs of slowing down, and, well, an opportunity, but misses it. Timing just a little bit off. Fear has just run through middle, and he's announced his presence on it. Think Poddy should have his number. Oh, missed shot. Gives Fear 1v1s. Needs to win out one more, and that's a bomb plant and a real chance at the round. Nachu in the open, and it doesn't give him that opportunity. Fear charges around the corner, but not quite ready with this crosshair. Should have been ENCE's round from the start after that aggressive play, but let's see a way back into it.
Hot take. Very much like, again, I will keep comparing Monty because SDY's leadership really piloted them through Tier 2, and Anubis one of their best maps. I think ENCE's best map will eventually become Anubis, because with the new changes, it makes a team like ENCE get even more aggressive, and we're already seeing how overwhelming that can be.
I mean, it's been great for them so far. Kicked off the year with triple overtime it was against Paravision back at Blast Bounty.
Ouch.
Lost it out, but pretty tough team to be doing that against.
Who the chicken?
Keep up. Lurk smoke. You could spam though, and well, actually everyone spam. And Krasnal collecting. So straight into the headshot. Easily held against a couple of Tech 9s. And it's on to 6. And again, this is a 6 without the pistol. An 0-3 start. Tail of this team.
Just so aggressive. Look at Poddy. Look at Poddy with the AWP. His DQ's taken all of this ground. I mean, again, what do you do if you're Fnatic? How do you combat this? Normally the answer is middle. SDY providing Overwatch. They're going to smoke connector, but that's going to all be in vain. SDY will get the jump on Jambo. Jacasmo will trade. And Nachu is now full blind, and they now know about it. Crimson Race gets rid of FQ. The answer, it was middle the entire time.
Blindsided. Poddy's aggressive line doesn't find anything. Krasnal sprays off the mark. So Fnatic, that one feels a whole lot better. Only the one falls. ENCE go for a variation of their aggressive setup, but that gap in middle, that space is found. Opens up the round for them, and it all crumbles. Still a chance to recover 6. Will ENCE continue to try and take this Canal's control?
Guess so. It's been the entirety of their game plan. They're even beating the utility, which I just think is hilarious. This time they molly carpets early. They actually give it up. They're going to play a double up in towards middle. Body's going to be flexing. And look at Fnatic. They're like, right, we need to clear everything. And they have. Finally, ENCE aren't here. This sets them up perfectly just to go into A. No one on the A bomb site for ENCE.
Yeah, they'll be on a flank, but I don't know if it'll really matter. Body needs to offer up something solo over here. Offensive smoke to disrupt the Molotov. The flashbangs still do blind him. He has to fall off. And just deny the space. Keep something for ENCE in the post plant. Krasnal offering up something indeed. A kill comes in. They can't scale further. And there is this flank on its way. Fear. Can he hold against these players? Swinging, no, he falls. ENCE 2-player advantage, trying to find some sort of space. Fnatic pushing forward, but there's no easy ways back into this round. They have to fight for it, tooth and nail. Yet still, they're managing to find these kills. Somehow, it's messy. But Jambo's left with such little HP. Hits the instant headshot, the bomb's being defused. It was looking so good, but unfortunately, he can't stop that C4 being defused. And ENCE win out the CT half without the pistol. 0-3 down into 7-5.
Incredibly aggressive, high-octane CT side sees ENCE walk away with 7 on the defense of Anubis. They take a slight edge on this final deciding map. For Nature, he's got a little piece of utility. And for Fnatic, they've got so many players in towards middle, but the flashbang is brilliant. The Casmo, is holding up such a force to be reckoned with, but Fiku finds all the kills. A 2v1 for Madden. The bomb's not planted. And in fact, he's got a 1v1 on Fiku. If he just pushes this smoke, what he's going to. Bomb will be planted. Fiku, ready. And he just deletes. 4 kills in the pistol for Fiku. And ENCE, to be honest, for the first time in this series, have got a comfortable lead.
Yeah, they actually managed to get a pistol. Feel good about it. Fiku, great round. It was a morgue in middle. The amount of bodies that were lying there. Everyone getting demolished. 7 fall, but Fiku, let's bullets in so many Fnatic. Let's put them now with Eagle and USPs. They can try and run forward. SDY happy to oblige. Exactly what he wanted.
You thought the CT side was going to be aggressive. Let me tell you, the T side is going to be, I think, like 20-second executes out of ENCE. So I really could just see that consistently. It's going to be incredibly fast-paced.
I believe it. I don't know. Okay, he's passing the. Okay, yeah, passing over the Mac 10 to Krasnod, of course. He's got a forward spawn if he wants to go B. He doesn't. Instead, gonna be a fight in towards canals potentially. Smokes everywhere.
They set up these smokes through the tunnel again.
Yeah, it's like a double layering, isn't it?
Quite cool
They're
though.
not progressing.
By doing that, you almost boost up a player in towards the window. I think they want to boost up Arsenal potentially in mid. They decide against it. Smokes now fade. You've kept all the Fnatic here, and now you're splitting anyway. Okay.
Okay. Well, smoke will land in their faces, Incon. That makes it a little bit trickier.
Molly. Put a molly down, Poddy, through the hole. You don't really see pros use the hole that much in Connector. I feel like people just forget it exists. But it'd be really useful right now.
As soon as I saw the hole was there, I spent time trying to get the molly right. The flashbang. Instead, it's going to be a forward fight. Krasnod driving by, doing serious damage. He doesn't stop. They just force their way through. It has left them wounded. Oh, Crims. Spotted, but dodges the flash. Perfectly played. And still so low is Krasnod. I see why, not feeling all that much healthier. Just going to stay on default. Oh, my goodness. He's just hoping no one looks his way. It doesn't feel good. Although, a smoke goes forward and maybe Krasnod will just sit in it. No, he'll try and play forward. Getting very cheeky, but not quite working out. SDY, does he have a chance on this? Plan a default, more to the left, and he's being calmed. It's being calmed, but it's not connecting. The bomb diffused straight in front of him. Bullet's just not there. And it's a full 10-second stick in the smoke from Crims. And he even gets the parting frag.
Wow. That's awful for SDY. Just had to spam in the default spot, and he just didn't do it. Hilariously, if Krasnod hadn't moved off of default, he would have just been in the smoke and he could have just knifed the diffuser. Instead, he tries to play around it, get tricky with it. And that ultimately is ENCE's undoing. This, oh my gosh, I love this out of Fnatic. This is really quick indeed. Flashbang, brilliant. Quick double setup to get the job done, but that's going to invite ENCE into A. Really good block utility out of Crims. He goes one step further and gets rid of Nature.
Jambo might just be able to catch players as well as they walk past the hole. There is only this one defender here in Madden. There's that peak. In fact, it comes from a push. Look how many players are pushed. Everyone's out here. But he can't believe it. That comfortable lead, not feeling so comfortable now. And get very little done in that round. Now left clutching their purses.
I love that out of Fnatic. Just one flashbang straight in towards mid. They get close. You very rarely see players peek on the T side from the right-hand side of middle. So you go to the left more often than not. Firstly, for boost. Secondly, you expect a smoke to be there. Thirdly, you can throw the molly. Instantaneous one.
Okay, Krasnal has been very kind. Gifted SDY and AK. But he gets armor. They're just going to try and trade into middle. Well, no one to trade onto. No one's here. Fnatic leave this space open. Instead, they progress through. Madden's just pushed out. Now he's going to hold window from a position you might not be ready for.
That's
You'll
awesome.
take that head for free. Now they're just going to scale into this double setup on A.
Jump's good, though. The jump does offset the crosshair. Grim, you should know that he's here. Need to trade out of SD1, you get it. All right, 3v2. Here drops a nade, but doesn't drop his guard. And that's the bomb not being planted. Poddy's now just going to be overwhelmed imminently. Fnatic make this a one-round game, and they recover that situation.
Yeah, I really like what ENCE tried, though, with what they had, right? Like, it's a hero rifle that's passed on over. And they do a great job of setting SDY up for all of those kills. So selfless is everyone that jumps across to draw the crosshairs. Would have loved a bomb plant just to make those Galils into AKs, but that's all fine. SDY repays the favor with Krasnal. Takes the SMG from him. Lets him have the rifle.
That works. That works brilliantly for Fear. Felt like Nature was going to get the jump on both of them. In fact, it's a spam on the smoke from Madden, but that creates the space for Fear. Poddy, expecting a flashbang out of Jacasmo. Doesn't get one. Instead, it's just bullets. And a 4v2. But ENCE feels tricky. Sure, Jacasmo and Fear are low. Like, there's definitely a way back into this round, but it's just so incredibly difficult.
Yeah, the space is actually here on to B.
I'm playing retake.
You know, with the HP, you can't really blame Fear. Doesn't want to give over his life. Make it any worse. The Fiku will go on an investigation, see nothing. Still have a smoke for SDY. That'll buy some time. Actually going to go into main. They're very worried about what space Fear might have taken. I wonder what their decision is here. SDY has a chance here. Jacasmo's so low. If this flash is off the mark, if Crims goes down, this round is well back on for ENCE. Nade, flash, peek ahead, spray, not quite good enough. You can see the idea. SDY starts to try and track down, but it needed to be a double up there. That was the only way back in.
And that just leaves EQ high and dry. You just can't really do anything in that moment. As soon as you see them have an empty B bomb site, you immediately think, right, well, they're going to assume that someone's in at B main, which means the piece of utility is essentially wasted. They also can't have that as part of their after plant. Would have liked to have seen Fiki going towards Temple there, potentially. Just to have a little explore. I know it's so difficult in the 2v4. You you need to take space somewhere in that situation. You have to take a risk, especially when you're in the 2-player disadvantage. And now we've got even more variants out of Fnatic. I love it. I absolutely love it. We've seen them fight mid. We've seen them fighting towards water. And now we've seen Crims fight back in towards B. And it's Fear's flashbang that just sets him up perfectly. It's so dynamic out of Fnatic. And they're just catching ENCE at every turn.
All three of these maps so close between these two teams. And starting to feel the pressure now after being in a great start to this T-half, feeling like, yeah, they'd built up a good distance between them and Fnatic, but just not being able to find any success. They'll have the full gun round again. Everything they need, save an AWP. Fnatic are relentless.
It's everyone as well. That's your issue. Like, Jambo's had a really quiet Anubis, but Jacasmo, 120 ADR. Crims in this second half has been unplayable. The swing is going to go crazy on CT Anubis for Crims. Poddy, just non-existent. Nachu, not here. It's good that Thiku, Krasnal, and SDY are, but you're being outnumbered. You're being outmuscled right now, if you're ENCE.
That's one way to change things, but then Fear gets the immediate trade. And the space out of B sees nothing further. And it's group up in the canals. At least the defenders are split between these two bomb sites. Smoke lands. They might just try and move ahead of this or flash themselves through. I'm just going to be ready to receive them, but eats that flash fully and still sticks around. It's because he has Jacasmo by his side who only gets the one. Madden's still here. What can he offer up? Nothing. SDY takes his head off. Effective trades. I think even with the money, Fear knows there's no shot into this round.
Really surprised Crims hung around there. I think he thought he was in the corner, but he wasn't. Just because of how devastating that flashbang was. He just gets overwhelmed. SDY, really efficient trading. Over towards that A-bomb site. Madden walks away with nothing, and that's so important. Simple pop. An easy way to play for ENCE. I think that's the first time we've seen them like just go into a bomb site immediately. He was really lucky actually to hold on to this AWP. He had money. In fact, all of Fnatic have got money, so it wouldn't have been the end of the world, but you just don't want to give one to Poddy if you can help it.
Certainly not. Well, it's not really been about the AWPers. Both the sporting the same score right now. The rifle prowess for each squad is carrying them through this. And goes 10. Nade. Damage to Nachu. The fight comes in middle. SDY wants to take this space. Remove Jacasmo or force him off his position. That feels good. Jambo is trained on the camera opening. Oh, SDY. The spot sees them. A little jump and then a nade to follow from each team. That's ENCE more.
Now look at Nachu. Nachu's still here on carpet. And, oh no. Crims has walked directly underneath him. Oh, and Nachu saw him. Brilliant clear. That's so important. And that opens the pathway to A.
Still got Jambo. Is this his moment? Yes, he'll take SDY. What more can he offer up? He has the cover from Jacasmo on A main. Only has to focus forward on this one avenue. And there's plenty of positions for him to fall back. We're going to go back to B. Still a double setup here. Yes, he has Nature take a glance, but does that really tell him anything? Forces group.
Good out of Jambo. Really important out of Jambo right here. He's just pushed in towards mid. He sees nothing, and now he can rotate over. Sure, the smoke comes out A, but yeah, Fear can just drop. He's gone searching, and then Madden's securing. All predicated off the back of Jambo's push. Fantastic out of Madden and Fear. ENCE try and get creative, but it's Fnatic that go looking for clues, and they walk away with the 11th.
Yeah, it's just a strange pause, isn't it? Jambo's been holding camera for so long, so he's no further push after he gets that kill. There's not the aggression in A main, yet you've spotted a player on that jiggle. The only answers are outside B or middle, so Jambo clears mid, confirms it has to be towards B. But he's up in play. You want to peek out from Con and meet him. Gonna be the off angle held from Madden. Oh, and he'll take 2 with it. Readily held. Back-to-back rounds. Madden making sure B is under lock and key. And this hurts for ENCE. 3 on 5. Fiku so low, no utility. And you know if this one falls, got barely anything to stave off Fnatic eliminating you from your chances of getting to Atlanta.
Gotta remember as well, this is a 7-5 CT half. They won the pistol, they won the follow-through. 9-5. ENCE feeling incredibly comfy. It's Fnatic. They weren't one-dimensional with their CT control. They've had really good mid-round in here as well. It's just been fantastic to watch. SDY, the only player that remains, but you imagine not for long as he works his way in towards A. He's only equipped with a Mac 10. 30 seconds entered on the timer. Jacasmo should have him, and if he doesn't matter, because Crims can just walk right onto the scene. No money whatsoever. You mentioned it. It'll be an AK for SDY, it'll be a couple of Galils, Mac 10s at a push if you want utility. And maybe one final roll of the dice, one aggressive execute for ENCE. As NKJ calls the final timeout, 30 seconds to figure out what to do. Because you know, you need to play 2 perfect rounds of CS.
This one's going to be the hardest. Yeah, last time out. SDY, thanks to partly that kill, has AK and utility. They are going to manage a couple of Galils. Fiku, you imagine, grab one as well. Or might opt for an SMG. No, it realizes. Need a few more dollars. Has to be now. And they have pulled off some incredible comebacks. Some great maps here in this lower bracket. This is the bridge too far. Grouping up towards A. Crims close again. We'll smoke it off. He's the only one forward here, but Jacasmo not far away.
They have bested Crims here before outside A main. I think that's what they're thinking. They haven't got a nade to break the smoke. I think Jacasmo is again going to replenish it, so it's going to waste even more time. And you know, if you're ENCE, that Fnatic at any moment could start pushing the issue. They're just going to group in the smoke. They're going to pop through. The Crims is going to be ahead of this. They're going to walk right by him. They have no idea. Crims with the backstab. Fiku eventually trades, but as you mentioned, Jacasmo. Oh, the spray transfer is unbelievable. 2 kills and 90 damage. You think it's all but said and done. ENCE finally with a lead for the first time in this series, and it's still not enough to best Fnatic. A robbery on Ancient. The second map felt very good on Overpass for Fnatic and Anubis. It has been back and forth and high octane, and Poddy on 10 HP. With not a lot of avenues to go into. Knows he is potentially doomed. Jambo doesn't dare peek. Fear is also just jiggling with his knife out. Poddy sees. They can't really do anything about it. Look at how safe they're being. Look at how deliberate this is from Fnatic. And it's all a bait to let Madden arrive at A main and put a cherry on top for Fnatic. They eliminate ENCE here in the IEM Atlanta closed qualifier. It's unfortunate for ENCE, but it's fantastic resolve from Fnatic.
Yeah, absolutely. When you consider how this series starts, we have that double OT affair on Ancient, which Fnatic, they had all rights to take, and this could have been a 2-0, in fact. When you consider how many map points they had there, ENCE ensured it would be a 3-mapper. Fnatic had to show resilience on Overpass to begin with, after ENCE started to really power ahead in that first half. And on Anubis, it really did feel like they were down and out, but they show that resolve. They dig deep, and they put on a masterclass of a CT half. They continue their run here. They will be matching up against Sinners tomorrow. Sinners prevailing over Johnny Speeds in 2-0 fashion. Our final 4 teams set. BetBoom, BetM, Sinners, and now Fnatic, all fighting for those 2 spots in Atlanta. And tomorrow we will decide who goes through. We'll see you then.